risk it all again, but I don't wanna be on my own. It always goes much better in my head, but the feelings end up wasted. So I'm sorry for breaking down when you said you got me. I'm used to being let down, but I'm hoping if I'm falling too fast, then you'll catch me. You'll catch me. So I'm sorry that you might have to see I'm not flawless. I promise that I'm facing my problems. If I'm falling too fast, will you catch me? Will you catch me before I crash? I'm so afraid that you'll run out of patience. Trust me, I know how it feels to be hopelessly waiting. Sometimes I don't know if I can even change, but I'm still trying. So I'm sorry that you might have to see I'm not flawless. I promise that I'm facing my problems. If I'm falling too fast, will you catch me? Will you catch me before I crash? Talking to me with your eyes, I get a hint of the perfume that I like. Wear it like a disguise, I come around with the perfect alibi. Midnight, pouring my heart out like it's water. Tick-tock, you know this night ain't getting younger. Feels like chasing a star up and down in the sky. I can't get enough of sweet, sweet loving like we're just a couple bees, please. I'm glued to you, honey, like leave me, and I'll be sticking to you. I'm glued to you, honey. I'm glued to you, honey. Hey. Ooh, ah, ooh. I'm glued to you, honey, like ooh, ah, ooh. I'm glued to you, honey, like. I'm walking around with a smile. You got me feeling like curfew after 9. Yeah. You're tearing it up with the style. You got me living a brand new kind of life. At midnight, pouring my heart out like it's water. Tick-tock, you know this night ain't getting younger. Feels like
chasing a star up and down in the sky. I can't get enough of sweet, sweet loving like we're just a couple bees, please. I'm glued to you, honey, like leave me, and I'll be sticking to you. I'm glued to you, honey. I'm glued to you, honey. Hey. Ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like. Oh, don't forget I love that honey taste. Yeah. Oh, I'm feeling like a double dipping day. Oh, it's a double dipping day. I can't get enough of sweet, sweet loving like we're just a couple bees, please. I'm glued to you, honey, like leave me, and I'll be sticking to you. I'm glued to you, honey. I'm glued to you, honey. Hey. Ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like.
One of us seems to circle the other. As you go, you remain a stranger to me, to you. But our pieces left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over right now, but expect to forget about it. Watches the breeze, burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. I can't tell you apart from them. You can't tell either. Will we love or fall in deeper? Tell me, darling, what is it you want? Out of mind doesn't work like it used to. As I know I remain a danger to me, to you. Growing altered by the moment, dear. And as the days turn idle, sweet on survival, I'm on fire, waiting your arrival. I never expect to be sane without it. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. It's out of my control. You set the play in motion. Couldn't be a bigger ocean. Tell me, darling, is this what you want? Oh, and all you goes like. Thought I'd find it. A love that feels so perfect. I can't even word it. Yeah, you make me lift up from the ground. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like. I believe that we are more. All the world is looking for. Show them all we got it. Never look back, never let go. I don't need to look no further. You are the one I'm certain. Only one that I'll be holding. When you're loving me, you're loving me. It goes like. Look no further, look no further. Look no further. It goes like.
Yeah. Love. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to some more BLITZ Queens Kickoff tournament action. Me and the most infamous in the world, Rennie, are back once again. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ace. That's Rennie. We've got a good one here for you today. It is Wildcard Queens versus KittenKweens. But first, Rennie, how are you feeling? I know we had to get up early again. How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling pretty good. This is like a good matchup, I think. One of my favorites in the tournament. And after watching their absolute heater on board last week, I'm excited to see what will be different, especially to BO3 with, you know, a longer series, more maps, a little more control over the map pool. I'm curious to see how will this look different.
That's very true. I mean, there's a definite chance that it could go either way, especially with the fact that you said they've got a little bit more time to get settled in and whatnot. As we roll right on into these rosters, we can show you who we will be watching today. It will be Wildcard Queens, Secret, Tex, Cass, Mine, and Paula. No Booley today. It will be Tex filling in.
So, Bully's a pretty core part of the roster, so I'm curious to see how Tex will be able to fill in that slot.
Now we roll right into the KittenKweens roster with Adri, Natty, Maddie, Ellie, and I think they're both Ellie. Is that right?
Yeah, I like to call the EU one El He, just to like have a little bit of distinction. But they are both Ellie. Very different styles of players despite having similar names. This is the same roster, I believe, as the one that went up against Wildcard last week, and clearly feeling themselves and feeling their shields, as when we asked them the operators, both Natalie and Maddie chose two different shields, so I wonder if Wildcard is ready for some shield action this bright and early in the morning.
That is certainly something that we will have to keep an eye out for as we roll right on in now to our map bans. We're going to be seeing which 3 maps we will be playing, possibly 3 at the very least, 2 for you guys today. It will be Bank and Lair banned out first and foremost. Cafe and Night Haven to follow. We will be going to Border, and then basically guaranteed that we will be seeing Clubhouse. Amen, hallelujah. Shout out Chaz. we were looking for a Clubhouse last night, never got it. Chalet and Sky being banned out right after that, and if we have to, we will go to Consulate.
I'm pretty surprised to see that Clubhouse made it through the ban phase, to be honest. Clubhouse is a pretty quick permaban for most teams against Wildcard Queens. I was surprised that Border made it through after Wildcard's last loss to them, but clearly KittenKweens feel border. They think they can probably close it out maybe a little cleaner, a little quicker. Wildcard thinking, oh, last game was fluke. We can leave border up to be picked against us. So these are two different maps that I think favor each team. I think this will be a 3-map series.
I mean, anything is possible. We were talking a little earlier right before we went live with you guys, and we were thinking that this definitely could end up going 3 maps, especially if they have enough time, both teams at least, to kind of settle in, mesh well with, you know, wake up as well. You know, we're doing this a little bit earlier, so yeah, there's a possibility that we do see Consulate today. I personally had enough of Consulate last night when I basically went into overtime. As you can tell, my voice is still a little bit out from it. But yeah, going to border first is certainly interesting considering we have already seen these two teams on border. Yeah, I mean, what do you think that these two teams are going to take away from that last border match, Rennie, and kind of implement a little bit of what was done right and wrong in this one?
So border is a kind of map where you can get away with a lot of things on attack. You can skip a lot of these like fundamental steps. And I think KittenKweens were really limit testing just how much they could skip on that last time they played border. So I would like to see the drone work to be a little bit better, the entry work to be a little more deliberate. It felt that there was a lot of missed drones, a lot of just like people not really knowing what they were swinging or what they were looking at. On the flip side, for Wildcard Queens, I want their attacks to maybe be a little quicker. It felt like they were stalling out on some of these pushes, especially when players like Ellie would just run around and be able to play these power positions to a T and collect 2, 3, 4, even 5 kills at a time. So I want Wildcard Queens to be able to have backup plans for when those initial entries go wrong. What will they do to recuperate that loss and still be able to have a dog in the round?
That is very true, because the last time we saw these two teams face off, leaving both of the Ellies on the board was dangerous, and it was honestly harming Wildcard Queens in the way that they would just kind of stall out, and then both of the Ellies were just kind of running circles around them. Two very good pickups for this KittenKweens roster. You know, they've been with them now since the beginning of this tournament, and yeah, I mean, there's nothing left to do now but see how this one goes. This will be map 1 of the lower bracket semifinal here in the BLITZ Queens Kickoff tournament. It's Wildcard Queens and KittenKweens once again.
Alright, going into the operator bans, KittenKweens have the first ban on attack, getting rid of the Dokkaebi. I think I like this from KittenKweens. If their drone work is better, they won't really need the Dokkaebi as much to clear out these drones, and a lot of their players do tend to like those lurky and ratty positions, so that definitely favors their playstyle to get rid of that operator.
Hello to Paula as we see the Blackbeard
I
getting
go,
banned
Paula.
out. It's zero surprise whatsoever. I casted my first match the other day where Blackbeard wasn't banned, and I was stunned. He's one of the #1 bans that you will see all across the board right now. And another very important one, I would say, is Mira on border specifically. If I'm not mistaken, Mira was banned out last time these teams played against each other on border. Is that correct, Rennie?
I honestly can't recall. I don't remember seeing much Mira, but I actually want to talk more about these attack bans having Blackbeard gone, but that still leaves Blitz and Montaigne both
It
up.
does.
Back in Harmony, these KittenKweens players were pretty formidable on the shields, so
Oh, yes.
I'm curious to see if Blitz, who is very powerful on this map, and Monty, who I think is a personal favorite to play on border. I love playing Monty on border. I'm curious to see if that'll be a mainstay of the KittenKweens attack strategy, or if they will simply go for a more default take. The Mira being banned away by Wildcard, though, does make a little bit of sense, though I'm surprised that they would ban it rather than kicking and playing into it. Feels like it would fit the way they like to play this video game.
Well, the same thing could also be said about the fact that they might not have wanted KittenKweens to get their hands on the Mira, as sitting in Nadian over there with the Mira is just adding fuel to the fire of the fact that that is such a good spot that you can sit without a Mira to begin with. So sitting there with a Mira, it might have just been a preemptive ban, so to speak. I feel like they really didn't want their opponents to be able to get their hands on the Mira in the corner strat. But yeah, you see Secret reinforcing Nadian over there, getting rid of the hatch as well. I'm expecting 1 or 2 different Wildcard Queens players to be floating around that area, I would assume. But yeah, I mean, only time will tell as we're now getting into this attack.
Clearing out from Valley over, it seems like KittenKweens are going for a more east side approach. Clearing out the catwalk, droning it out. Mines sitting on the east stairs though might be the initial entry point here, but Ellie seems to have another never mind, she's getting the default cam. But here they are, droning out break, droning out the top east, seeing what footholds they can make into this map. This is a map where attackers can set up lots of very difficult crosses for the defense to deal with, but they don't drone out well if they don't know what's happening and they make these small mistakes. It's very easy for the defenders to pick apart those attacks and create issues. Mine from top east getting the initial kill onto Adriella, definitely stalling this attack out a little bit. Ellie trying to get the refrag but can't get it. Almost gets into the wall, hope. But how will they recuperate? How will they compose themselves after losing the opening pick to Mine on this east stairs position?
I will say Mine is in such a good position right here, right now. One of the first times I've ever actually seen both Striker and Sentry ran at the same time, by the way. Fun little fact there as we see Mine on Sentry and Striker. Going down now at the hands of Paula, sitting in her little cubicle over there. She did so much work last week in that little spot, and now she's doing a little bit more with a triple. Paula, the Rizzler. She's giving him the Riz face. Ellie does end up taking the Riz face out, though. That is for sure. Ooh, you gotta love what you're seeing here. It's all up to Ellie. Ellie knows she has to swing in somewhere and do something. Ellie does have to get something going here. And she does not end up getting it. Mine. She had a pretty good idea where she was coming from. She ended up having the shield to sit behind. And she ends up ending that one, ending Ellie's life to take 1 for the Wildcard Queens.
That was a very convincing defense from Wildcard Queens. KittenKweens not even able to clear Mine out of this top east position and funneling through break door, giving Impala a very easy 3k on the round, but it was difficult. It's definitely a difficult round for KittenKweens to try and get on the board, and Wildcard came up.
Paula with that triple. Mine hopping on over to that shield, making sure that shield was put to good use even after the round was seemingly over already. As we roll right on into our bottom bomb site here, it's going to be the bathroom and Teller's position. Very standard site to hold if you are Wildcard Queens. They did it pretty effectively the last time we saw them play on border. Basically the same op lineup as well. We're seeing the Aruni brought, and we're also seeing the Fenrir brought. And I'm not quite sure if they had a Legion or not, but either way, seeing Mine stay on the Sentry makes me believe that she's got a little bit more confidence that has built in that operator and how she wants to continue to use Sentry going forward.
Getting to the action phase, the attacking lineup from KittenKweens is not featuring any of those shields, which I'm pretty surprised to see. But the Brava, I think, is a pretty good flex pick into the amount of BPs that Wildcard Queens are bringing. 3, actually, from Secret, Tex, and Cassiopeia, respectively. I think that the info game from Wildcard has been pretty good so far, even though it has only been 1 round, and Brava might be able to help deny that and help the attackers with their own info game. Still going for the Z overtake though, being a little more conservative this time. trying to clear out. I think it's Cass up there.
They just saw shots run through top east as well. They ended up getting Adri over there to make sure that everything is now safe and sound. At least they're trying to have Adri cover their backs. They had a pretty good idea based on the shots as to where that one person was, and they are staring straight down the barrel in the exact direction of Cass. Cass was that person. Cass ended up hopping up a little bit further.
With 2 bodies right on Teller's window, I wonder if KittenKweens are going to try and go for something quick, maybe a cheeky little sight hop in. Only 3 drones left, and a minute 30 is still in the round. It'll be hard for them to go for a more typical take, and Impala and Mine both on the board will make that even worse. A 3v5 for KittenKweens, your striker and your ace down, but that's a nice trade from Maddie to hopefully even out the odds just a little bit. Oh, and she hops right into sight, pushing in. Does she know about this player bottom east? She just runs right past her, doesn't even see her on her screen.
Oh, Maddie gets a double.
One. The swing from Mine just not connecting, a rare whiff on Mine's part.
She needs Ellie to get in there.
But Cass here in this bathroom position will make hopping into that Tyler's window very difficult. In secret, also creeping up, knows where they are. Cass with a really nice shot onto Ellie.
No diffuser anymore.
Making it a 3v2. Maddie still in the site. Has to do something to even out the numbers. It's not enough. Secret able to get the kill through the pedals, and it's just Adri on this Teller's window, seeing if she can work a pick in the 1v3, and looking nigh unwinnable, with only 35 seconds left and 1 drone out in the map.
She does have access to the diffuser though, so she could make a little magic happen here. She only has 20 seconds though. Gonna have to get in fast. She knows all these doors are open. She's gonna have to run straight past the footholes there. Gonna have to run down east and hope that she can get a pick or 2. She might have ended up getting one, and she does. She ends up getting Tex. Tex is off the board. She's got a straight shot into sight here. She's gonna have to get that plant down. She's going for it, but she has no choice but to stick it now. Never mind. 2 seconds left on the board. 1 second. She swings. Gets the kill with the bailiff, but did not have time to hop over into the other site and start planting. She would have been in a bad spot if she tried to do it there at the window. And it's one of those time-based victories for Wildcard Queens.
Wildcard played that 2v1 perfectly. Cass having the discipline to wait and then go for the swing last round, and then Secret playing full tuck. Realistically, they don't need both of them to swing. They only need one of them to go for the kill. So Secret just needs to live. If Adri tries to stick the plant there in the low time, Cass can come up and have that time where Adri is forced to hold F and not look and just shoot her in the face. And if Adri gets off plant, well, they run out of time. So really well played 2v1 from Wildcard Queens to clean out this second round. And starting from the back foot, losing those 2 opening engagements like that, KittenKweens definitely had a hard time trying to get into the round, but they made a pretty good effort with Maddie being able to collect 2 on the side hopping.
Maddie, ever dangerous as she always has been for this KittenKweens roster. As we are now swapping sites, we're in the workshop site now. You're seeing a little bit different of a defender setup. If you're looking toward the bottom left of your screen, you're seeing the bandit. You're seeing the Wamai getting the hatches here, along with Mine on the Malusi. A little bit different. You're also seeing Tex on the Capcan, so it's really all about the site that you're playing. Somewhat of the same kind of operator lineup for the attacking KittenKweens, though. They're going to hope that this round goes a little bit better than their last one did. They're going to need to execute a little bit faster, if you're asking me.
Just poking and prodding around the site, opening up these windows, getting info with the IQ scanner, seeing is there any pressure or is there any attention being held on this CC door.
Ooh,
but
beast.
Mine seemingly enjoying this top E spot quite a bit, playing it almost to perfection. Goes for some shots, gets a drone, and gets out. I agree with this from Mine. I don't think she needs to overstay her position here at all. I also like this position from Tex, right on Troy and radio. But Impala cleaning up Natalie. That's their Twitch gone. And Impala with a second. Where is this? This is an armory. Wow. Striker hopping in through radio, but Tex is long gone, having already dropped that hatch and made her way to workshop. Impala still on armory desk, alone on an island, no one there to help her, but I assume that small office hatch is open for her to drop by if she needs it. They have info on this Fenrir ratting around in bathroom. Will they get to collect onto him, or is he going to
Oh,
sneak
he
out?
ran. Perfect timing.
Ellie not able to collect, but Adri with the cut, so
Pushed
it
him
was
right
actually a
into Adri.
very good pinch from KittenKweens to try and somewhat equalize this bank out. Impala's still up on Tarnitas. Do they have info on them? Doesn't matter, Impala drops off. Lots of really great time wasted and 2 picks. Impala might just have won them this round, unless KittenKweens can make something happen in this last minute.
Exactly. Like, one thing I can say that I've seen that has been very efficient with this Wildcard Queens team as of right now specifically is the fact that they're not overstaying their welcome in any off angle that they've held so far against the attackers. You get a drone, you maybe even shoot a toe, it's time to rotate, and you want to make sure that you don't get caught out in the open rotating or get caught on your way back to site. Just staying as close as possible to site while also having some great off angles. It's one thing I can say that makes this Wildcard Queens team so dominant on their defenses. And they're proving it right now. Up 2-0, 30 seconds left. You're going to have to look for a hatch drop here. They're all 3 of the remaining KittenKweens are upstairs. And look at the Wildcard Queens. They're holding their angles. They know what's going to happen. For KittenKweens, they're going to have to win their gunfights and get down on the ground as fast as possible. Mine stopping Ellie right in her tracks. Tech stops Ellie as well. Mine ends up getting the last one as Adri took Paula out there just for a little bit of stat padding. It's now 3-0 for the Wildcard Queens.
I'd be surprised if we don't see a timeout here from KittenKweens. They've looked pretty toothless on these first 3 engagements, all losing those entries and all 3 rounds going to Wildcard. And yep, there's the timeout. What do you think they're going to be talking about here in this timeout, Ace?
Okay, so I will say one thing. Back in Harmony, I remember it was a Big Girls, which are now KittenKweens, match versus, I want to say they went against Red Goat, who are now technically kind of TSG Girls in this tournament. They were so dominant in the way that they ran the shield on border specifically, because it was a border best of 1. They need to be thinking, okay, we've tried it without the shields now. I feel like if I'm KittenKweens, I'm talking about possibly getting Maddie on the Blitz, because Maddie was so dominant on the Blitz during that game. I remember it like it was night and day in difference and remembering and whatnot. But it does not seem that is going to happen. I will say though, it is.
We do have Tekka repick, Ace.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, as of right now, it hasn't happened. But you're right. Anything is possible.
I do think Monty would also be a very good inclusion to this lineup. Their entries have been looking really lackluster, just getting chewed up by Impala and Mine. So having some sort of a Montaigne or a Blitz to make that process a little bit easier so they don't just get shot in the face might help with that. But it seems like KittenKweens disagrees with me, going for this standard operator lineup instead. 15 seconds left.
If they could just go a little bit faster with their attacks, they might actually end up being able to catch 1 or 2 different members of Wildcard Queens, lacking. Catch them, that where they aren't expecting it. And that's one thing I can say, like, they've been so efficient and fluent in their, you get a drone, you shoot a toe, time to rotate. If you could just go a little bit faster, maybe you catch them before they end up, getting a chance to turn tail and run like they've been so good at, in all honesty. But it seems as though they're going, once again, for a little bit more of a standard operator lineup here. It's basically the exact same that we have seen, but Mine off the board early, courtesy of Adri, is looking to be the tide changer, hopefully.
That's a really big pickup from Adri, and this is their first entry kill in the match. I think I'm assuming that's what they were talking about a lot in that timeout, but those entries not being able to collect is a very big part of why those attacks were stalling out. They just couldn't get a foothold in the map. Killing Mine, who is one of the more floaty players who tends to be able to walk where the action is, that might make it easier for KittenKweens to feel better about walking into it. And as we see, Maddie walking into top east, not getting her head taken off. It's a marked improvement from these previous rounds. Though, not having any of these Wildcard Queens players in Fountain, in Office, in Troy will make their aggress even easier. As I say, that secret proves me wrong with a well-placed C4 from under, blowing up Adri sky high.
The down and then the nitro. It's exactly what you'd love to see in order to hopefully get back on the board, but Maddie says not today. Take X down. Maddie gets a double, taking Paula out. Wow.
And with that drone, they know that archives are clear, so Maddie can just walk in here. But can Secret make something happen from bottom east? No, she cannot. Instead, she's going to go off and go up top middle. Cass, does she have the read on where this plant is going down? No. Maddie with a triple behind A chassis. Can she collect the quad? Yes, she can with a great wall bang. Maddie, the savior of this round, playing that entry perfectly, walking in, taking heads, and not letting anyone tell her what space she can and cannot take.
What a quad. That honestly unbelievable. She was on for the quad and then she just said, I'm gonna take it from you. I'm gonna take it right out from under you. Crazy wall bang, by the way. That is insane. And
she had the read. Check her
that
PC.
Is true. Check him PC. But no. Yeah, the plant going down. I mean, it was an excellent execute in all honesty. I feel like they finally might have actually done what they wanted to do properly. I feel like the strategy has just been foiled a little bit, so to speak, on the side of KittenKweens' attack specifically. Yeah, I feel like they just weren't necessarily ready for what was being brought to the table by the Wildcard Queens on their first few defenses, but maybe that timeout did give them a little bit more of like a different thought process going into it. Like, we know they're probably going to bring majority same operators and somewhat of the same lineup that we've seen them run, so why not change it up just a little bit, and it can go a long way with the way that we're, swapping the strategy around.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Running back to site, Wildcard Queens clearly saying, oh, it was a fluke round, they can't be able to do it. But I think on that last round, their biggest mistake, honestly, was giving KittenKweens so much space. They gave them all of Fountain and Office for free to just take, and KittenKweens, really great job to them on reading that, having the drone work. We saw the Maddie 4K, but what we didn't see was the drones giving her all that information, enabling her to happen, enabling that to happen. And I think that's indicative of a very good attack from KittenKweens, being able to very quickly get space off of the info from these drones. A lot of teams will not be able to they'll drone too far ahead, and then the drone will get shot, and they'll get no info off of it, they'll get no space off of it. KittenKweens not suffering from this issue, and Maddie able to collect a monstrous 4K off of it.
Maddie taking the lead here for the KittenKweens. They desperately needed to be able to get back into this, and that might have been the only way that they could have known to kickstart what is hopefully a little bit more of a demanding attack.
Attackers have recovered their
Barbed wire goes down. That's going to make pushing up a lot easier for the attackers that are coming through that way. Adri and Ellie being the main two. You got to believe that Paula's there, and with the proper drone work, they now know that Paula is indeed in her favorite little cubicle over there. She's risen it up. There goes that grenade. That's going to make her have to run. It does indeed.
I really like this play from Ellie, nading out Impala, creating that gap, and being able to walk in top 90. Oof. Do they know? They definitely know now. And Ellie stuck in this top 90, but Maddie actually the one credited with that kill onto Secret. Turns out they cleared out Troy really well too. KittenKweens looking a lot better on this attack, and Wildcard scrambling, trying to figure out how to react to this. Oof. Impala getting the pick onto the Ellie. That's her Flores gone. Huge utility, and CC control very firmly still in Wildcard Queens. But Kitten doesn't need that control. They're going for this East take. Can they solve the utility in front of them? Do they know about Tex in this fountain corner holding?
Oh,
instead
double.
Pushing up. Maddie getting
Takes
a 2
out.
Cass with the trade. It's a 3v3. But Ellie looking for the refrag. Natalie getting it instead. They have this CC control, but Mine with a great press onto the radio breach. Cleans up Natalie, and it's just left to Adri. Oh, wow, with the Fenrir.
Oh, the shotgun!
Into the 1v1. Does he know?
She gets it!
1 HP on both of these. 1 bullet is all it will take to clean it up from any of these guns. Adri wrapping around. It is Tex! A thrilling 1v1 to clean up round 5 and further cement Wildcard Queens' lead in this matchup. It was looking so good for KittenKweens. Every step they were taking looking like the right one. But these aggressives, these walk-ups, swinging these holes from Wildcard Queens. KittenKweens just not expecting it, not having the refrags, and unable to collect. Tex with a beautiful 1v2 clutches it out for Wildcard Queens.
Bully, we love you, but Tex just proved her point. Unbelievable 1v2. That was insane. The shotgun was so perfect. I could have swore that the shotgun took her out, but look at that. The pre-fire through the fin rear. Shotgun ends up taking out Elhi. And then it was just the elbow. Look at how much damage she did shooting her in the elbow with that shotgun. And then, man, just top shoulder. Wasn't much else that needed to be done. The shotgun had already done most of the damage for you. And now it's kind of like we're flip-flopping a little bit ever since the timeout by KittenKweens. It's now 4-1 Wildcard Queens. But what we saw last round and even the round before, I wouldn't necessarily say that KittenKweens are done and finished at this point.
Their attacks have looked a lot better in that timeout. Highly effective in speeding them up and being able to make them more confident on these entries. That last round coming down to a 1v2 clutch played well by Tex and definitely impactful in this round count, as you can see. I think can't be understated just how much Tex winning that round actually matters. 3-2 versus 4-1 is a world of difference here.
Exactly.
But KittenKweens can't be focusing on that. They can't let that shock their mental. This is a best of 3, not a best of 1. And we still have a defensive half after this. So they're just going to regain, collect their cool, and see if they can close out a 4-2 half on this Bathroom Teller's attack.
Possibility, as always. One person I would love to see get going is Elhi. Little Ace of Toronto kill update for you, as I am so known to do. Elhi does have 0 currently. The only player in the lobby with 0. The most, however, are tied between Maddie and Paula. Both have 8. We've got mine sitting at 6. And then a few 1s and 2s across the board. Adri is also at 6.
I think Adri has been showing up this match in a way that she just wasn't present for last time.
Very true.
Which does balance out a little bit of Ellie's lack of performance, but Ellie's the kind of player that can heat up at any time. I would not be surprised. And also, yes, it cannot be ignored that she is the EU player. It is difficult to play this game on high ping when everyone else seems to be running smoother than you. Her plays have been looking good. I really like that nade play to clear out Brazil and push up into 90, but it feels like the timings just aren't gifted towards her. She's getting sort of messed up. Maddie with a call all the way from outside onto Secret. Secret 1-4. Definitely not having the standout performance that we've seen from her that she can perform. But Secret is also the IGL of the squad. She's not exactly expected to perform as hard. Maddie, though, putting in a clinic this match. Definitely being the savior for KittenKweens in a lot of ways on this entry and in this aggression on the attacks.
Big fan of Secret. One of the better IGLs that there is right now in the women's scene, that's for sure. She keeps this Wildcard Queens team going. And it keeps people like Paula on their toes.
Wow,
but,
Maddie! The shotgun just not singing.
Ooh, she expected it.
That probe is very loud, and Maddie must have heard her. But mine, having this cheeky little angle into there, and then Cass with a beautiful swing cleans up Natalie in Darkshop. Traded out by Ellie, and there we go. She's on the board. Tex has been incredible this match for Wildcard Queens. 4-2, getting a lot of these impact frags, cleaning out Adri. Maddie, though, getting case down, and it's all up to mine in the 1v3. Can she play spoiler on this? No, she cannot. Ellie played that perfectly, able to get a 2 pieces of the round, definitely on the board. And what did I say? She can heat up at any moment. She gets 2 very impactful frags to clean out the round for KittenKweens. A 4-2.
Very true.
A 2-4 half isn't exactly what you want on board. You're definitely looking for that 3-3, even a 4-2 half on your side. But KittenKweens going 2-1 after their timeout, losing the only other attack to a 1v2 clutch from Tex. I think it's looking pretty good for them. The momentum is definitely swinging in their favor. Can they translate this to defense, though, or does Wildcard Queens have the read and have the ability to bump it up to 5-2?
That's very true. And one thing I do want to point out, the fact that Wildcard Queens don't have
Attackers
Bully,
need to locate
and
defuse
Bully
the bomb.
is such an important support player for them, especially on the attack. Usually we see Bully on the Gridlock or on the possibly on the Brava. Secret has also been known to play the Brava every now and then as well. And I want you to take a quick look, Rennie. Do you think that we have seen this strat before? Look at Secret, look at Paula, and look at Tex specifically. I see Cass did swap to Monty, but those three operators mean
10 seconds
something.
remaining.
Honestly, I've
Flores
never
now.
seen this. I've never seen this strategy before. I don't know what they could possibly be going for.
But see,
You know-
they're swapping it around. It's not like we haven't seen this one before.
Objective is to locate
What?
the bomb.
I don't know. Are they going for like an archives plan or something? Surely not.
Oh no, I thought you were joking
I'm being
around. No,
sarcastic.
they.
I'm being sarcastic. I am being sarcastic.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank God.
Um,
They do
no.
this so often. Oh, it might
Cass on
actually
the
work
Bravo.
out this time though.
Cass and the Bravo is a
Good.
really good flex pick for the if they are bringing the bulletproof to deny it, but no, Ellie still has that bulletproof in pocket unless that's a visual bug. So Impala on this window, I think the Bonsi is actually a really good inclusion here. Just protect
Oof.
that plant a little bit. But as I say that,
Check out
Zero
mine.
goes down. Natalie able to get the opening pick. I think that was on the other side of the map though, so
Mhm.
Wildcard Queen's still looking to go for this. And they do have a goo mine on this doorway. Does Wildcard know about it? Eris, Tex, outside of that AC window. Or not AC window, sandwich window. Ready to Amaru
They got
in.
the mine for her.
Cass is planning behind it, but
Oh.
Ellie with a great C4 goes in and Eris through the window.
Paula, get the
Secret,
frags,
getting the
Paula.
Secret, getting the plant down, gets C4.
The double.
A great read from KittenKweens, and it's a 1v4. Impala with a
Yep.
goo mine in her shoe. Pulls it out, has the DMR out. Peppering shots at this mute, but none of them connect. They went for something a little cheeky and it didn't work out, and it's looking like 4-3. Wildcard Queen still favored, but the match certainly closer than it was last time. I don't expect to see Wildcard taking a sort of soft tack timeout here, though. Like, they know what they did. They went for Rogue. They went for something fun on the first round of attack to see if they could, you know, increase their lead. It didn't work out as much. And unless we see something truly miraculous out of Impala, I do think KittenKweens will be able to close out this round.
We're seeing something that we have seen so often with this Wildcard Queens attack. It just didn't get the job done. I honestly feel like they're... I don't think this is a real stat, but I feel like they're like 0-7 when running this strat. They run this strat so often, and it just... I feel like it's never worked out, in all honesty. I feel bad for them. It does look like a fun strat, but it's just... It's something that a lot of these teams kind of prepare for. It's one of the only strats I can say that Wildcard Queens has constantly, you know, reused and tried to get value out of. Aside from putting Cass on Ace and telling her to open the wall. That's a pretty effective strat that usually works. But either way, like, yeah, I feel like that strat has not worked out for them as often as they wish it would have.
Well, as Cass likes to say, Wildcard are a team of fun havers. And while that strat might not be effective, it is certainly fun.
It is fun. Yeah, you're right.
Going down to this bathroom tellers here. Huge trap line out coming out for KittenKweens with the Fenrir, the Frost, and the Cap Can.
Bomb located by attackers.
It seems like they'll be extended a lot onto this top floor, using the castle, using the vigil to soak up the Wildcard Queen's time, maybe get a few cheeky picks with the Cap Can traps or with the vigil in a corner. Will Wildcard read into this? They brought the Monty for the rush plant last round, but it doesn't seem like he fits into their game plan as an overall strategy, not bringing them into that. And I know I've been talking a lot about that Montaigne, but I do really like him on border. I think he makes, especially when you're going against such a heavy sort of roam setup like KittenKweens is running right now, with Adri on this vigil, with Natalie on this cap can, even Ellie on this castle. Like, I really like Monty. It makes you feel a lot more secure in that. But Mine on Zero has the lineups, has the tech, is able to collect a lot of info from these cameras.
One thing I can say, she didn't really get a chance to use her cams last round, and now it's looking more like standard operating procedure for the Wildcard Queens here on their attack. basically the exact lineup that you would usually see. Like I said that you usually see a lot of Gridlock and Brava, another very prominent operator that is being missed right now because no bully, is Buck. This is the first time we've seen Buck be brought, and it's in Paula's hands this time. I promise you, if Bully was here, minus the strat, she would have been on Buck long time ago. Very, very prominent in the way that she uses that operator. They're probably missing her dearly, and now you have to put someone like Paula, who's a little bit more entry heavy, on a little bit more strategical of an operator, and that's exactly what happens. Adri ends up catching Paula off guard, who was hopping in hoping for a little bit of floor destruction, and she doesn't get it. She used 0 of her utility right then.
And Paula did have to make that entry though, mine sort of poking top east, and with the Vigil it is always hard to find her out, so I do understand how Impala got fried off that angle, but it's still definitely a loss not having that vertical play. And mine taking a chunk of damage from a Capcan trap, that's not what you want to see. Adri, wow, what a swing.
Wong.
Mine's a very talented player,
Oh my
but
lord.
wow. Adri on this SMG 12, I've seen her in the console players, I've seen her in the console crossplay 10s, I've seen her in the 3v3s. She definitely was on the receiving end of that SMG 12. She said, let me try it out. And with a 3-piece on the round, Wildcard Queens in a 2v5, I would say the SMG 12 is certainly singing for KittenKweens.
Adri now has second most kills in the lobby off of that, right behind her teammate Maddie. Most on the side of KittenKweens is Paula. Nat gets one over onto Cass, and now it is all up to the IGL secret. She misses her mark on Maddie. Flawless round. Maddie with a nice little headshot as well to end that one. And now it's all tied up once again.
Wildcard Queen's losing 2 of these attacks in a row. The first one, sure, was a bit of a cheeky rush plant. The second one, though, definitely meant to be a much more structured sort of default take across the map, trying to clear out these roamers, but the flotation from KittenKweens proving way too much for them, unable to even get a single pick in the round. And I want to highlight Natalie. Currently 4 and 5, even though she's not going even, she's been getting so many of these impact frags. Every single kill she's gotten has felt like it was important to KittenKweens. Getting the opener on the mine that last round, getting the kill onto the player walking down bottom east, leaving Secret in the 1v5, like, she has been so good on her role of this more backline operator, and obviously Adrian and Maddie are the standouts, 9 and 11 kills respectively, but that backline from KittenKweens is still looking strong. 4 kills for Nat, 4 kills for Ellie. Ellie having a quiet game, but with Maddie and Adrian doing what they're doing, she doesn't exactly need to be the star that she can be.
5 seconds left.
That's very true. I do apologize. This is the lower bracket final.
Defuse a bomb.
The graphic was not updated whenever I was giving my grandiose entrance speech to this match. Lower bracket final here. And it's looking like it, in all honesty. This is basically winner faces Lycus. I know that there are a few different conditions in order for either of these two teams to get there, and one of those
No, it is
would
winner of
be
this
to win
faces
this one.
Lycus.
Is that it? Oh,
Yeah.
You're right.
The loser of this is just eliminated from the tournament in 3rd place.
Okay, gotcha.
So, lot on stake. Lots of stakes on this match. These players are playing for a shot at Grand Finals, and that is definitely going to take some pressure on them. But a 4-4 for KittenKweens. And Adrian with another opening pick onto Impala. History repeats itself. She's too deadly. That Vigil's too strong.
Unbelievable.
I was looking skeptical of KittenKweens picking into this map after they went down 0-3 on that attack, but they've been piecing a lot of these rounds together super effectively, getting the last 3 rounds in a row, only losing to a 1v2 after their timeout. And Wildcard Queens able to equalize, taking down Nat, but KittenKweens look nigh unstoppable on this border, and clearly running it back, paying them dividends. The hatch is reinforced on this vent, and a minute 30 left. They can make good pace, but do they know about Adri in this 90? Might
They
go for
might
this
not.
flank. The Nomad will have to be huge, but oh,
Tex just got shot through the floor.
oh no, low health on
Cass
all
is
of
also
low
hurt.
health on this Nomad and this Buck. But with a minute 11 left, if the Buck is able to do their job correctly, they should be able to get an execute onto site
Ooh, you
relatively
see
soon.
'em.
You see the barrel of the gun. Mine, no! Mine,
Oh,
no!
but you got
1
swung!
HP! A great double swing from both Maddie and Adri there, I believe. Takes down Mine, leaves Wildcard in the 3v4, but site is theirs for the taking. Tex with the vertical, and Maddie with an unfortunate aggress right into an air jab. Secret will have to hop through this window and try and get plant down while Tex holds from above and Cass holds his main entrance. They do have both sides covered as long as Secret hopping in and planting. Adri doesn't even look at the main door. Cass with a great off angle to hold for
Plant
it.
goes down now.
Fenrir lit up and Ares getting the kill. It's a 1v3.
The timing on that.
This tertiary site is so difficult to hold once the attack gets that top floor control if they're able to make vertical in time. Ellie with a great kill on the cast makes it a little bit easier, but does she know that Tex is on this top floor and Secret is outside?
She
The Grim
thinks
Beast
she
coming
does.
out, making it even more difficult. Topping this, Tex can't get the read onto it. Ellie, does she sink it? Oh, so close, but Tex with the buck shotgun, able to clean it out in the end. Definitely got a little bit close there, and it was a little spooky, but with the Grim Bee pings and the buck above, and the Grim on the window, it looked a little unwinnable, and it definitely was never supposed to be that close for Ellie's defuse climber.
So
5-4 for Wildcard Queens on the tertiary site. KittenKweens will have the two favorable sites up to them though. Will they be able to bring it to match point themselves? Will Wildcard be able to win on one of those more difficult sites and bring themselves out to match point?
so unbelievably close as we take a look at these highlights really quickly from that last round.
Locate and defuse bomb.
Ellie took out Cass and then almost stuck the diffuser. It was not supposed to be that way. You had your buck up top, ran out of bullets in both the shotgun and the assault rifle. Almost ended up getting the defuse, but it did not end up happening. And now, yeah, it's 5-4. Wildcard Queens. They're going to be hoping and praying that they can at least push it to 6 before KittenKweens gets rolling again. Because what we've seen so far is KittenKweens are basically the sleeping giants in this matchup. If you let them drop, if they drop 2 to 3 rounds, it's gonna be time to wake up. And once they lean up, lock in, wake up, you know, get a little sip of that coffee, they are ready to go. They might already be down 0-3, 0-2, anything like that, but it's just snap of a finger. They have clawed their way back into this, and now they're making it way more convincing than some of us even thought it was going to be. It's only 5-4 right now, but it's got potential to go 5-5. It's even got potential to go overtime from what we've seen so far.
I'd be very surprised this match doesn't go to overtime if I'm being honest, Ace. I would like to highlight Tex here though, 7-5. She has been playing her role incredibly well.
Very much so.
Especially for a sub who, in all honesty, I've not seen sub in for Wildcard Queens
Me either.
much. So, huge props to Tex, getting them a 1v2, playing that buck role. It was nice to see Tex on the buck. Impala having some struggles with the gun, having some struggles with the operator. She clearly wasn't feeling it, so I'm glad Tex was able to pick it up. And as someone subbing for Julie, it was certainly appropriate that it would be Tex to pick up the buck role instead
On the
of Impala.
buck, yeah. I was thinking the same thing. Just your standard Wildcard Queens execute. Here's what I'm seeing, what I'm looking at, what I'm feeling here. They don't have to worry about the tap cam time though. That is one thing.
With a minute 40 into the round, minute 30 now, not having the C-Swall open is a little curious. Wildcard Queens seemingly still out in some of the util game, but it doesn't look like KittenKweens are holding this too hard. I don't see anyone in Troy. Oh, unless I'm mistaken, never mind. The Goyo is in
Yeah.
Troy. The outlines are just a little blurry on my screen, and Tex is down. finished off by that impact nade. It's Ellie in her favorite spot. How could I ever think for a second there wasn't anyone here? This is like Ellie's favorite spot on the map.
This is her spot. She got an ace here. Come on.
And she looks like she's piecing together another one. A 2-piece into the round, 3 players left. Can she get an ace like last time? Still playing this position, and it seems like Wildcard just does not have the answer for it. Cass getting lit up by Ellie, who is on a sliver of HP, but they don't have the answer. Adri getting lit up. Cass has been so good. Impala hopping into the radio window, able to clear that power position, but traded by Adri. Well, down. The trade not completed yet. But in an effective 2v4, it's Cass swinging out for Adri. Can she collect and get her teammate up? No, she cannot. She's going for the res instead, but surely they're stuck here. That's a difficult spot to hold. Adri instead peeling off, not holding it too aggressively. With both players on such low HP, it'll be difficult. Secret able to catch it out, but oh my god, a double from Secret. This looked nigh unwinnable, but with a 2v2 now, do they know Ellie's prone in this corner? No, they do not. The shotgun sinks.
Shotgun.
Huge double from Ellie to clean it out the round, and what was looking like a decent 4v2 attempt from Wildcard Queens, shut down by that mute shotgun, singing pellets and raining lead on the Wildcard Queens.
It's just the combo of the shotgun and the SMG-11. I mean, there's only a few operators in the game that have that, and for good reason, because I'm talking ragdolled her across the room with the shotgun and instantly pulled out the most, not necessarily the most powerful, but the most powerful in the right hands secondary gun in the entire game, and it was basically wraps from there. We'd seen it once already with the shotgun and then the SMG-11 earlier in the rounds, a few different rounds ago, and yeah, it came back again. KittenKweens have really proven to be stalwart on their defense. They have proven to be a stronghold, so to speak, on their defense. They are, in all honesty, they're completely nullifying at over half of everything that Wildcard Queens try to do whenever they're, when it comes to droning, entering the building, anything. Like, they're just everywhere that they need to be at the exact moment in time that they need to be there. And it's proving leaps and bounds. It's proving dividends right here, as it's 5-5 now. I mean, you're right. It probably is going to go to OT with the way these two teams are playing.
We talked a little bit about it in the pre-show, but it looks like almost these rosters have like flip-flopped from the last time we saw them. KittenKweens looking incredibly well composed and having these crosses and trade games ready, and Wildcard Queens having a lot of sloppiness on their attacks, relying on this gap hitting, unable to really make the main push work, and even stalling out on a lot of their entries. It's an interesting dichotomy to see, but with Wildcard Queens having a round on the board from this attack, they'll need to get at least another one in order to get overtime. 2 more here if they want to close out in regulation. And can they isolate this one player in Armory, Maddie, now in break room? Does she have the hatch open in order to get out? It seems like she's able to escape for the most part, rotating into 90, getting out. Really great clear and making great pace from Wildcard Queens, being able to get Maddie out in under a minute, but you would have definitely preferred to have the pick there. Regardless, making great pace on this top floor take, and that's definitely different from what we saw last time after Adri got a 3-piece and essentially destroyed the Wildcard Queens attack on their last time they attacked the site.
Look at that, they're using Paula and the IQ scanner to their advantage. They saw that Nat had swapped back onto the cap can due to the droning that they had been doing. Proper droning, so to speak. They had been doing a lot better with it the past few rounds, and that's proving useful only if Adri could stop killing mine. It would be a lot more useful for the Wildcard Queens if mine could stay up. Going 6 and 9 is not like her. Text also goes down, and just like that, there's a good chance here that we see KittenKweens take it to match point. I mean, what on earth are we watching?
Ellie also able to go clean up the buck. It's going to be a very difficult attack for Wildcard Queens. They do have this bathroom hatch open. I'm hoping they have some vertical done, but how will Wildcard Queens execute onto the site? I assume they'll try and go for this bathroom hatch drop. And
attackers bombed the
with the
diffuser.
Therese Malkans now too in Ellie's pocket, it'd be very difficult for Wildcard Queens to be able to make a foothold in this round. I think this will be a 6-5 for KittenKweens, getting their first lead in the game right on regulation match point. Cass holding this teller's window though. Does she have the read? Just shoot! Cass, just shoot! Adrian's right on the other side of the screen! Impala with a huge kill onto that smoke. Wow! Getting this case down, and she might just
Cass
prove me
is-
wrong. Wow though!
Whoa!
Adri downing Cass outside of this teller window.
Oh!
Another one! It's a 1v4 for Secret, unable to collect Cass, but with plant down, this is winnable.
Oh, Secret just has to watch plant now.
Be
But she
incredibly
can't when
difficult.
they're all defusing.
Adri getting picked off. Ellie picked off. It's a 2v1. Nat
Oh, she pushed her.
upstairs.
Nat pushed
Maddie
her.
upstairs, and Maddie gets the kill.
Oh, man.
Absolutely massive game for Maddie. Nat killer. Nat, shoot her in the face, please. Aw.
And I don't know if they know that Cass is down or not.
They definitely do.
Ooh.
I would assume that'd be the first thing Adri called out when she got that down onto Cass. A little dicey there. It was a really good attempt from Secret in that 4v3,
Oh, she
being
almost
able to
had that,
kill.
man.
She was able to kill the person holding hatch from above and the person defusing, but the double aggress up east, a little too much for Secret. Unable to collect Maddie, and a wildcard timeout
Perfect
right on the
timing.
precipice of losing regulation. They do have this tertiary site, so I think that they're going to try and talk about how are they going to take this ventilation site, assuming KittenKweens goes there, and how will they calm down going into overtime to close out this game.
I was just about to ask you, if you were to have asked me what KittenKweens were talking about on their break, what do you think that Wildcard Queens are talking about on their quick little timeout here?
I think KittenKweens understand that it's very difficult to hold ventilation, and if they do end up going there, they'll have to hold on to this top floor a little bit more and stall out the attack, because if you just give them top floor for free, it's like not for free, but if you give top floor quickly, like they did last time, you will just get that ventilation window, and it's damn near impossible to stop that. So Wildcard definitely looking into how are KittenKweens going to try and play spoiler. And KittenKweens definitely scheming for how they can close this out in regulation.
As we see some of the highlights there, we're rolling now into match point for KittenKweens. It's 6-5 now. This is the first lead that they have had, and they have proven to be very, very, very strong on their defense so far. In my opinion, looking better than Wildcard Queens did on their defense, and we know how good Wildcard Queens are on the defense usually. So, I mean, that's really saying a lot in my opinion. KittenKweens really proving it here, and they have a chance to close out map 175 right here.
5 seconds to insert.
I think that despite being such a close game, this is actually a far shout from what we saw last week.
To locate a bomb.
Both of these teams do look much more well composed than they did last week, especially KittenKweens on these defenses. It feels like everyone is sort of contributing, though Adri's definitely the all-star. It was definitely the Ellie show last week, and it felt almost as if the defenses were just Ellie go kill, but I really like what I'm seeing from KittenKweens on these defenses, especially on those armory defenses. Like, it's night and day how KittenKweens are playing this map, and I see why they picked into it. Can they win the tertiary site to close it out in regulation, though? That'll be the true test of their mettle as defenders. Or will they have to go to OT? Cass, be
They're
careful.
going to try their hardest not to.
Cass, be careful on that sandwich rappel, getting lit up on a shred of HP, but Gridlock, one of the few 3-armor attackers still in this game, able to survive with a decent chunk of health. Adri on this archives desk also, peppering shots at the drones. This two-man duo of Ellie and Adri, certainly deadly for KittenKweens, but will they be able to make it work out this time? Mine cleaning out Ellie, and Paula cleaning out Adri. Maddie, though, does get a trade onto Cass. That is your Gridlock down, but with a minute 30 into the round, full vert control given to Wildcard. This is looking very good for them on their attack. Now it's time to start isolating those rotate holes, going for this ventilation workshop window, or ventilation window, that I'm sure that they want to plant on last time. Mine with another
Double
kill onto
kill from
Ellie
her.
through the vert. And it's up to Natty and Maddie. Just a little rhyme there, unintended, to clean out this round. Maddie is on the Echo though, so if Wildcard ends up taking too long, that Echo drone could be huge in denying the plant. But with a minute left, 4v2, great vertical control being made, all the crosses seemingly held. I think this will go the way of Wildcard, even with those Echo drones. Natalie peppering shots through the bathroom, even though through tellers, even though there's no one there. Now holding the Archives hatch drop. Wildcard cleans, setting up for this ventilation window execute. They have Tex upstairs holding the rotate hold. They have Secret outside main door. They have Impala on ventilation window.
Down.
Maddie does have the denial with the Echo drone.
She didn't
Or
get
not.
it.
I just lied.
Yep.
Whoopsie. And Wildcard have just evacuated the building. Maddie!
Oh, 3-2. What?
Frying the girl outside main door. And
Oh!
wow! What a shot from Maddie!
It's 2-1 now. Wait! Ah, the gridlock
The tracks,
tracks.
Does that count
Oh
as a trade for
no!
Cass? Does Cass trade out her own death, I think?
I think
that counts.
yeah, I think that did.
I
Yeah.
think that counts.
Oh, if they would have gotten rid of
Cass-
those, I think that was it.
Well, how would they go? Yeah, Cass.
That
from the
is true.
grave
How would
getting,
they have?
Cass getting a revenge from the grave for the nasty shot that Maddie hit. Mind you, it is not easy to win that gunfight on main door.
No.
Also, that run out, incredible. Maddie definitely.
She got the kill on it too. That's insane.
Maddie definitely feeling it, letting her prowess shine, as we would say. Well, we would say something different, but I don't think I'm allowed to say that on broadcast.
We would have, wouldn't we?
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
But KittenKweens do have this OT side, and they have not lost either of their two main bomb sites on this defense. So
OT
Wildcard
now.
Queens will
Yeah.
have to go for something. Secret on the Blitz, please stick it. I've been asking for some
Say,
shield play this whole game.
please.
Secret, please, you're the IGL. Do you see the vision that I see?
Do you see the vision? She
The
might.
vision. I think the point of Blitz though is to make sure that KittenKweens cannot have any vision, if anything, though.
KittenKweens have just been so prominent on the defense. Like you've got to shake it up in any way possible here. I think and this might be what they need.
5 seconds.
Wildcard have been known to pull out the Blitz, and she does look like she's sticking it. They will pull out the Blitz when, especially on their clubhouse, which, on purpose, I'm a good caster. I was teeing it up. That was intentional. They have been known to pull that out on their clubhouse, especially when they go for that CCTV window rush. So definitely comfortable on it. Though I'm surprised to see Secret and not Impala running that Blitz.
That's
And-
another thing. Maybe they've been saving some of their shield play for club because that's guaranteed second map.
Tax is already pushing up to this armory head holes. Wildcard already making a lot of headway, and I know they haven't made it into the building, but it doesn't even look like KittenKweens are holding the CC all that actively. Paula being able to drone it out with this Bravo, clear out some of that util. I think that they're going for an armory take very quick, though. Cass with Case on top of these stairs seems to disagree with me. Maybe is it? I wonder if that's a bit of miscommunication or if that's just the Wildcard strat book of push one side and then have Case solo lurk on the other.
I mean, we've seen it before. I think Cass is starting her
Yeah.
slow rotation back.
I think she's making her way over, and Secret through Blitz window, going into Brazil, taking the CC immediately.
The barbed
This
wire, I
is
was wondering
really
where
good
she was
time from Wildcard Queens having CC control with just a minute 20 off the clock. Pushing on armory door, Cass definitely going up. Can they already start setting up for this execute and plant? Impala getting the kill onto Ellie will make it a little easier, clearing out the smoke nade util. The only real denial that they have on this plant outside of swinging gate are these C4s. And with Tex on the O side, those C4s will have to ring true if they want a hope of winning this round. Wildcard might get their first attack onto this armory bomb site here with a frontside take. Cass trying to poke her way in. Tex getting
Why
another
are they
kill
not
into
letting
Maddie.
Secret go in?
Oh my god, Natty on the angle though. She gets one. She'll have to go even huge here though. But it's Tex with a double kill. These impact frags singing absolute choir for Wildcard Queens. And the Blitz,
She's blinded.
but she's gone. Down bottom main, left in a 1v4. A Blitz staring down her. This looks nigh unwinnable for KittenKweens. Taste going down. Impala! Assassin's Creed with the shotgun. It is 7-6 for Wildcard, their very first attack onto anything other than tertiary site, and what a time to get it. going back on the defense, it's been 7 rounds since Wildcard Queens last
Oof.
defended on this map,
Oh, I know.
and they will have to close it out here if they want that 8-6 on the KittenKweens.
They're gonna
KittenKweens
have
looks
to
so good on those attacks. Will they be able to do it?
I know they're Wildcard Queens are gonna have to show their true defender prowess here in order to make something happen. But in all honesty, it's gonna be really hard to shut down the Rizzler at Ermin Paula on X. She has been literally a game changer, a difference maker for this team. 13 kills, she's got the most right now. She's been arguably more impactful than their usual top fragger, Mine, as well as Tex, subbing in for Bully and just going absolutely haywire, just doing everything properly and correctly. It's obviously she has to have known these Wildcard Queens players for a while, but it's like she fits like a glove with this team. And in all honesty, the strat book,
10 seconds remaining.
a platypus with a fedora could probably wear, could probably read this strat book and get something out of it. It's such an efficient. They have such efficient strategies in the way that they defend and attack that, I mean, in all honesty, like I said, yeah, anybody could read it and probably get value out of it because of how sound they are at what they do.
I like the way you said it. Tex, despite being a sub, seems to fit into this roster perfectly. And it doesn't even look like, she's getting lucky or, being blessed. It feels like, no, she is playing these rounds incredibly. Her positioning, her utility play has been phenomenal throughout this game. And I'm incredibly impressed. I would be very surprised if we don't see her in the next iteration of whatever women's tournament comes next if she doesn't make a team proper. She has been absolutely incredible this game. Very much giving Wildcard Queens an in many of these rounds. A double kill on that last round to get them their first attack on a main sound site. Will KittenKweens be able, however, to replicate the performance that Wildcard Queens just had? Impala in Brazil, holding that angle onto break door, swinging out. Can they clear her the way that Wildcard were able to clear out that spot just a round prior?
Not much happening right now, just a few angles being held. You're going to want to try to play this a little bit safer than usual if you're Wildcard Queens. The fact that you know that KittenKweens can be a little bit more slow and methodical with their approaches sometimes. You're not going to want to do anything too hasty. You go down 5-3 early, and look at that. It's 5-4 now. Just as I say something, Secret swung out a little too far. Did not necessarily anticipate Maddie being where she was, I would assume.
Mine, though, getting the refrag onto Maddie. Natalie trading it back, though.
Thought it was Paula through the floor for a second.
Really good for KittenKweens with a 4v3 here. Impala Impala just floating around in Brazil, trying to make her presence known, but it's being incredibly difficult. Ellie and Elhi from underneath, proving too much, and Impala gets caught out. It's a 4v2. Looking really good for KittenKweens, but Tex in this corner. It seems like Natalie has the read, but a little bit of shoddy recoil control, and that gives Tex the kill. It's a 2v3, Cass with the cross, trying to swing out onto this player top east. Does she have it? No, she does not. Deimos bring it down, but
it's up to Tex.
Left it a 1v2. She won a 1v2 from this position just a round ago. Can she replicate that performance? She will have to if she wants to win the round out. But KittenKweens definitely do not want that, wanting to tie it up and win their own map pick. They start pushing up here. Tex not able to get the shotgun. Adri with the pre-fire. And it'll be max over time on this first map. The Battle of the Queens, much looking like chess, and it'll be one round to decide who takes the map pick of KittenKweens, the best of one place where we saw them go overtime just 1 week ago.
If you want me to be honest with you, this has been more of a attacker roulette, so to speak, than it has been anything else. The attacking side has done a lot more when it comes to winning and keeping the advantage than the defending side has. I'm not going to say a name or anything because you know how prominent Wildcard Queens have been on their defenses throughout the entire team, the entire time that this team has been together, and yet the attackers have just been running the show. KittenKweens on their attack have been running the show, but it's also the exact same way when you look at it on the side of Wildcard Queens. When they have been on the attack, they have been showing, okay, KittenKweens, we know that you're pretty good at this defending thing in the video game of Rainbow Six Siege, but it's always been, at least throughout this match specifically, a little bit more of a attacker-sided fair right now. I mean, the attackers have been getting the early picks. The attackers have been getting the pressure in the right places. And whether that be Wildcard Queens or KittenKweens, it's proving beneficial, in all honesty. I mean, we're max OT right now because both teams know how to do both, but one thing can be said
pretty good.
more than the other is the attacking win. Well, there's no Amaru.
Okay, yeah, I was getting flashbacks for a second there, but it looks like they're gonna go for a pretty standard armory take again. That Osa looking incredible, bringing the glass over the blitz and having Mayan on the hip. Certainly an interesting choice. I wonder how it'll pan out for them, because that blitz was so effective in clearing out CC for them. I'm surprised to see that they aren't bringing it again.
Oh,
Wow,
the run out.
and that's Maddie, the second best player, or no, the highest kills for
Yeah,
KittenKweens.
she has 17, yeah. She
Adrian
was
at
also
15.
docked, too.
Yeah, that's a good run out, but just not fine able to collect that kill and enjoy it. And it's Tex on this armory balcony again. She was able to collect 2 last time. What did we have?
Oof.
Well, that is certainly an answer for the Yosta. You know, you can play your fancy chess games all you want, but if you just shoot her in the face, that doesn't really matter.
Sometimes
much,
that
does it?
works, I think.
Just shoot the forehead. Booty strat, just
Shoot them forehead.
4v4 though, still having the Sosa shield here, and it is definitely making it difficult for KittenKweens to swing out onto this armory balcony. Impala with the smoke nade on two. They know, however, that it is clear. A drone coming in should confirm that for them, and they should be able to get this control. A minute 20. If I may, I think KittenKweens are giving up this space a little too easily, and they have been doing that on a lot of their defenses. It feels like that they will get a pick, then they'll rotate off of these power spots when they really don't.
I would say you're very correct in that.
Will they be punished, or is this just a strat? I guess only time will tell with the round. Impala on catwalk, sort of on an island here. The rest of her team holding out towards Armory and CC. Clearly going for this next where they will plant on the doorway. A flash grenade rings out, but it's Adrian on the warden. She has a C4 in pocket, but that's a hard lineup to get the Osa shield
You're going to have
for.
to hold that.
That Ace Breach might actually make it a little bit easier, though. Will she creep up and try and play tucked on that desk? No, just instead playing on that bomb chassis. Gets a kill on the cast. 2? What? She gets 2 from there. Oh my god. Adri with the 4v2.
The headshot. It was the headshot.
Wow. It's looking dire now for Wildcard Queens with a beautiful 2-piece. And Adri, mine and Impala both on this. Adri with a third.
Adri!
Wow. What a way to end the map. Adri getting a 3-piece with the SMG-12. Harkening back to those bathroom tellers defenses. Harkening back to that visual play. A great map. 8-7. Down to the wire. And it is KittenKweens edging out on top. What a way to start the series. But once again, this is the best of 3. We will have Clubhouse and maybe even Consulate after that.
Definitely a possibility as we run right back through everything that you saw and a little bit of a replay before we get ready for that second map. Some could say that KittenKweens have edged the Rizzler.
Please never say that again.
I was just gonna leave a little pause there, but yeah,
That's
they
awful.
definitely. I mean, they edged them out right there at the very end. It's not. It was definitely Adri. It was 100% her. That it was all her. She carried the workload for the team there at the very end. She might not have been in the best position, but when she got that headshot on the attacker that was coming to the Osa shield to try to replace the teammate that had just died there, it was all but over at that point. She proved very beneficial to this team, along with just the absolute craziness that was Maddie dropping. I think she dropped either 17 or 18. Like, whoa. KittenKweens definitely are here to play. They showed that. And it's a possibility now that if they win this next map, they're going to the grand finals.
I think the theme for this map is definitely one of resilience. KittenKweens going down 0-3, being able to close it at 8-7 in the end. Wildcard Queens even
Look at that.
losing 3 rounds in a row. The resilience shown from both of these teams to try and close out each round fighting tooth and nail to get this overtime, to get that side swap. It was a beautiful 3-piece from Adri. It might have been an unfortunate way to close out what was otherwise looking like a really great round from Wildcard Queens on that round 15, but both teams have been incredibly resilient throughout that series, and I think it just shows the level of experience, the level of leadership and calmness, even when stakes get hard, even when momentum is against them. Both of these teams will fight tooth and nail for every round, and this was definitely a closer, definitely a better matchup than what we saw last week. I think if this map was anything to show, Clubhouse will definitely be a banger between these two maps. A much more comfortable map for Wildcard Queens, but it seems KittenKweens have had much better fundamentals on the border. I'd love to see that on display going into map 2.
That is very true. You could have said it. You literally could have flipped a coin as to who was actually going to end up winning this. It goes down to the absolute wire. 8-7 victory for KittenKweens on map 1 here in the BO3 that we're doing here today for you guys. Border was that first map, 8-7. It went to KittenKweens. Now we're going on to Clubhouse, where KittenKweens will have the chance to advance to the grand finals later today. So stick around for that, as we will see you right on the other side of this little break.
You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, I just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling it. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I
fool, I don't even care. I want you to listen to what I say. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I'm not ready for being loved. I need more time, a little more. I'm not ready for being loved. I'm walking home, I'm walking home. I've never been desperate to find someone who loves me. Yeah, I've never been that way. I have never been, I have never been. I'm finding a way, I can even feel well, but I want you by my side of my all day. I know I'm a fool, I don't even care. I want you to listen to what I say. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I'm not ready for being loved. I need more time, a little more. left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over right now, but expect to forget about it. Watch as the breeze burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. I can't tell you apart from them. You can't tell either. Will we love or fall in deeper? Tell me, darling, what is it you want? How the mind doesn't work like it used to. As I know I remain a danger to me, to you. Going altered by the moment, dear. And as the days turn idle, sweet on survival. I'm on fire, waiting your arrival. I never expect to be saved without it. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. I'm swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. It's out of my control. You set the play in motion. Couldn't be a bigger ocean. Tell me, darling, is this what you want? Oh, and all you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold in the water, cold unless you're keeping a disguise. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. So very clever, leaving me to wonder what you hide.
All the barricades, I wanna know why they hold me back. Need a miracle to break me through, but I won't get that. If I was a real wonder, then I could save me from turning around. Lift me off the ground, and one day I'm free. Yeah, I wanna be a real wonder. Heaven lift me up from under. Wishing I could be somehow stronger now, so I can fight away all the pain inside me. Never be afraid of the fate that finds me. Wishing I could be stronger, so I can be a real wonder.
If you wanna be a wonder, baby, come and show it. Tell me what you feel in your heart and your soul. There's nothing I would take for granted. With me, we'll make it through. Takes two hearts to fix heartbreak. We grew apart, I made a mistake, but I'll try to make it up to you, my darling. Ooh.
Yeah, I wanna be a real wonder. Heaven lift me up from under. Wishing I could be somehow stronger now, so I can fight away all the pain inside me. Never be afraid of the fate that finds me. Wishing I could be stronger, so I can be a real wonder.
love me like you love JT back in '03. Up on MTV on a stage wearing shoes made of diamonds, singing songs about you like a siren. No, I won't be what you seem to need, cause I don't see what you seem to see. Ain't got troops in a crowd all united, ain't got you screaming loud and excited. I can't ever be the Backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, I'm not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your Backstreet boy. You'll never want me like you want CDs from the 90s, like you want Mac Clean, and I can't say to your face I don't want it that way. You seem stuck in the decade that you were born. Open one day and wake up on a tour bus headed to Rome for a Coliseum concert with thousands of crazy fans looking up at the stage at me dancing, knowing I'm your man. I can't ever be the Backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, I'm not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your Backstreet boy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is map 2 of the best of 3 here. We've got for you Wildcard Queens, KittenKweens, 7-8 max OT for KittenKweens on border. They have a chance to go to the grand finals here.
We do have a sub though, KittenKweens subbing out Meow Matty for Kato. Meow Matty was very impactful on that border match, dropping I think 17 kills. So
17.
It'll be interesting to see how the team performs without her here, especially on Wildcard Queens' map pick of Clubhouse. Banning out that Blackbeard first is a very reasonable ban. Blackbeard is kind of a menace to go against. I think if I saw mine, I'll sit at my screen on Blackbeard, I would not have a good time.
They got rid of the Dokebi as well. Nothing changing for the side of the attacker bans from both teams. Valkyrie, though, being banned out by the Wildcard Queens on their map pick of Clubhouse. They didn't want KittenKweens abusing the extra 3 cams.
The Valk was actually really good for Wildcard though. I'm surprised to see them banning it out. I don't think KittenKweens were really. I mean, Natalie was running that Valk actually very prominently, so it does make a lot of sense for them to ban it out. The mirror ban from KittenKweens, same as last map, I believe there was a mirror ban.
Yep, there was.
So not that surprising. Mirror very strong in Clubhouse as well. Pretty standard ban phase, I would say, from both of these teams. But it does leave Monty Blitz up. Please, let's see it, please.
Maybe they did have a chance to think about it. I'm not sure.
I know the shield meta is horrible, but I am still at heart a little bit of a sucker for the shields.
You gotta hope that they've got something in their back pocket to hopefully close this map out quick and just go ahead and roll us straight into Consulate. I mean, if you were KittenKweens picking into a Wildcard on Clubhouse would just be literally writing your own death sentence, basically. So Wildcard Queens picked this one themselves. They're obviously very confident on this map, and they're just going to have to hope that they can close this one out a little bit faster than last time, because even though they didn't win, they still did go to max OT on border.
Well, KittenKweens running this full bunker setup, reinforcing the Moto hatch. Adri will probably be off on an island, just sort of roaming out on her own, seeing what time and tick she can waste. But with the Cade, they're definitely trying to play more conservative. I am surprised that we don't see a tuber out from any of these players, especially like if Ellie's already running that DMR sitting at site. I wonder why the Aruni over the tub, but I also just love tub, so that might be my own personal bias. Opening up Dirt Wall, Impala making a lot of good initial progress, and Cass and Tex both starting out. Wow!
Ooh.
Okay. That's your Rooney gone. Huge opening pick for mine. Immediately making a statement. She got the opening pick last map. She gets the opening pick this map on the opposite side, running that line on that secret repel.
We were expecting more from the Wildcard Queens on a map that they're so heavily favored on every time they get brought to it or come to it themselves. We've been seeing, we saw a lot of good siege out of them in that last map of Order. But now we're really going to have to see how confident KittenKweens can be in the fact that they've got a chance to the grand finals riding on this, and mine is just trying her hardest to shut all of these hopes and dreams they've got down. Another kill from the secret window. That's 2 now, and she finally hops in. And her job is practically done at this point. She's got 2 more lion scans. Throw them out, and you're good as gold.
Minute 30 left on the clock, full control of this top floor and mid floor. Wildcard have, and the 2 picks, Wildcard have made incredible pace here, and they're looking very well situated to win the round. It'll be up to KittenKweens to somehow disrupt this push, but Buck, sitting on that bar, hasn't even started making vert yet. Very curious. I wonder what sort of style of execute that Wildcard are going for. Are they trying to get this kitchen hatch open? Are they going to go for this motor drop? Having no answers for the Cade here, not running a single EMP on their side, they cannot get any of these hatches open, especially if Kato plays this Cade trick well. Does that, I wonder if that hib denied the Cade charge there, or will they have to just force down blue? Because even though they are in the 5v3 and have significant man advantage, if they just have to force down blue down main, that is very difficult. So
Mine has been sitting on blue for a little while now.
And Paula's all the way up in
as
dirt.
well. Fighting Kato with her, like her life depends on it, and Kato ends up getting the pick onto Paula. No more dirt presence. Adri ends up swapping Secret out. Adri also ends up getting mine. Kato ended up getting the kill onto Cass, and it's looking pretty good for the KittenKweens here, and they get it. Adri runs around behind Tex, takes her out, and now it's 1-0 KittenKweens. I mean, it's not necessarily what you would have expected coming into this one, that's for sure. Wildcard Queens being a little bit more prominent on their defense, especially on Clubhouse. But yeah, seeing them drop an attack this early, could that be spelling disaster for them?
I mean, I don't know. I think it was pretty predictable, honestly, that they would lose this 5v3. Like, sure, they had man advantage, but like, they just didn't have the util play for it. Ellie, with so many smoke nades in pocket, getting this hatch open so late, despite having the control for a minute 30 before you even get this hatch open, like, that's not good from Wildcard Queens. They need to know that they have that space and that they can start making this headway. There's no reason you should be stalling out when mine's getting 2 kills off Secret Repel and all of the roamers have fallen off. But very good on KittenKweens, even in the man disadvantage, to be able to capitalize off of that play. Like, I know I'm being harsh on Wildcard here for losing that round, but on the side of KittenKweens, it's still not easy to win the round. At the end of the day, it's still a 3v5, even if it was funneled and sort of one-dimensional as it was. So, absolutely huge performance from Adriella with the 3k, and Kato being able to get to denying that dirt push in order to capitalize off of the stalling out of Wildcard Queens despite the 2-man advantage.
I mean, in all honesty, it kind of needed to happen, right? Like, they might not be able to hear you, but somebody's got to be a little bit harsher on the Wildcard Queens. I mean, they were looked at as the consensus number 2 coming into this tournament, in the fact that they did end up, they didn't put up the best fight in the world on Lycus Vampire in that best of 5 finals, but they got there nonetheless. They were looked at as the consensus number 2, and they're here once again like they were going into that final against Lycus last time those 2 teams met. They're back here in the lower bracket finals, but this time they might have actually met their match to an upgraded, to say the absolute least, Big Girls, now KittenKweens roster. I mean, they're looking a lot better than I could have ever imagined them being. And Wildcard Queens does deserve a little bit of the bashing here, in all honesty. They really don't even look that. They were just at the man advantage right there, but they still don't look that good as of right now.
For what is widely considered one of the most fearsome maps to take Wildcard Queens on, they don't look nearly as scary, I guess.
Fierce, yeah.
Natalie getting a kill onto that hard breach is really bad. I question why Cass is even swinging that hatch in the first place, but Tech's able to get the man advantage back. Killing that Azami in construction is definitely a boon for this attack. How will they solve it from here, though? One player in 90, one player in bathroom, one player in logistics. This is a very typical three-man situation coming out from KittenKweens. We've seen it a million times if you've watched any form of comp. And Impala with Case on the Deimos, dropping down. Tex, so good in this last map and on this one. Sort of being the hero that Wildcard Queens needed. Kato able to trade it out, but left in a 1v3. It'll be nigh unwinnable. Few key shots missed onto that mine in 90 as she swings back into bathroom. Does Kato have the read on this player? Yes, she does try to pre-fire it out, but it's too tucked. She cannot have the angle. She'll have to try and find a pick elsewhere. Deimos playing in Master gets the one tap.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking for a lot of that about how Wildcard Queens didn't look as dominant, and even though they did just win that round, it was a little less convincing than we're used to for them to, when it comes to them winning their attacks on such a scary map as Clubhouse is for anyone going against the Wildcard Queens on it. But yeah, I mean, KittenKweens, I feel, still have a lot of the momentum, especially with the way that they ended Border and the way that they started here on Club so far, where they were up 1-0 there for just a minute. I still feel like the momentum is a little bit more in their favor, even though Wildcard Queens did just even it up at 1.
Yeah, winning that 3v5 definitely hyped up the squad there, and even though they did kind of get mollywopped in the following round, like, even though it was a 4v1, I do believe genuinely that that round could have gone either way.
It could have.
Tex was on a shred of HP, and had Ellie collected that kill, I don't think Wildcard Queens win that round. But
exactly.
KittenKweens seems to agree with me, running back this gym bedroom site rather than trying to go for a tertiary one. Bringing the Warden and the Azami again, like, this does look like the same setup. I do question bringing the Bandit without the castle, though. What will Bandit be trying to trick here? Because it is very difficult to trick Jacuzzi Wall without the castle on that gym window. But it seems like she's still gonna go for it. Secret on the roof. Looking at these windows, waiting for a cheeky hop out. That doesn't seem to be coming.
We've said it once and we'll say it again, a little bit more of the standard operating procedure so far for the Wildcard Queens here on the attack. They really got to get something going, but at the end of the day, there is still 2 minutes and 13 and counting, and you do already have Paula top rafters, so you're doing a good enough job as of right now, but you have to keep that pressure on. We know how KittenKweens adapt to the pressure. Ooh, that was definitely not a whiff. That's a whiff that she's going to want back. Gonna make sure she doesn't whiff this time with the shotgun. Ellie looking to get one over on the mine, possibly. Adri is hurt now pretty bad.
Cassiopeia
kill
getting
here. Yep.
Cass 0-3 here on this hard breach with the case has been getting absolutely slammed by KittenKweens. The aggression paying off in spades for them. But it's a 4v4, mine trading Ellie back out, and that's her mute gone for Thermite. I think that's a damn good trade for KittenKweens. I'd take that trade any day.
Can't forget how low health Adri is right now, though. Adri. Oof. Elhi is also now pretty low. Kato ends up taking Mine out, though. Mine was the one who had swapped a little bit of HP with Elhi there for a minute.
Adri getting another kill,
Adri
getting traded
gets
out.
Another one.
The trade game is so good for KittenKweens, and it's a 1v3 Impala on the window. Like, this is going to be a very difficult round for Wildcard Queens to win. Kitten definitely being rewarded for running back this gym bomb site. Adrian's been so good in both of these maps. Currently 5-2, getting these impact frags, almost winning her team the last round, and then also getting a 2-piece in this round. being highly effective.
It's just falling in their favor. In all honesty, it's more of a little bit more of an even playing field now. I feel the momentum has kind of fallen a little bit more toward the middle, but like everything is falling in the exact way that KittenKweens need. Like, you can get traded out, yes, but if you're already up 5-4, the trade game is going to benefit you at the end, where you are the one who has the last operator standing. So it's like it's been falling perfectly for KittenKweens in the way that, yes, they've been losing players where they haven't necessarily wanted to lose them, but losing them at the right time can mean so much. And so far, they've done it well enough now and played their cards as well as possible in order to be up 2-1 currently.
Kato's been also very good in these last 2 rounds. We were talking about her subbing in for Maddie, who dropped an absolute crazy 17 bomb last map. But 4-1, playing these hard support roles, this Bandit Trick, this Cade, she's definitely playing her role incredibly well. And I love to see it from KittenKweens, having this versatility that even when what was their highest kill player of the game last map has
Second
to leave.
highest.
Second highest? Adri ended up? Okay.
Yeah, Adri
Second.
had 18 and yeah, she had 17.
Second highest kills still. One of their star players from last map
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
ended up having to leave, and they're still able to look cohesive and have these rounds together. Just shows the sort of chemistry and prowess of KittenKweens up 2-1 on this defense. They're running back basement, and I will say, last time they ran basement, in all honesty, Wildcard probably should have won that round and been quicker with their util game, but I think KittenKweens have a few tricks up their sleeve to try and stall out this attack a little bit more. Wildcard are a team that is very prone to stalling out, and Adri has a bit of a read on the striker in
Or
garage.
another one if possible.
Oh
No.
The slightest engagement, neither able to get the kill, just a little bit of scraps of damage traded. And Adri scampers back down secret. Natalie with the kill onto mine. That's her Ash gone.
Again, your entry is now out.
How did she even get that kill? She's down in basement. Incredible.
I have no idea where the angle came
Queens,
from, but
in the 4v5, they do seem to have the read though that this site is clear and that they can start going for these hatches. But it'll be incredibly difficult with Kato playing on this Cade trick. Is this tech? I've never seen this lineup before.
She's primed and ready for it. I'm not sure if it is comp or not, but
as soon as EMP hits the meadow hatch, I imagine that Cade charge is gonna come flying through those feet holes to try and get the wall, or try and re-electrify the hatch. And
hey, whatever works.
Looking at the side of Wildcard Queens, outside of Hibana, like outside of this EMP on the Impala and Tex. Outside of the EMPs, they don't have an answer for this. Able to get the Cade charge on the third one. Kato threw it out. You can look at the bottom there on the HUD. Like, it sounds like they got the hatch open though either way. And because now that she is missing this Cade charge, it'll be difficult for her to trick the kitchen hatch. Maybe that lineup wasn't everything it was cracked up to be. But wow!
Double C4!
You know what? Who cares? Who cares about a Cade trick where you just C4 the hard breach? Wow, Kato.
Man.
Proving me wrong every step of the way and looking stylish as she does it.
Maybe that was her lineup. The Cade Claw was just a facade.
It was a facade. I think she heard me talking about it. It was like, let me show you something cool. But Tex and Secret getting 2 back on blue. Ellie trades it back. It was looking doable for a second, but 1v3 drops down blue, smoked off on both rotates, 15 seconds left. This is looking unwinnable for Secret, and it's going to look like to be a 3-1-half for KittenKweens going into these next 2 defenses.
She swung through the smoke and had
the 3-way cross.
That's
kind of unwinnable. 3-1 for KittenKweens, and they'll have to run a tertiary site here, having won both gym and basement back to back here.
They're gonna run CC though.
What will they do here? How will they make this work? It seems like Wildcard Queens are already set up for it. They'll win the Blitz through CC window!
Stay the Blitz, please! Stay the Blitz!
I would be very surprised if they don't stick to Blitz, to be honest. They're also bringing the Capitao. It's a very typical way of denying this bandit trick, though. KittenKweens not reading into it. I'm surprised that I don't see a Wamai on the side of KittenKweens for Rafters to maybe deny this Capitao.
Might not have
or
had a. I'm not sure actually.
maybe they didn't have the read. Maybe they did, but they were expecting the blitz play. Kato on the Legion, helpful for denying these walk-ups and dying these hop-ins, and Goyo is always, you know, useful for that time stall, making sure that they can't just push in through a doorway without
20
having to wait
seconds
those
of
20
fire.
seconds. Azami, a menace on Raptors to clear. Any ranked player who has sat on Garage Door looking at Azami on Raptors, you know that is not a fun place to be.
And it was a surprise to not see a zombie banned out in the first place, but they opted for the Valkyrie instead, which honestly could be just as impactful. But yeah, you look at the CC take that they're gonna have to try to do with that zombie still up there, unless they can get a lucky pick. It's gonna be really tough.
Mine switching to Twitch here with the F2. Will she be able to control that recoil? Probably. It's mine after all.
Probably. It's mine,
But,
yeah.
the Twitch is a very good counter to the Goyo cans and to the Legion mines. I think we're going to see something very quick here. Maybe just trying to zap off the goo from CC window here with this Twitch.
She's going in with the Twitch drone now.
A lot of stall on this breach zone. It's incredibly quiet from Wildcard Queens. I think Kitten might have the read that they might be trying to go for this hop-in.
They had a mute jammer right there. That's what it was.
They weren't able to get the garage walls opened up either, so they don't have any fire for the breach Ellie on this bandit trick. Like, we can see that Cass is missing a thermite charge, and there's no... Oh shit, there's no EMPs left. They just have to go for this construction.
And she's in, just like that. She gets rid of Nat. And now she can open that construction wall, too.
Or are they rotating the bandit over? Yep, bandit's right there, and this trick should come through. The mute jammer is stopping that bridging charge from getting placed, and with no EMPs, it'll be incredibly difficult to get rid of.
Maybe go below. That seems
I think that's what
mine's gonna do. Yep.
It's still 5v4, minute 20 left on the clock, but I have KittenKweens winning this round. To be honest, the lack of points of egress or points of ingress definitely going to be very difficult, and with Ellie killing mine underneath. With mine going down in bottom garage, it'll be very difficult for Wildcard Queens to get rid of this mute jammer. Impala goyoed off, and we talked about it earlier in prep phase. It'll be this time stall just gonna be crucial to KittenKweens.
It's gonna have to be. It's gonna have to be. If they're gonna win, I mean, it looks as though the thermite did go out though. Paula,
they're playing
lining
sexy
up the
back
smokes.
in my ear, dude.
Paula's trying to get the smokes up. Double kill from Elhi.
Cassiopeia is in the site on the bomb chassis. She might be able to get plant down.
Triple
but a triple
from
kill
Elhi.
from Adri's going to be trying to push up, denies the plant, and then Eric, or Tex, with the hop in onto CC window, 1v2. It might be a little winnable, but with 15 seconds left, it'll
No
be incredibly
plant.
difficult there. Case down on the ground, and Adri playing on this bomb chassis. Yep.
Oof.
Ellie
what
cleans
a
up with the
swing.
4K.
The
A
4K.
great round, and that's a perfect site rotation from KittenKweens. On Wildcard Queens' map pick, 4-1 up. I expect to see a
4-1
timeout.
is insane
I
as
expect
well,
to see
yeah.
a timeout here from Wildcard Queens to see how they can get this round back and maybe also prepare for the defense. But as I say that, it doesn't seem that they'll be taking it. Maybe just trying to brute force it. They'll know that this defense will most likely be on Bedroom Gym, but we'll see. There's a really good play into construction through Impala, though. Big props to Wildcard for recognizing that this front take is not going to work out. They don't have the tools necessary to get garage, to get wall open, and just full rotating for a con-sided take. Unfortunately, they didn't have the tools for that either, so the take just stalled out.
I am interested to see, with no timeout being taken there, how are Wildcard Queens going to make their mark? How are they going to make a difference within this match and actually, like, they're playing sexy back in my ear now. How are they going to make their impact on this round? How are they going to make their mark on this round and try to bring it back for themselves because they're down 4-1 right now.
The Ying might be a great play for that, just flashing it out, but Adria's been a killer on this Warden with the SMG-12, so... Ying doesn't counter Warden. Warden counters Ying, so... We're trying to counter out Adri. That Ying won't do shit. Maybe for the Tsunami, though. Ooh, the wall's staring at me. That actually spooked me for a second.
The eyes, the big eyes. I was just
It looks like
thinking
two
the same
massive
thing.
eyes. I was like...
It does.
I was about to make a point, but I just looked at it. It like spooked me so bad I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, whoa.
They don't have the map, they can't do the W.
I mean, there's no one there, though. Why not just hop in, right?
Well, Ellie is on this top red, and they do have someone in cash. So it'll be a little... Oh my god. Dance. Work it, King. But no, in the meanwhile, Wildcard Queens are setting up. They're simply just waiting outside of these breaches, looking for a point of ingress. Sitting inside gym, Impala takes down Kato, Adri down
got her
in
up.
cash room. But being left back up, they seem very isolated. They won't be able to rotate through Khan because of this window being open. It's going to be really difficult for them to make a impact in this round. Adri does have the long angle, but with an SMG-12, that is a rough fight to take. But if anyone can do it, I think Adri can. Impala joining up main stairs right now. Minute 30 left on the clock, and Wildcard seem to be getting ready for this execute. Do they know about Ellie prone in this bathroom?
In the
Doesn't
bathroom,
seem like they do.
yep.
Cass getting plant down. Gets off of it. Mine with the kill onto
Mine.
Adri. Plant is now getting completed.
Ooh.
Natty gets the kill onto Impala. Secret trades it out. Ellie
The shotgun!
hops out with a
Oh.
no, a huge whiff.
Attackers have
Ellie
recovered
left in the
their
1v3, but with a minute left on the clock,
She's
she has
planting
to
right
read on the
there.
plant. And that's a kill. It's a 1v2.
She got her.
Ellie might have it. She has to read. Secret in 90. The King Candela going out. Ellie
Pull
will
your
have to
9V
wait it
back out.
Has the reload for it, but Ellie Yang is swinging. Wait,
You
he's
see
near
her?
her.
What?
1v1, but Tex in lobby
No.
gets the trade, and it's a 1v1. Tex credited with the clutch, but wow, what a messy execute from
Oh,
Wildcard
man.
to get 2-4. That is not the half you are looking for if you are Wildcard
No,
Queens. You
no,
want
no, no,
minimum
no.
3-3 on that attack on your own map pick, and closing out Jim like that. That is surely a shocker.
Oh,
But
man.
they do get
She
the
was
round.
on
They're
her
still up 2-4.
screen. That was crazy.
That was a spooky clutch attempt for many of them. Ellie could have killed the Ying. He getting the kill, but getting it a little bit late. The panic setting in on both of these teams, but going on the defense. Wildcard Queens certainly more comfortable on that side. Will they be able to bring it to 3-4 and make this round count a little even? Or does KittenKweens have something up their sleeve to make it 5-2 and further their lead?
This is the first time they've attacked so far. They see that they're downstairs, and there's a guy in collegiate, goes by the name of Sonder, and he has once done something in the same way that Ellie could be doing right now, and that would be the fuse shield rush plant down main through the side of the A bomb site.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Doesn't have the shield though, so that might not end up being the case. But yeah, had my hopes up there for just a second.
Nah, she's playing Fuse for the utility. Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Real
yeah.
real Sigmas play it for the shield.
For the shield, exactly.
The 4-man shield roster. That's what I want to see. Or 3, I guess, because Blackbeard's banned. Anyway, gooning aside. Mine and Secret playing in this first floor while the rest of their team stays downstairs. Secret on the Mozzie, that rate of fire. A deadly gun in any skilled player's hands, and Mine on the Legion. Definitely a fan of that operator. Running both the Mozzie and the observation blockers, it'll be incredibly difficult for KittenKweens to drone them out and get good info, but it seems like they're making good pace anyway. 50 seconds down and they're already taking kitchen, already pushing on the doors of main. Elhi walking up.
Oh, she almost whiffed onto Secret too, but she didn't. Ellie gets one onto Cass as well, and guess what she got it with? Disgusting. She got it with the fuse charge. She wasn't looking for it. Mine ends up getting Adri.
Mine with
Mine
another
gets
one though.
another
Absolutely
one.
Dudley in bar.
It's
Bomb located by
even
attackers.
once again, just like that.
Kato trying to take bar here, but Mine is tucked in that corner. Does she know? Mine has been so deadly in this bar position, almost winning them the round here if she can get this kill on
She
the Kato.
does.
But wow, with the
Ooh!
trade!
It was the trade.
Fuse and Hibana, your last two, is a pretty good spot to be in on the attack, though. You have that hard breach, you have those cans, you have those flashes. You can certainly make this work. It'll be difficult, though. You'll have to go for this kitchen hatch drop with Moto being electrified like this. Tex still has a C4 in pocket, and Paulo with two
Yep, she's gonna have to use it
impact
to get rid of that
nades.
pest.
And they need that Sojourn there to get this information, but if they can isolate these two, they know they can send this drone down main and have a cutoff. And if they know the armor is clear, they can go for this drop and go for this plant here. But
Only got
Impala
30
and
seconds
Church
now.
might be holding it. They'll have to flash her out. Natalie does have 2 stuns in pocket, 30 seconds left. Getting ready for this execute. Just holding,
They need to do
waiting.
it now, and that's.
They
yep,
have
you
great
said it
patience
best
here,
yourself.
great util play. But Tex, C4 pre-ripped, getting ready for this drop. Second flash goes out, and that's the drop. Starts planning, holding F.
C4
misses. Ellie holding from the hatch. Paula making her way up. The feet
She's gonna
just
get the
not
plant
able
down.
to get it. Plant does get down, but immediately traded. And Paula down. It's a
Ooh.
1v1. Ellie from the hatch. This is heavily favored for the attack. It is incredibly difficult here, but will she pull a diffuser?
She's gonna
and
get her
drop?
up.
Is she gonna try and drop this hatch while the revive is going off? No, she is not. Her name is not Diffuser.M80. It's a 1v2, and Paula on 20 HP, flanking up the main stairs. Surely they've info.
You
3
have to
armors
hear
here.
her now, right?
No, it doesn't seem like she does.
Yep.
Ellie in the 1v1 gets a little
And
bit.
she
Ellie
got her!
with the 1v2 clutch. An incredible play. Mine made it close, getting those 3 picks out in bar, but KittenKweens with a beautiful
Oh.
2v2 played to perfection. I could not have played it better if I had wall hacks. And that's a 1v2
Wow.
for Ellie. Played incredibly.
It is
5-2 for
5-2. It's 5-2. We're in your house, Wildcard. What are you doing? The clubhouse is literally where you were born and raised, all 5 of you, and 6 if you count Booley. Like what? I cannot believe that.
I have to
you
ask.
said it best yourself. Played to absolute perfection there.
I have to wonder, what is Cass's favorite James Bond movie? Because it seems like she's a big fan of the 007.
007.
I'm sorry, Cass. I love you. I'm sorry. I had to do
Oh
it.
man, it's honestly interesting and surprising to see that Cass doesn't have any kills so far.
Yeah, and they put her on the tube, so clearly they have an idea. They want to play this a little more concrete and laid back. Tex on that Kate again, trying to deny these hatches and make sure that KittenKweens cannot get the hatch open and will be forced to go for another execute. And we saw that when KittenKweens were able to deny that and stall Wildcard Queens out, even though Wildcard had a 5v3 in that very first round, they still lost it. That loss certainly stinging and coming back to bite them. Ellie on the Ash, 9-4, a far cry from her performance last game. Feeling more, I guess, in her element. Kato, 7-4. It seems like the substitution for Maddie and having Kato on this hard breach has not been hurting the team at all, which
Not
I
at
do
all.
love to see. They definitely aren't relying on these hero plays, even though they are, you know, of course, helpful. Secret riding around with that vigil in gym, just trying not to get spotted. But Adri with the IQ scanner. This is a hard counter to this vigil play.
Mm-hmm.
The question, though, is will KittenKweens do their due diligence and find this vigil, force her to use that backpack? Or will they
Not
get a
currently.
little sloppy with the droning?
She's using it now though. If she would just pull her scanner back out, and she did, might be able to tag her here.
We don't know
Use the
that.
backpack to its fullest extent too. She had time.
2 minutes left. The secret has pulled off, and she is in pool table. You see her?
Ooh!
No! Secret with a huge opening pick onto
She
Adri.
missed her.
And this is a 5v4. The roam still proving deadly. And Wildcard Queens are doing a bunker setup here. It is very difficult for Wildcard Queens to win this. Cass
A
with a big C4 to get her
nitro.
first pick in the game. And what a way to do it. Blowing Ellie sky high. That is your can openers gone. That's her fuse utility gone. Nat is your last hope for hard breach here. It seems that they have an inkling of mine here on this bottom garage position. Ellie dropping into pool table. Has Vigil fallen off though? Vigil is deep in strip club, holding, hiding, waiting for the opportunity to make her attack.
And that's where Nat comes in. Nat is over there making sure that if Vigil comes out of Street Club, she's going to meet the end of her Type 89.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Not anymore, though. Maybe she did end up getting past her as she rotates now back to kitchen. And might even be looking to go in through dirt. Some very prominent dirt plays happened a few rounds ago, only to be snuffed out by Kato. But now Kato is going to be one of the ones who could possibly be going down there, as we do see the silhouette of a defender who could possibly be over there watching. As Kato and Nat are now fully into dirt. Not in dirt is the defender, but it looks as though it is Tex. Tucked in that corner pretty deep. Paula also watching now.
It's a 5v3 with really good crosses here, but
Ooh.
wow! Kato smokes Paula off of that.
She's gonna smoke her again! Whoa!
Kato doing her best Maddie impression here, getting 2 on the entry. With K's in hand, it's a 2v3. This will hurt really bad if Wildcard managed to lose this. It's mine in the 1v1. Mine. Able to clean up house. It looked really bad there for a second for Wildcard, and it's up to mine to clean it up in the 1v2, but it should never have gotten that close. 3-5 for Wildcard. I would not be surprised if they take their time out, even though they won that round here. It is looking dire straits. Kato should not be able to walk in and get 2 like that. That is not how you play a crossfire. And this is a map defined by those fundamentals. They need to look better here.
Though. Last round was one of the first rounds we had seen mine on the Jaeger, and it proves prominent. It's about as important as saying Bolo on the Zofia means nothing. I mean, mine on Jaeger, she always carries her weight in gold whenever she picks that operator, and she's picked him again, and look at her now. She's 10-6, top kills on her team. It could have been the map, it could have been the vibes, it could have really been anything, but when you get your top fragger going, you let her choose, you know, who she wants to be when she wants to be them. Let her get back on her comfort pick, her strongest operator in Jaeger. You're gonna see success. You're gonna see
10 seconds remaining.
good things are going to happen. And so far, it's looking a little bit more like good things are starting to happen for the Wildcard Queens. Being down 5-3, that's definitely not a good thing, but slowly crawling back is what I'm seeing.
With the gym bedroom defense, they're doing the top red shield extension, and if KittenKweens have read into this, they don't have any real hard breach now. They do have the mute on the side of Tex, but with some well placed dynamite charges, you can still get the wall fully open even if it is muted off. So I wonder if KittenKweens will read into the fact that they're doing this extension and be able to hit site direct or try and flush out all of these players. The Hibana from Agery going to be useful for clearing out these castle barricades and establish these cutoffs. This is very much a strat that relies on being able to fall back and peel these layers of defense. And with Ellie in bottom garage, we'll be able to walk up red at a moment's notice if they need it. Hard
They
breach
ended
looking
up
well.
getting the one wall open, you're right, and now they could potentially, if something is done about that mute, which Ellie says, hold on, I might be able to take care of this for you. Get the other wall open, and then those are the 2 main walls that you need, as the wall is looking at us once again. That open balcony wall over there.
Kato opening the construction wall here. Fun fact, if Kato were to simply turn the thermite charge 180 degrees, it would open the wall completely. Instead of opting for the vault, Ellie walking up red, but Impala has a read, and Ellie, sensing that maybe Impala was going to go for this pre-fire, backs off of it. Minute 20 left, and it seems like KittenKweens are stalling out hard on this attack, not even able to clear out this cache position. But they do have the hard breach, they do have the angles they need. Can they do something about Tex in this bathroom position? Mine killing Kato, that's her hard breach gone, that's her case down on the ground. It's not a good look for KittenKweens. Time ticking down as they plot their execute. Losing that thermite, certainly a blow, but how will they do it? Usually with 2 flashes, could flash out this bathroom player and have Nat try and swing in, but do they have the read on this? Do they know how disjointed this Wildcard Queens defense is, despite being 5-man up? Tux and Logi Castle will have the refrag if they do go for this and swing out into 90. Mine with a second onto Adri. That's your other hard breacher gone. Hib down. Natalie, the last of the hard breachers remaining, hopped into breach, trying to push up 90 here. Tex holding firm, prone on this doorway. That castle barricade, difficult to get rid of, right in the faces of this attack.
15 seconds left.
And they're all stuck on this
utility
main
left.
stair side. They'll just have to go for broke here. 4v3, 4v2. Slumber trading out deeply in the favor of Wildcard Queens. Almost a nice flick for Ellie, but this is 4-5 for Wildcard Queens. A beautiful defense, if I do say so myself.
That is
Stalling
very true.
out
That was a very
Kitten
nice
Queens.
defense to stall out KittenKweens. You're right.
I do have to
Stall them
wonder.
out heavy.
I do have to wonder what was KittenKweens' plan there. They seem to not really have any headway, just sort of waiting outside for someone to walk into their crosshairs. And the discipline from Wildcard Queens to not give them that pick, they didn't really have this ability to clear out even the initial stages of top red. So
Yeah, it's like they came into the round a little underprepared in a way. It's like, you know, they can do all the drone work they want to, but they might not have had the right drones in the right positions. They might not have had the right operators for the take that they were looking for. And it all ended up stalling really quickly. Like, it's not, it seems as though it was something they didn't necessarily have the right lineup for in their, you know, in their heads and in their strat books and whatnot. And it really paid dividends for the Wildcard Queens, because all they had to do was hold their position strong and rely on the slight setup that they had already done, and
10 seconds remaining.
it was basically a win from there, and that's exactly what happened. Now it's 5-4 KittenKweens, and you're thinking that Wildcard could come back and make this 6-5, possibly. I mean, they've looked good enough that it's definitely a possibility.
winning the CC attack is definitely difficult, though. One of the most tried and true sites on this map. There used to be a time where it was the preferred bomb site for ranked players across the world, so it'll be difficult for Wildcard Queens to throw a wrench in this plan for KittenKweens, and it looks like they're doing all the right steps. Wildcard not even opting to bring any hard breach denial. How do they plan on taking this, though? It seems like they're going for this garage frontside execute. Nading
Nade
out.
and Raptors. Oh, it got by the Jaeger.
Impala in bottom garage, mine in top garage. This will be a very difficult place to clear. Both of those players deadly. Mine frying Ellie. And that's your striker gone. That's your nades and your flashes gone. Mine 14-6, making Clubhouse her home. Clearly showing why this is a favorite for their team, but down 4-5. If they get this round, they'll be up 5-5 going into two of their favorite sites. Looking really good on these defenses.
Oh.
Kato with the trade, though, onto Cassiopeia, caught off on Greenbox. Looks like they're pivoting for this con side, and Kato does not have EMPs in pocket for this, so they'll have to go underneath. But
Hey, with a
Kato,
double.
another one onto Impala, trading out this Azami. It's just mine and garage, secret on stage with the no C4 in pocket, holding to the hatch, hoping to get a cheeky kill, and Tex on red stairs with the C4, holding that position strong with that SMG-11. These head holes mean that you won't need hard breach to open up the wall. Adri just needs to come in with her bailiff and open it up for them. The smoke nades from Ellie will have to go absolutely huge here, smoking off mine. That's her garage gone. But
Oof.
that hop in, ill-informed. Tex has the read. Easily shuts her down, trying to get that. But Natalie,
Oh.
a bad swing from Tex rewards KittenKweens. And that was Case on front side, so even though it is a 2v2, now a 2v1 as mine trades out, getting the kill onto Adri, leaving Nat left to fend for herself. Case outside the breach. She has the read, she knows it.
Oh.
Left in the 1v1, secret, top red, holding, playing ever so patiently. Natalie, waiting for the aggress, goes for this reload.
Attackers
It
have
seems
recovered
she
their
has the
diffuser.
read.
She got the diffuser
Does she
too.
have info? No, she does not. It doesn't seem.
She's planting.
On this A chassis, secret, creeping up, unsure of how to play this.
She
Goes
gonna
for
let
the
her get
pre-fire.
it. Oh no,
Natalie,
she
I
got
love
off.
playing it. 1v1.
15
Both of these
seconds to
players
go.
dancing around this red stairs. And it's secret with the
Oh.
pre-fire to clear it out. 5-5 for Wildcard Queens, but that just as easily could have gone 6-4. I have to
Oh,
wonder
my
what they were
lord.
doing. Bringing Case on front side, on a lurk. If they just committed to that con side, maybe they would have gotten that plant down, but Only we will never know.
Yeah.
It's 5-5 for Wildcard Queens.
Oh man. Wildcard Queens might be forcing a map 3 here. Unbelievable. This is tough. This is tough to watch if you're a KittenKweens fan and if you're KittenKweens themselves. Your momentum has slowly crumbled away at the fact that Wildcard Queens are just so prevalent on their defense. And they're proving it right here, right now. Same way that they have in the past. Mine swapping off the Jaeger, though. This could be KittenKweens' chance to possibly make it 6-5.
Given that's a 5-5 half, it does look like overtime is on the cards. However, Wildcard Queens have been playing these defenses on these main bomb sites perfectly, flawless in their defense so far, outside of that very first round. I do think there's a very good chance Wildcard can actually take this in regulation. Their basement defense looked very difficult to crack, and their gym bedroom defense stalled out KittenKweens perfectly. This attack will have to bring something new, something that they haven't done yet in order to prove that they can still win out these attacks. Losing the tertiary site, definitely a blow. But the game is far from over. Do they have what it takes?
Ended up wasting a sub canister. Did cast there.
That being said though, KittenKweens haven't brought a single EMP. Well, as I say that, my eyes glazed over Kato. Still having 2 EMPs though, Cass does have 2 freezes to deny both of those EMPs, so in terms of juggling the different EMPs, assuming both of them hit their mark,
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
you should still be good despite that unfortunate fat finger onto the
Attackers dropped the
wall.
diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Tech's going for this Cade trick onto Kitchen Hatch. And KittenKweens are making good pace here, taking top floor, even though no one is contesting it. It seems like there's no droning happening for Ellie, though. She does have that Jackal track to sort of see if there's any footsteps in the area, but not having any drones, I do question that. We've seen KittenKweens time and time again get caught off on these roam clears by mine, by these secret, and just, you know, lose bodies early when they really shouldn't. But if we look at the side of the Wildcard Queens, they are doing a full 5-man bunker, not even roaming at all. Which makes me question KittenKweens' droning. They did not challenge mid-floor or top floor at all. Why are we taking a minute 30 to clear out the map when there is no one there? Still, we have 2 people parked on top floor. This apprehension from Kato, you have a drone in pocket. No one is there. Just find out. Minute 10 left on the clock.
That's where
And only
Ellie's coming
now,
in at.
Minute 10 left on the clock, and only now are they even getting to these hatches. This is not a good look coming from KittenKweens, but they're able to start this Uto play now. Natalie with the hit, looking to get bar
might
hatch
get
with
another
Kato.
one.
I think she's going for this Cade Claw here with the fuse charges, but
A bomb has been located.
they don't have any actual like soft breach outside of the Jackal.
The attacker's
So-
bomb diffuser has been dropped.
It's not looking very good for KittenKweens, and I do.
Not 30 seconds left too.
They have no hatches opened. Creeping down main stairs here. 5v5 execute, no hatches open. This should be a lock for Wildcard unless KittenKweens do something absolutely miraculous here and treat up.
The Queens are gonna have to swing it, and they do.
Well, that's a great start from Ellie. 3v5. 2v4. I talked so much about how KittenKweens did not look good in this attack, but
2v3.
it is a
The
4v1.
plant's going down too.
It's a 3v1 with case down here. Secret does not have an in.
Have eyes on the diffuser.
KittenKweens
Attackers
might
need to
just take
protect
this
the
round out from under Wildcard's noses.
Diffuser's down as well. I mean, it's looking all but lost.
That's a beautiful shot from
1v2?
Secret, though, to take it into a
Secret?
1v2. Toiling in Moto. Adri is in blue, holding it, and does get the pick. Cleaning it out. The util play, the clear, the stall, looking so good for Wildcard in the early to mid round, but
You would not have expected that either.
KittenKweens, they take it. They walk down, they find the gap where none should have existed, and they exploit it, giving them the round on that basement defense. And Wildcard Queens, clearly rattled, going to gym, they don't even want to reattempt it. They just want to say, whatever. It was a chalk round, let's try a different bomb site.
I mean, I was pretty surprised to see the attack work as well as it did. I mean, it was something that we hadn't seen them do, and the way that they attacked bottom floor was just, I mean, it worked perfectly in all honesty. And you're gonna have to hope, if you're KittenKweens, that you can somehow pull one more miracle off and take it 7-5, because Wildcard Queens are looking primed to take this one to OT as well. They've got mine back on the Jaeger. They're back upstairs where they've had known success so far.
Attackers have located a
Once
Anything
again-
is possible, but
10 seconds
oof.
to insertion.
Once again, they aren't bringing any of this hard breach now outside of text on this mute.
5 seconds left.
If we look on the side of KittenKweens, they've clearly read into this, bringing all 3 hard breachers, but
Attackers are
only
hanging on to
Ellie
defuse a bomb.
running those EMPs, clearly not anticipating the need to clear much off of these walls, except for maybe Tex in that bathroom position. They should be able to open all the walls they want for free. But they did
First
open
one
those
being
walls.
CC.
Yep. They opened those walls for free last time though, but it didn't seem to help them, still stalling out on those entries. So what will Queens do differently on this gym bedroom attack to make sure that they actually do enter the map?
They're staring at each other, nodding.
That bit of a mind game of who's gonna take which wall. Natalie saying, no, I'm not gonna ace charge it, you can open it with the thermite. A little bit of banter between the two, no words exchanged, but all this meaning gleaned from their head shakes.
Look
Attackers
at
have dropped the
mine
bomb diffuser.
being tucked,
Attackers recovered the
anticipating Elhe's arrival into
Do they have the read,
garage.
though?
Maybe.
We talked about it a little bit on Border, the quality of Queens' droning. And it seems like on Clubhouse, it is not the same. On Border, those attacks were looking clean. They were getting all the info and they were acting off of it. But there's been a lot of gaps in this Queens attack. There's been a lot of stalling. It seems like the drones aren't where they need to be. The info isn't where it needs to be. And with a minute 40 left on the clock, they do have a lot of walls open. They do have these points of ingress ready, but still, just holding outside the building. Not a
If you're
single one
Nat-
of their players. As I say that, Ellie pokes her way in the garage, but outside of Ellie, not a single one of these players is inside the building with a minute 20 left. I said last round that Queens seemed to be stalling out and playing the Uto game not poorly, but they proved me wrong, being able to create a very what's the word? A very impressive execute out of it. Will they be able to do the same here? Hops in through garage, trying to clear out Impala from this cash
Follow
spot.
Mr.
Secret getting the opening on the Kato. That is not a good start if they want to replicate the success they had last round. 50 seconds left.
Oh,
Cass with another
no.
one onto Ellie. This is looking very dire, and OT looks nothing short of guaranteed here. But Adri trading out onto Tex.
Oh.
Wow, what a shot with Ellie. Impala getting the read though, and Ace will have to clear out this castle in Logi if she has a hope of winning this round. She does it.
Ooh.
Wow, a little bit of a fumble from Secret, if I do say so. One in both players in cons. Do Queens know this? Will they be able to get a plant off? Natalie,
bomb diffuser.
Oh, so close.
a rare whiff from Adriella gives Mine the pick and leaves Natalie in the 1v2. 12 seconds left. Trying to find both these players. Impala tucked hard right,
Oh.
and it's a trade. But with Mine alive, that's all you need.
Means we're going to OT on Wildcard Queens' map pick of Clubhouse. We've seen OT once already, and it went max. So what will happen this go round as KittenKweens are back on the attack to start overtime here? Oof, I don't know. They're going to have to win at least one attack, guaranteed.
Six overtime. Wildcard Queens on the favored side. Running cash? Why are they going to cash?
Oh, I see that.
Either they forgot that sites are unlocked, or
Interesting.
they just really wanted to run that site rotation. Queen seems to read into this though, bringing their drones into garage, seeing that Impala is on this Azami, putting these Raptors barbed wires. Do they have the read that Wildcard Queens have brought this cache site, sort of an off pick, widely considered the third best site on this map? sometimes even the worst, as teams will bring bar stage and have these incredible like vertical strategies to hold bar stage on. I wonder, what's the thinking from Wildcard Queens for bringing it?
I don't know. You've got all your operators in a line. You've got all your ducks in a row. You've got everybody who you want them to be and where you want them to be. But seeing them take cash here is more than interesting, to say the least. I wouldn't have really expected it. Like, it's almost guaranteed that this wall is going to get open and you're just going to have to fight for your life through the breach, through the windows. Can Wildcard Queens do that effectively enough, though?
30 seconds off the clock. The ace opening up this plat wall. Adri seemingly making her way through master side using a heartbreed.
All the walls are open now.
There's so many points of ingress open for this KittenKweens roster. They have so many options for how they want to slice this site up and attack it. Natalie, poking at lounge. Getting rid of these Azami Kibas, but
Wasting ammo in the process.
Paula with this beautiful one-way angle, holding on the reception door. But that's all of her Kibas gone, and Natalie can just shoot these down for free. A lot of ammo being expended on the side of her AK. But surely it's worth to get rid of these Azami barriers.
Yeah,
and
no more util.
We see KittenKweens taking con here. It seems like they're going to be going for this execute on this side, and Ellie does have the Capitao to fire and smoke off. Yep, she's going to fire and smoke off this garage, and they're going to take it to site. Kato does have the case front side again. It seems like they will be doing the same thing they did last time, and Tex is so ready with the shotgun for this. It seems like they have the read, and Paula going to be walking up garage stairs to make it. I really don't like bringing the case solo on the other side of the push, but KittenKweens seem to have the commitment to that strategy. Maybe they know something that I do not. 5v5, 50 seconds going in, casting a chunk of damage from that nade. Sitting in her corner still, waiting for that wall to get open, but it isn't coming. The fire is coming out. Kato getting ready to vault through this breach. Gun up, shotgun on the other side, ready for her. Tex wants it. Mine sitting pretty in garage. 35 seconds, Cass getting down.
Down goes Cass.
It's a 5v4. Secret going for the flank.
The fire flushing Paula out.
Ace pushes in.
Oh!
Tex gets a little over aggressive. It's a 4v2. Kato smokes her off the angle. It's just Mine and Secret.
Kato planting.
Mine in garage. Secret in construction. Case is going down.
Plant went down.
1v4. Mine in garage. This looks nigh unwinnable, but if anyone can do it, it's Mine.
It's gonna be Mine.
Peppering through the wall, trying to make a pick, but it does not work out.
Ooh.
A pistol swing from Natalie. Kato is downed. Ellie outside of highway window. Nat feeds a pick. It's a 1v2. One in red, one on highway. She goes in, but Ellie, playing discipline, does not give the pick. And Adri with a beautiful swing takes down Mine. 7-6 for KittenKweens as they go onto the favored side of defense. Showing
what did I say?
This is a game of OT. Both maps going the distance. KittenKweens wanted an OT last time. But if we've been looking at this OT side at all, the attack won all 3 OT last time on border. Will Clubhouse tell the same tale? Or can KittenKweens run this basement site and close it out once and for all with a 2-0 onto Wildcard, taking them to a map that many don't even dare let get past that first ban, showing the weaknesses of Wildcard Queens' Clubhouse.
Showing the weaknesses on display. And what did I say? KittenKweens, they have been back and forth, wishy-washy with their attacks so far. But I said it best myself. They have to win an attack specifically in this OT if they're going to have a chance. And they just so happen to have won their first one. So now it's really about closing it out. It's about finishing what you started. And if we remember, KittenKweens have been up once already in this, and they're up again now. So it's all up to them to finish it out here. I feel like they can. especially on this bottom floor bomb site. They were so prevalent in just getting the kills when they were needed last time they were down here. So, I mean, this could be a really quick one, or we could be going to 3, but I honestly feel pretty confident in KittenKweens here.
They have not lost a single one of these basement defenses. Even in a 3v5, they were able to clean it up. Wildcard does seem to be making much better progress, noticing that the space has been all but given up by KittenKweens. Much quicker pace than what KittenKweens was showing, and Adri taking a ton of damage from Mine on this. Dares not reswing that. Mine has been killer on this secret position, and I don't think that's a fight KittenKweens want to take.
No, not at all.
A minute
Mine
off the
having
clock.
17 right now too? No, no way.
A minute off the clock here, and we do see that Wildcard Queens feels
Double
very
EMP.
comfortable running its way across this.
Oh, she
that's
missed
not
both?
good. Well, Tex does have other EMPs in
Yep,
pocket,
you're going to
so
have to
it is
force
okay.
Tex to use hers.
But
Tex got it with that one, though.
I will say, the take on the mid floor and top floor was much quicker from KittenKweens, and that does seem to be benefiting them greatly. KittenKweens did have a similar style of attack, and Wildcard Queens did also do the bunker last time, but KittenKweens took much longer, and I did fault them for it, even though they were able to very convincingly win that round out. Secret, pushing down Oil, do they know? It doesn't seem like they do. She's right here. No, I say that, but Adri's holding it.
Adri!
What a shot from Secret, smoking Adri off of that angle. Mind walking down too. But
Oh,
Nat
Mind
does
got
have the trade.
smoked.
Almost gets Natty. No, Natalie. Secret. Down. And
Oh, she
Justin,
got her!
Kato from Bummies. Impala drops. Cass drops. They're already going for the next cube, but it looks disjointed. Cass getting cased down.
There goes Paula.
Impala goes down. Cass.
You have no backup,
She
Cass!
tried to stick it, but Kato gets the kill. It is a 1v3. Tex going it off in bottom dirt. They surely know that she is here. This is nigh unwinnable. 40 seconds left. An unwinnable 1v3 to keep Wildcard Queens
It's up to
in
Tex.
this game. Tex has been incredible throughout
Ran
this game.
through the fire!
And gets caught by the flames. Natalie finishing it out, and it's a clean 2-0. Both games going overtime. Both games going the distance. It might have been 2-0, but this game could have gone anyway. But it is KittenKweens cleaning it out, and that's who we'll see it going against Lycus in the grand finals. Ellie, the MVP this game. Maddie, the MVP last game. Flipping her performance and showing just how powerful she can be.
Unbelievable. It comes down to the wire in both maps. Max OT first map, KittenKweens take it. And now 8-6 victory for KittenKweens. They take down Wildcard Queens on Clubhouse. In their house, they take them down. 8-6 OT victory for KittenKweens. They're going to the grand finals. And now we're going to show you a few highlights and replays from this 2-0 series win from KittenKweens, but it was all but earned as Wildcard Queens took them to OT both times, both maps.
These were incredibly close games from both squads here. Definitely a chess match where both queens trying to control the board as best they could. But it seems like KittenKweens had they had the aggression and they had the punish on some of the mistakes from Wildcard. Those defenses just not having the correct crosses to hold for KittenKweens to execute. And KittenKweens able to take these small gaps and absolutely tear apart the Wildcard Queen setup. It was
At the
certainly
end
a
of the
close
day,
game though.
It was. At the end of the day, only one queen can reign supreme. And it just so happens to be the KittenKweens.
Looking back at this border match, that triple kill from Adri was absolutely insane. Certainly won them that defense, and while we saw some really good looks out of Wildcard and some beautiful rounds, especially on those defenses, KittenKweens were able to just take it, clawing tooth and nail to get it. Some of those defenses thrown, but it was
Yeah,
okay.
some insane highlights. Yeah.
A lot of chaos in this server as we look into this. Ellie on that shotgun, Elhi trying to work her way up main. This was certainly a very chaotic matchup, but unlike the last time we saw these two squads face off, there was more intent. It looked like these teams actually had a plan. They actually knew what they were doing, and the quality of play was so much higher. But the game was just as close, and when it's a battle between these two squads, what more could we ask for besides a close matchup?
Exactly, and that's 100% what we ended up getting. Mine went absolutely insane. Lit a fire under her team to get them to overtime in the first place. And yeah, it just ended up not really working out in the side of the Wildcard Queens. I'm sure that we will be seeing them again soon, though. But man, what a match this was, in all honesty. Double OT. It may be a 2-0. It may be a 2-0 for KittenKweens, but it's not at all how you expected it to go down. Double OT. I mean, what more could you have asked for between Wildcard Queens and KittenKweens? Only one queen reigning supreme, and it just so happens to be the KittenKweens. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly enough, though, that will do it for me and Rennie's time here in the Blitz Queens Kickoff. Had so much fun casting with you, Rennie. Had so much fun casting.
It was definitely a blast.
The Blitz, yeah, for the Blitz Queens in the first place. But yeah, Rennie, any closing thoughts going into Grand Finals? It won't be me or Rennie casting that. It'll be our good friends Ali and Whiskey Run, and that will be coming up after a break. But I do want to throw it back to you one more time, Rennie. Any closing thoughts for how the tournament went? What you expected, what you saw, what you liked, disliked, and how are you gearing up for the Grand Finals?
Lycus have sort of been that team that everyone is gunning to beat. They've been sort of that top pedestal spot, and they did come in through the upper bracket. So KittenKweens had a lot of really good looks here, and they had a lot of really good showings, but it'll be a lot more difficult for them to take space. It'll be a lot more difficult against a team like Lycus, who do like to push those entries. I'm very curious to see how they'll be able to react to that aggression from Lycus, unlike a squad like Wildcard, where they can be a little more reserved. It'll definitely be a very exciting matchup coming up shortly with our good friends, Alias and Whiskey Run.
Ali and Whiskey will be the ones taking you through the grand final. But yeah, such heavy hitters in Lycus Vampire, and the fact that they've only dropped like 8 rounds maybe ever since their best of 5 with Wildcard Queens way back when. They've literally only dropped about that many in official women's competition since then. So
it was a very close game against Wildcard, if I remember correctly.
Exactly.
Last week, though.
Yeah, it was. They ended up dropping 5 to them. I think.
It was a 7-5 win, but still,
Oof,
Lycus
so dominant.
Lycus looked very. Lycus looked like Wildcard kept it close, and we just saw KittenKweens beating Wildcard in what was an incredibly close showing. So I don't think it'll be a blowout. I do think that KittenKweens will be able to bring something to Lycus, definitely take off a map or two, maybe even win the whole thing. This will not be a blowout.
Anything is possible. I really don't think it'll be a blowout in the same way that we saw somewhat of a blowout, in all honesty, with the last official women's final we had between Lycus and Wildcard Queens. Yeah, I mean, Wildcard Queens did only get 2 rounds in 3 maps. So, but yeah, either way, it will be a blast, and we hope and pray to the Lord that you guys will be back for it. But other than that, that will be the end of the road here in the Blitz Queen Kickoff for me and Rennie. Our good friends Ali and Whiskey Run will be taking you through it right after this break, so please stick around for the Blitz Queens Kickoff Grand Finals coming soon.
I'll be staying outside, yeah, so I don't think about life, yeah. Can you send me a like, 'cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You got me feeling alright, yeah. Every day by your touch the sky. Starlights, I'll be running up in time. Try not think about you all the time. I don't really need to apologize. I know, I feel like it. I'll be staying outside, yeah, so I don't think about life, yeah. Can you tell me a lie? 'Cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You got me feeling alright, yeah. Every day by your side, yeah. Can you tell me a lie? 'Cause I can't take it, I can't take it.
We used to be solid, not falling apart. Things never not okay when you were mine. You used to be honest, not pulling my heartstrings. Every other day you change your mind. Cause when you're high, you call me like I'm lonely. Some kind of little toy for you to wind up when you land in bed and feeling lonely. I'm tired of being deployed like that. I'm getting busier and busier, so disorientated. First you want me, then you're busy. Girl, it's not that complicated. Got me tied up in a leash and running, round, round. You got me running in a circle. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle. Back where I started, I'm stuck here like glue. You keep me on a loop. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle. Back where I started, I'm stuck here like glue. You keep me on loop. I used to respect you, thought I was enough. Yeah, feels like half a century ago. Cause you keep coming back after telling me off, without even fitting sorry between goodbye and hello again. Thought we could grow again, how about no again, again and again. I'm trying to tell you we can't be friends, struggling to comprehend that we broke up and ended again and again and again. And I'm getting busier and busier, so disorientated. First you want me, then you're busy. Girl, it's not that complicated. Got me tied up in a leash and running. You got me running in a circle. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle. Back where I started, I'm stuck here like glue. You keep me on a loop. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle. Back where I started, I'm stuck here like glue. You keep me on loop. Yeah, when you're high, you call me like I'm lonely. Some kind of little toy for you to wind up when you're lying in bed and feeling lonely. I'm tired of being deployed like all I am to use a pet. You think you own me? I'm nothing but a boy for you to wind up when you wanna pretend to get to know me. You got me running in a circle. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle. Back where I started, I'm stuck here like glue. You keep me on a loop. I'm just trying to find my way back to you. What happened to us? Round in a circle. Back where I started, I'm stuck here like glue. You keep me on loop. down on my door, yeah. Nowhere left to go, I just need to stay alone, yeah. Need to stay alone. I've been on my own, yeah. I've been on my own. I know, you know, I changed a lot. The sunshine on my eyes. It's been so goddamn cold tonight. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. I don't know, you got me out of control. I need to let it go, yeah, let it go, yeah, let it go. Tell me how to love, now you got my heart on lockdown. I just wanna feel your body. My heart is a ghost town. I don't need no love now, that's cause I don't need nobody. I know, you know, I changed a lot. The sunshine on my eyes. It's been so goddamn cold tonight. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. I don't need a show, I'm waiting for the right time, baby, you don't know. I'm trying to space now. You got me feeling this now. Oh, honey, bunny, sugar coming. White collar, white collar, white collar, white. Oh, honey, bunny, sugar coming. White collar, white collar, white collar, white. You're such a fool if you believe that you found the truth, yeah. You're such a tool if you believe that you found the view, yeah. Your soul doesn't burn the fire. Your heart doesn't shock the wire. Oh, honey, bunny, sugar coming. White collar, white collar, white collar, white. Oh, honey, bunny, sugar coming. White collar, white collar, white collar, white. A white collar, she's probably asleep. A white collar, she doesn't wanna meet. A white collar, she's probably asleep. A white collar, she doesn't wanna meet. Oh, honey, bunny, sugar coming. White collar, white collar, white collar, white. Oh, honey, bunny, sugar coming. White collar, white collar, white collar, white.
I don't wanna risk it all again, but I don't wanna be on my own. It always goes much better in my head, but the feelings end up wasted. So I'm sorry for breaking down when you said you got me. I'm used to being let down, but I'm hoping if I'm falling too fast, then you'll catch me. You'll catch me. So I'm sorry that you might have to see I'm not falling. I'm so afraid that you'll run out of patience. Trust me, I know how it feels to be hopelessly waiting. Sometimes I don't know if I can even change, but I'm still trying. So I'm sorry that you might have to see I'm not flawless. I promise that I'm facing my problems. If I'm falling too fast, will you catch me? Will you catch me before I crash?
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, now I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' pay a money to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling it. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around freak in a nerd circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I just give thanks, can't believe we in the same bed. God do it best, shout out to my angel, she a mess. Clean up when she stressed, never stressing me. Lucky please, I'm the luckiest, feel it in my chest. Treasure you, I swear you a diamond. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet.
One of us seems to circle the other, and as you go, you remain a stranger to me, to you. But our pieces left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me over right now, but expect to forget about it. Watch as the breeze burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fault.
All right, so just in case there's a problem with Ali's mic there, what they were saying, welcome everyone to the Blitz Queens Wildcard Kickoff. So, or Blitz Queens Kickoff Tournament. Now let's check and see, is your
Yeah.
mic working?
I hope so. Sometimes my interface trolls me, as it did just now, I think. So I reconnected. I think I should be good, unless Chad yells at me again. But I do want to point out, in the game we just had, the losers bracket final, or the lower bracket final, we had, it's the Blitz Queens event with Wildcard Queens playing against KittenKweens. Like, it's Queens all the way down, although one of those queens had to be dethroned in that previous game, and that was Wildcard Queens, who ended up being dethroned, which is the first time in this roster's existence that they've missed a grand final, although they're not in this tournament. Lycus Vampire are, so we should probably take a look at them and see what is going on with that side of the equation.
Yeah, this Lycus Vampire team is the team that won the project, I guess we call it the Project Harmony reboot, the Phoenix final against the Wildcard Queens just a few months ago. And that was a best of 5 final that Lycus took down in 3. Dominant performance for them, and coming back for a second grand final here in the Blitz Queens tournament, and very much looking forward to seeing what this team can do.
Yeah, I think it's also worth noting that in this roster's existence in grand finals, they've lost 3 rounds in a best of 5, no less, which is very impressive. Although they have had some roster shakeups since then, both Shrimp and Turler replacing Skylar and Minnie. Although even with this, they haven't missed a step in that. They picked up 2 very capable players, and Turler as well, if I recall back in the day, was getting CL tryouts for her performance in things like early Project Harmony as well as Project Eris. So not to say that the other players are bad, but certainly this is not a group of players that is really going to falter much with the changes. We also have KittenKweens, though, so we can bring them up, see what's going on over there. And that is the team that you all just saw taking down Wildcard Queens. Both maps going to overtime, the only one of them needing max overtime. And it also looks like we have 2 Ellies on the roster, which is definitely going to confuse me.
Well, and it might be confusing all the viewers as well. We might be calling out some of the operator names at that point, so you know which Ellie we're talking about. But you said it. Both of those maps required OT, but when it came down to it, the KittenKweens showed up when they needed to, winning in 2-0 fashion in the best of 3. So not even allowing the Wildcard Queens one opportunity, one map. So I think this one is going to be a fantastic grand final.
I think it certainly should be, although we have a little more to go over before we get to that. Like the map bans, which are, I would say, probably the most important thing to establish. Now, this is a best of 3 rather than a best of 5. And first, we're going to Nighthaven Labs and then to Bank, which, personally, 2 of my favorite maps in the pool. And then Consulate, which is a map that, I don't know about you, but it's a little bit iffy on at first, but certainly grown on me. Although, something you were pointing out that I think is interesting is that I believe it was Border and Skyscraper were maps that Wildcard Queens lost to Lycus on in the previous final, both of which were banned out by KittenKweens.
Yeah, let's even take it one step further. The KittenKweens banned all 3 maps that Lycus played in that grand final. So all 3 of the maps that they won dominantly against the Wildcard Queens on, the KittenKweens, and boy, this is getting difficult to say, banned all 3 of those. They didn't want to go back to any of the maps that we have seen Lycus win in a grand final setting. When the pressure was on, when Lycus showed up, KittenKweens want to avoid that. So we're going to go to the alternatives. Like you said, Nighthaven Bank, and I'm a certified Consulate hater. It has not grown on me. I miss the old Consulate, but it does offer a very unique gameplay compared to the way that Nighthaven and Bank play out. So very much looking forward to, if we need that 3rd map, watching that one play out. But to me, it certainly feels like KittenKweens approach these map bans strategically. They approach them with understanding what Lycus was good at, and then trying to counter that, at least with some alternative maps here. And certainly the KittenKweens are the lower bracket Reapers here, they have come through and won 3 lower bracket games in a row after getting relegated very early on in this kickoff tournament. So they're looking to close out the complete lower bracket run by winning against the Lycus Vampire.
And what a hell of a run it would be as well, taking down, I mean, inarguably the best team in Women's Siege right now, finding just that right combination of players, as well as the coach, with 47 as their coach. For those who don't know, a lot of you probably know them for getting poisoned on game day a little bit ago, for the Serial Rise roster. And I should mention now, if I sound funny, because I'm currently dying, but that's okay. We'll get through it. So, there was something weird today.
I'm glad you're here with me,
fine.
even though you're dying.
Death has never
You're
stopped me
gonna-
before.
Yeah,
Won't stop
exactly.
me
You're gonna
now.
make it all the way through. This is it.
Bans have gone underway. Maverick being banned out first by KittenKweens. Not necessarily a default ban for this map, but certainly one that I do understand. Blackbeard, though, has been a very common ban. And like Vampire, going to take it off the board, although I used to like it a lot. I'd imagine that it's just going to try to minimize the cheese that it throw at them. And Islamic kind of falls into that same category of operators that are very, very good, with not necessarily minimal skill, but are very easily applicable everywhere. All by KittenKweens banning Fenrir.
Yeah, and to me, if we take a look at the bans overall, right? Blackbeard has been banned almost 70% of the time now in this kickoff tournament. Teams, and not just here in the women's tournament, across all of the leagues, whether it be PC, console, everything that we've had a cast a chance so far here in 2025, Blackbeard is the #1 banned attacking operator across the board. And
Defenders,
from
protect
the
your bombs from being
on the
defused by
defensive
attackers.
side, same thing. The Azami as well. She's got an incredibly high ban rate, match there with Blackbeard at nearly 50%. So that Maverick ban, you know, he's got this. We see the that upper IP wall, one of the places that we see teams use.
Attackers have
And
discovered
Maverick's
the
trying to
location of
open
a
up
bomb.
that silent entry. Good opportunity because you can get on it, repel. I think he allows make sure that you can get in no matter whether or not you've got Breach Denial in place. So I think Mav brings something extra to the table,
10
and
seconds
he's
left
not
before
wanting to
insertion.
deal with that here, starting off on defense.
5 seconds
Like us
remaining.
Vampire are definitely a team that are going to want to use that very effectively. Something I've praised this team for a lot when I've casted them is that they look very prepared when going into any given situation. Their attacks are very clearly very well practiced, and thusly letting them have access to an operator like a Maverick who can create holes, not for free necessarily, but in abundance, definitely is something that you want to knock off the board as soon as you can. Early C4 goes out. It is good. That takes care of Spleech, who is your Thatcher for this round. So any wall denial that might be up, or any gadgets you might want to keep up, are going to remain up. That being said, not a lot of gadgets on this defense are going to be affected by Thatcher, but it is still phenomenal tone setting.
Said it, losing the Thatcher early and not having the Maverick in place is definitely going to make opening up these walls a little bit more difficult. But when you got the combo between the Ace and the Thermite, they've already got one wall opened up here on the IT side. We'll see how much they're going to focus on the connector side. But oh, geez, there goes Thermite as well. The Thatcher Thermite combo down. We talked about how good Lycus Fempire here is to start off in this grand final, and KittenKweens have come out swinging, putting us in a 5v2 already with 145.
There's a lot of time left if the attack wants to try to work with it, but time is not always the solution that heals all wounds. So it just left up to Shrimp and Mari, the new entry and the team captain, having to work together in this situation here. They're just going to watch and wait right now. See if any of these players are going to make a mistake, find themselves out of position, but KittenKweens are playing this carefully. And both of these attackers are very isolated. Now it's just left up to Shrimp. Could she make this entrance into the grand finals? No, Kato! Starting the round off with a kill and ending it with one as well. She swings with that shotgun. It's exactly what we need in that situation. Like his Vampire. Taking a very early round loss, suffering a lot more than we'd think they would.
Talk about this a lot. Coming into a tournament like this, the KittenKweens have already played a best of 3 against a very good Wildcard Queens roster today. They're coming in warm, ready, practiced, and under a little bit of pressure there. Lycus Vampire, however, was waiting and watching, maybe doing some warm-ups, talking it through, but it's a very difference from getting in and playing that competitive setting with that focus. And if short break between this lower bracket final and the grand final, and it looks like the KittenKweens are feeling very good, and they might be peaking at the right time. Taking round 1 flawlessly to start off a grand final is definitely putting a stake in the ground.
You also want your fraggers to get warmed up and comfortable early on, right? We see both Ellies collectively getting 3 kills, as well as Kato, who's not really normally one of the main fraggers for the squad, but is a supportive element, almost like an NJR, someone that's going to clutch up late rounds. Those are players that you want getting good early, feeling comfortable, so when Lycus does start to figure things out a little bit more, you already have those players firing on all cylinders, ready to meet them at the front door, take that shot, get out. Just go for that necessary swing. Although Lycus, they're also allowed to get things going, and even though that last round was flawless in their opponent's favor, they aren't a team that's going to sit and just take that. Although I think it is worth noting that I did just look at the chat. Their coach is absent, which they do lean a lot on their coach, as they do provide a ton of strategic depth. So if that is something that Lycus struggle with here, they won't have that normal safety net they do in Ren to kind of rally the troops.
Oh yeah, that's a huge change up in probably the way that they're used to playing some of these competitive games. But I mean, taking a look at the way that Lycus Vampire for now is picking the attacking operators, I really love the choice of the Deimos here. This map lends itself so well to a combination of those vertical, whether it be down or up kind of plays, and putting pressure on the KittenKweens, potentially, especially in a basement site like this, where you can gain that intel, take shots down below. We have seen teams be very successful without even opening walls on Nighthaven, just playing the vertical angle. So Lycus leaning into that a little bit with a combination of Shrimp bringing out the Buck as well. You're going to lose the Dokubi early, but looks like they have getting all the sight lines open that they needed to start setting up for this execute with 1:20 left. Plenty of time, even though they've lost that opening pick.
BLITZ is normally such a valuable player for Vampire, and she's just fallen twice now without really having a ton of impact. A lot of her utility was still in pocket as well, and that's just not the way you really want to start things off. Not necessarily hopeless for Vampire in this sort of situation. There is certainly still the possibility that they can get something going, especially if this flank from this KittenKweens player does end up being poorly timed. Can you get the pick? That's Kato who's gonna fall.
Wow.
There's still another player from Queens on this top floor. Do they know where she is? They do now. She takes some damage, but she's gonna go to this top floor. She can get some vert going that could be dangerous. Panda as well, gonna open up this main wall, start poking around, trying to go in to get this diffuser down. But they don't have a ton of space here to work with, but Panda, he gets the kill on the entry she needs. There's still a player in Exo though, but Mari, with that lurk down, it's just left up to Adriella. The flank not paying dividends. She's gotten the first of 3 that she needs, but the plant is going down now. Can you get in and take these 2 fights? There's a cross being held by these attackers. Just gonna sit and wait. Going for the swing on the first, but Turler doesn't even need Mari. Wildcard, or Lycus Vampire, securing their first round in this series and bouncing right back from that flawless.
Yep, well played on the attacking side there. Really a sort of a textbook way to handle the basement site there on Nighthaven. Vertical play upstairs, opening IT, gaining all of that space directly above the site so they could have this direct push down. Then using the Deimos to clear out the roamers, identifying, winning those gunfights, and even though they had that last minute flank from Vigil coming in, certainly not enough to be able to hold down. Once they had the plant in place, the cross in place, Yeah, KittenKweens, not a lot that they could do defensively with that being spread so far apart. And that was with Lycus going down, having the Dokkaebi as that opening pick, not gaining access to the KittenQueen intel, not even needing it. Did all the work manually there, and it looked good playing that basement site.
I guess something that's worth noting is that KittenKweens tried to retake that top floor, which is something I do like, as you were mentioning. That vertical control is very important for this site, but they did it in a way that was very, very solo, which meant that I mean, first of all, the counter flank just gave Mari the opportunity to bring a pick back into the fold for Vampire and even up that man count, and then Adriella isolated herself from the site, and so Vampire, they just read into that and push directly onto the site. They don't bother trying to clear that roam at all, and it works out phenomenally for them as Adriella has to get back to the site and then get back into that crossfire the attack was allowed to establish. Mari gonna get swung, though, by Ellie. It's a third opening pick in a row for KittenKweens, as they're doing a phenomenal job of controlling this pace early round. Vampire aren't able to get a proper foothold inside of the map without losing at least one body.
What a great bait play there by the KittenKweens, right? Having Valk just sit there and knife the air and wait, allowed Ellie to just walk up, take the swing. The attention was fully focused on the door frame, not even watching the piece of the window. Obviously, for us, we could see it. You're saying, look, Legion is about to swing the window. Excellent site placement, just wins that gunfight, and you said it, another opening pick going in favor of the KittenKweens. That has not been enough, though, for them to close out all of the rounds, especially here on basement. We'll see whether or not they can hang on a little bit longer, but that Deimos coming out, again, putting pressure here on that roamer upstairs, playing the kitchen area.
It is worth noting, though, that KittenKweens haven't fallen back as fast as they did previously. They still are holding on to this top floor, at least to some degree, and these two defenders are much closer together than they were previously, which is the more important thing in that equation. As Vampire, yes, they're able to start working the site, they can get these ram drones going out, but they have to watch over their shoulders. But by the same token, that does also leave some exposure open on the site if Vampire look to go for it, which Turler does. She gets the pick onto Natalie. Gonna bring back that mana count yet again. They're still looking to get these players through vertical control. Flank looks like it's gonna come in now, or at least any second, but Turler, that's her second kill of the round. But wait, she's refragged from below. The shotgun's good. Ellie's gonna press this advantage as well, get a 2K for herself.
And the pickup.
Depletion Panda. They get that pickup on the last player. And they're just going to fall down to the site. They're going to play this man advantage. Hold on to this as long as they can. These two attackers, they're separated. They have control of that diffuser, but they don't have the room to plant it. Switch just trying to get down into the site. She knows where one of these players is, but there are so many angles, and they're all going the way of KittenKweens, because they've done such a phenomenal job of matching the pace that Vampire wants to put at them, and then throwing it right back in their face.
To me, the amazing thing about that round is, you know, we're about that minute 30 mark, and you were talking about that double flank coming upstairs on the first floor, right? I was about to say, boy, that certainly seems like a huge risk on the KittenKweens part, right? You've got two players upstairs taking a double up on the first floor. It just didn't seem like it was the time in the round to be able to push that advantage, and then to have Vigil go down right at the start of that engagement. I'm thinking it is completely over for the KittenKweens. But to watch the rest of that play out, Vigil and Ellie winning the next fight, Legion able to pick up Vigil after that. They completely turned that round around, and I'm really surprised at how well the KittenKweens played that out. Maybe surprised isn't the wrong word, because they just dominated that lower bracket final, but they have absolutely showed up here to play and answered back for everything that the Vampire had brought there on their first win on basement. So now we get a chance to see KittenKweens go back upstairs to the second floor. They won this back on round one, so it's the Vampire's turn to try and adapt.
Yeah, the team play from KittenKweens has been so good, right? Like, just little bits of plays, right? Like, we highlighted earlier that swing from Legion in the beginning of last round while Valkyrie was baiting, and then you see Vigil walk in and get down, but then another player has that refrag from below with the shotgun. Like, they're not just peeking things, they're not just doing stuff. They're doing things that are meant to work together, to be pieces of a larger puzzle that Vampire have to problem solve as it's being laid out in front of them. And it's worked to great success. Vampire haven't just laid down and died. I mean, you just wouldn't expect them to, but KittenKweens have been very good at least forcing them to work for things. See if that changes, though, as Kato is in a dangerous position, but she somehow managed to get out here, albeit effectively a walking corpse, but walking nonetheless.
Yeah, what an incredibly aggressive stance that Kat has taken this entire round. Up in the office, taking shots on both of the windows, right up against the breach, walking back, but staying completely engaged, shooting, I think that was a 3K there on drones, stealing intel away from this Vampire attack, and then finally losing her life. But I mean, we're already more than halfway through this round. Tremendous aggressive play there by Kata to try and hang on and hold off this attack. But they're going to be just starting to get this execute going with a minute left in the round, which is plenty of time for Vampire, but they're going to have to do it in a 4v4 scenario without, again, the Thermite.
There's already a hole open into the side because of how this connector wall is usually played, but can they take advantage of it? It's an even trade thus far, but Spleech has her first kill of the series. Still just waiting outside of this wall. The drone game for Lycus looking worse for wear with the mute jammers and the bodies they have on the floor. Nat as well, tagging on for 2 kills this round, still holding this angle. Only 40 seconds left. She's on a triple kill.
Wow.
Still left up to Mari now. 1 versus 3, utility goes out, does force Nat to reposition, but she finds the corner amongst the fire and the flames. Mari has to jump in, but the frost mat and the flames is all it takes. And KittenKweens, so dominant off of so many good micro plays.
the comment coming out in all chat, I was gonna turn into bacon. Yeah, Frost was absolutely melting up there, just surrounded by flames, but the defensive utility comes in clutch and supports the KittenKweens as the 6th man, winning half these battles for them, forcing the Vampire into those specific areas of attack because those Goyo canisters were out, and then the Frost mat as well to finish that one off. I mean, a 4K coming out, unbelievable play there, and KittenKweens take a pretty decisive lead here, walking in to start on the defensive side of Nighthaven, right? 3-1 against Vampire. Now, I think of Nighthaven as definitely a defensive-sided map in general. Always comes down to how the teams are playing at the moment, but the fact that they're able to get 3 up on this team against, I think we walked in thinking that Vampire was going to be a very dominant team, is a good way to start this grand final off. Build up that round count.
Now, I don't know about you, but I really like stats. I like going back to previous games and kind of seeing how things compare. You want a fun fact, Mr. Whiskey Rug?
I love fun facts. Hit me.
KittenKweens have now matched the round count that Wildcard Queens got in 3 maps versus Vampire in the previous women's final they played in. Which is not being brought up to dog on Wildcard Queens, but is being brought up to illustrate that KittenKweens are playing very well. And I think like Vampire are still kind of figuring out some of the roster weirdness that just comes with new players. Especially with Turler coming in, she's someone who brings a lot of experience. But also a good bit of vocality, and it's always hard to implement, and their new fragger, Shrimp, is having a very hard time, going 1 in 5 right now, just giving up that opening pick a second ago. They do get it refragged eventually, but that's 5 opening kills in a row for KittenKweens. They've had so much comfortability in that early round that Vampire just haven't had an answer for really any point in time.
Yeah, I think when you talk about the change up in the lineup, maybe the deciding factor here, for sure you pick up a couple of great players individually, but it sort of changed the dynamic. So yeah, like you said, not really dogging on the Wildcard Queens for the KittenKweens for having picked up the total number of rounds that they saw in that previous grand final. Part of that I think was Fempire was absolutely electric during that game. They were fighting for something, felt like fighting for something more than just that individual game. This time they, seeming human at this point, and the change in the roster, the change in the pickup, maybe starting off a little bit delayed here as they're getting themselves warmed up. It still is potentially a long grand final, best of 3. We're in the first map of that. Lots of opportunity for them to come back, but as you said, 5 opening picks, and even though they're answering back with some of these dual plays, partner plays, they're just not making the right things happen now. So 45 seconds left. Let's see it.
Shadow's on a triple kill right now, preventing this man count from going even at all. This trade game from KittenKweens has been so good. Mari's made her way into the site, however, and she does have that diffuser. She is going to try to get down, but when she does that, Hurler's in a 1 versus 3. No, 1 versus 2! If she can get that second on the Valkyrie, that's huge. Mars gonna go for that now. Plant be damned, and she gets it.
No way.
It's a 1 versus 2 now for Ellie, the American Ellie. Can she get this? Can she stop this plant? It's gonna go down. Throws out a C4, goes long, doesn't catch anything. Vampire in a great position to try to secure this. Mars gonna rotate around, trying to play for teammate, but Turler dies on the site. Ellie now just has to find one more. These close quarters engagements is where the SMG-11 shines. Mari is holding the angle, waiting for this diffuser to be tapped, but she moves. Ellie could potentially start diffusing this. She has the angle to do it. Mari, you have to take initiative. You have to go for the fight.
Gotta stick it.
Shotgun range now.
No
Ellie
way.
with the 1 versus 2. No matter what happens, Vampire, they just don't have the answers. They're just all falling by the wayside. KittenKweens, you're up 4-1 on your opponent's map pick, no less.
I gotta say, it really feels like they completely threw that 2v1 with the plant down. There is, to me, no way that we would have seen Lycus lose that. That is a throw from them, and it's unfortunate because they're such a good team. To watch that happen is sort of heartbreaking if you're a Fempire fan. So, yeah, KittenKweens have come up with answers, but the main thing, it feels like they're absolutely capitalizing on every single mistake that the Fempire is making. And you said it, to go up 4-1 on what is Lycus's map pick is a really devastating start to this. And it's not just one person, one player that is, popping off at this point and being the single heroic difference in this game. Everybody contributing. We've seen two 3Ks and a 4K come out already from different people on this KittenKweens roster.
Now, I'll bring up something that's a little more abstract, but that I think is definitely playing a part in this, right? For those of you who don't know, I played competitive for about 4 years. Most of the time was spent as an entry, which is what we see Shrimp playing right now. And this is just in theory. I'm not in their columns, but I can speak from experience when I say that oftentimes it is a role where if you can't get the ball rolling early, it is so demoralizing when you're in those early fights and you just can't win them out. When that's what your team's brought you in to do, is take space and secure some of that early man count. And Vampire, right? We did see them take a tactical timeout, and I'd imagine that some of it does have to do a little bit with that mental game, and also knowing Mari, probably her yelling at people for just not communicating or some other thing. But KittenKweens on the complete opposite side, only Adriella is negative right now. And even then, it's by 2 kills, and she's had a lot of impact in other ways. Everyone else is just trading who's going to pop off that round, almost hot potato style. And it's worked so well for them. You can't just kill Ellie, because then Ellie's going to pop off. And if you kill Ellie, Van and Kato are perfectly capable of dropping that 4K as well. Whereas only really Mari and Turler have been shooting back throughout this game. And that's not even been consistently.
Yeah, Turler was one of the last left alive in that 2v1 scenario that got thrown at the end of the previous round. So certainly tough trying to make something happen, but it it feels like we're seeing the Kitten Queens play in that partnered style that you mentioned very early on in this cast, and Lycus Vampire just struggling to sort of replicate that, playing a little bit more individually, not getting good utility out of what they're bringing to the table. Got to keep some of these operators alive a little bit longer. And right now, it feels like KittenKweens are playing fairly aggressively in terms of their defensive stance, how wide their roam game is, where they're putting pressure on. I'd love to see Vampire maybe put a little bit more emphasis on the roam clear. Right, they're using the Dokkaebi, but it doesn't seem like they're using it in, her in that roam clear, sort of using her in the intel deny part of her contribution to Siege, and I think maybe having a little bit of roam clear would do good for this Vampire team. Another opening pick. No
send
way.
Your players in solo, Ellie. She's done so well so far. She's on an absolute tear. She might be knocking at the door of another pick here if Vampire aren't careful. I was just about to mention that info game, that solo play that we've seen from Vampire, and then Ellie makes my point for me. Get your 8th and 9th kills this map alone, this half alone. Almost a 2 KPR. They're trying to flash her out now. They're trying to go for this, but she has good positioning to win this out. Can you get the swing? It's a triple kill for Ellie.
No way.
It's almost a quad kill if she can get this last one. Panda, no.
Oh,
she shuts it down. Mari shuts another one down as well, but the damage from Ellie's already been done. Adriella just gonna fall back to the bomb site now with the rest of her team. There's only 30 seconds left for them to make this work. They don't have a ton of map control to do it. The site pressure, what's really important, is basically non-existent by this point. You have 20 seconds left. You're still taking time to use your utility to open up hatches. They know exactly where you are. You have enough to get through this. They're just holding across in that position. Mari makes it a little easier, but Adriella, she gets the kill. Kato gets the kill. It all just falls apart for Vampire throughout that whole darn round. And KittenKweens, if you weren't feeling good before, you certainly are now. 5-1 defensive half, striking down Vampire at every opportunity.
We said coming into this that Nighthaven, a little bit of the defensive-sided map, but certainly that can change depending on how the teams play it out, who's feeling good at the moment, and KittenKweens have just doubled down on that defensive prowess that they brought here to Nighthaven. A 5-1 half against, I think, the favorite team coming in. Really an incredible showing. They're just punishing Lycus Vampire for every mistake that they're making at every turn. They're picking up a couple good picks, picking up some kills, but we're just seeing, like you said, the hatch is still closed, 30 seconds left, not ready for the execute, not having all of the sight lines open, and then losing 1v1 battles across the board, whether it's in a roam condition, whether it's upstairs, whether it's direct sight in the basement, just they could not get anything going. So at least now they're into the reset, coming into the chance for Lycus Vampire to take their defensive half here on Nighthaven.
All right, so I'm going to make an odd, I'm going to use an odd metaphor, but I think it's important. The early round is like the breakfast of the Siege round. It's a chance to start yourself up on the right foot, on the right path. And that's where we see a lot of Vampire's struggles. They're not gathering information on where these defenders are. They're often in very isolated positions. And KittenKweens have had both the mechanical skill and the gumption to say, screw it. I'll take the fight. I'm not scared of you. And oftentimes they've done that in very, very coordinated ways. And I mean, we're in round 7 now. Vampire haven't won an opening pick yet. They've died first every single round. And oftentimes that has been refragged. But by that point, you're playing catch up when if that first kill had gone your way, you would have been getting ahead. And that puts you in a very, very weird spot mentally and strategically that they just haven't been able to get out of. Whereas KittenKweens, I mean, they're feeling pretty damn good by this point. No one lagging behind, everyone having their moment to shine. And if they can translate that over to the attack, that's really when things are going to, get closed out here, right? Not even get dire, because things are already dire, but just conclude.
Huge opportunity here, like you said, it for Lycus Vampire to change the storyline up here at this point. But oh no, the self flash out on the catwalk there. This KittenKweens attack brought a ton of hard breach. They're using those the Hibana charges, the Ace charges. They opened up all the sight lines, but finally we get to see the Vampire take an opening pick and then take another one, putting them in a 4v3 scenario here with a minute left. Is plenty of time here for the attacking team to make something happen, but having the man count here on the defensive side, still playing in the power positions, that the CC top river completely held off here, and then to lose another, this attack going very well right now for Vampire.
Spleech is on a triple kill as well. She comes alive. Mari on top of that secures the last pick. And it seems all you need on this map is the defense, as thus far, based off our sample size of 7, neither team has really played that attack particularly well. KittenKweens do try to get in early on. They do have some good utility usage, but those attempts at aggression, they walk right into the crossfire that Vampire has. They look to play that very, very close to the chest, but very, very cohesive as a result of that. So that gap hitting that we saw KittenKweens do on their defenses doesn't translate as well when they're trying to walk right into the site.
Watching the second half of the game play out very similar to the first, a second floor basement, and what we saw back on round 2 was the lone round that Vampire has won, and they won it off the back of what felt like a combination of pressure across the map. And Coach Yowie talks about this all the time, the different lanes of attack that they need to work on bringing. They had pressure upstairs, won some of the fights on the roamers, able to get the main breach open and then plant down in the corner in default, and then hold the cross. Very typical attacking scenario, but what was different, I think, about that round was they won some of those roam battles against the KittenKweens. They have not really been able to do that. They've struggled to do that in every round since. So can they hold on from a Vampire standpoint, bring that same level of aggression, or are they going to sort of bunker back down? We'll see. I'm optimistic about how Vampire is managing at this point. I like the combination of traps, intel, and breach now that they brought along here to deal with the basement.
So I do think that this is a site where Vampire kind of have to lash out and get aggressive in the early round because it is so vertical dependent. If you just give your opponents the opportunity to send a buck and a ram into storage, then I mean, you're just kind of screwed. There are so many angles that you can cut off from those positions that it's just not viable to not hold that space. Although that does give opportunity for mistakes to happen with that team play, which has, I think, been the biggest sin that Vampire have been committing in this game thus far. We'll see if that translates into this round. Ellie's going to make a quick entrance in towards Kitchen, using that Dokkaebi call as well. Try to get a lot of this space. Trying to find these cracks that Vampire may have and worm her way in. Adriella as well has made her own entrance over towards storage, as it does look like Vampire, at least for the most part, have given up a lot of this space, opting to waste a little bit of time but then keep that man count intact so their opponents don't have easy fights on the site.
Baiting out that pre-play C4 as the walk-in there. Valkyrie holding on, watching the entry from the stairs. Like you said, just trying to bait something out, bait a mistake here from the KittenKweens, but they're not ready to make it yet. I do love the use of the Dokkaebi on the attacking side. Again, we talked about needing that from a roam clear perspective, but what they found out, I think, at this point is Lycus Vampire is completely rotated back down, complete bunkered back down to the basement. Now they need to deal with very quickly dealing with some lines of sight and attack because Vampire is holding on power positions in the basement. It's going to be difficult to try and fight those back at this point.
Kato's made her way in towards Animus, which I don't think is the main point of attack, more so just a cutoff that she's going to hold. She's going to drone out as well. Ellie's making an entrance more towards the bottom. An opening pick goes her way. A double kill goes her way. The string from Shrimp, it's so poorly played. Spleech just going to get one back on Kato, but it doesn't do much in the end. She's still in such low HP. Flash is going out. Hatch control still in KittenKweens' hands. They're dropping now. They have to get onto the site, but they don't have the diffuser in their hands. They just have to win this out on gunfights. Turler's going to make that a challenge. There's only 15 seconds left to try to get this diffuser down. They're going for it, but Mari's going to make that a challenge. Can you hold back these two defenders? Yes, you can. That's the diffuser. Down and on the ground. So now Mari gonna look for these fights. Along with Turler. Turler, though, she loses that first one. Adriella gets that. It's a 1 versus 1 now, both of these players. Only a couple bullets from death, but Nat can just wait, play the time, or swing. That's KittenKweens 7-2 or 6-2. Map point secured.
Wow, it feels very early in this grand final to already be on match point. Lycus Vampire struggling to even get their 2 rounds. Yeah, back on the that second floor defense to start off with, round 7. They looked good as a place to start, but just as we said, this map playing out exactly the same in the first half as the second half. Attackers win in the basement on that first opportunity, but really off the back of that Ellie double coming down the stairs. Just, I felt like complete unawareness there from the Vampire team, holding on to the angles, thinking it was all coming from the Animus side, and not really watching those cargo stairs at all. Just a huge gap in intel, a huge gap in coverage there to just allow the KittenKweens to walk down, take that space. That double to start it off, that was the turning point for that round, and the Lycus Vampire was never able to fully recover, get themselves set. So now, you said it, match point, 6-2 here. We play out round 9, what could potentially be the last round of the first map of this best of 3.
Now, the last time I casted Vampire, they're playing against the TSG Girls Squad, which actually I believe is disbanded since then. And they played it very similarly to how they tried to play these defenses. They'll apply some early round pressure and then fall away, but the key difference there was that they were able to get picks before they fell away, and TSG wasn't utilizing all of the space that was being given to them, whereas KittenKweens are, right? We see a lot of pressure towards Animus, but we also see that pressure from Ellie on those cargo stairs. Because KittenKweens know that they need that pressure from different areas to avoid letting Vampire be comfortable. And Shrimp as well, just she has the opportunity for that refrag, but just can't end up landing those shots. Puts their team in a very awkward position. Now they have to recover 4 rounds, which is not impossible, but it is highly improbable, as the mistakes we've seen being committed by Vampire have been numerous and massive. Whereas KittenKweens have looked a lot more secure in the rounds they've been taking. But look at this. The opening queen goes to Vampire again. But they are able to get a refrag on this. If they could down Spleech as well, or finish off that down rather. It's another kill for them. No! It's a 4 versus 2 now once they secure that kill on the Spleech. Vampire, what are you doing? You're falling apart at the seams. Turler has to go for this flank. She has to make something work here. Make something happen. So that's the kill on the Spleech secured. Takes the first gunfight. She whiffs it, though. She gets 1, but Kato has the double. It's all left up to Panda. Sitting at the top of the stairs, she's in a 1 versus 1 now. This is for the whole map. The most important fight of the game for Panda. He's playing it patiently. Kato has control of this diffuser. But not quite the site. But neither does Panda. So Panda's gonna drop down. Just look to move away. Give herself some room. Let Kato burn her own time. But look, but they know where Panda is. They have this pre-placed drone. Feeding information. Pre-fire goes out. Almost catches the kill, but not quite. Looking to get this fight going. Panda's just moving around. She wants the time to be burned by Kato herself. Moving around into the garage. Going for the window fight. Is this worth it? Is this what you need? Smoke goes out. Kato has the pre-fire. Panda's on such low HP. She's gonna try to continue the fight. Finish it off. Pistol in hand. She knows Panda's low HP. It works! The hip fire!
No way.
Queens! They secure the first map pick, 7-2. Complete reversal of what we would have expected. They've put themselves in a damn good position for the rest of this series.
Yeah, you said it. 7-2 victory. Clear MVP there coming out from Ellie. Unbelievable play. And I gotta say, for me, it certainly felt like we were watching Lycus Vampire just struggled to get anything going round after round, and the end of that one really showed it, right? We saw a ton of action happening upstairs, heavy roam game there from Lycus, and the KittenKweens completely read into that, played against it, didn't even bother fighting at the top of the river stairs. There was no need. They were able to just take all of the space on the other side, and then what we're seeing to me was a complete confidence there from the KittenKweens. There was no need. Like, we even saw a little bit of teabagging going on in front of the camera, right at the very last second, knowing the camera was at the end of the hallway. Panda goes in head and takes a little bit of that confidence away, but it was not deterred at all by the KittenKweens. They were ready for it, reacted to it, and completely shut this team down. 7-2 is a huge victory for them.
It's a huge confidence booster against the team that has been so dominant in the women's space. But in the last couple of games the Fempire have played, we have seen cracks start to form. That Wildcard squad they beat so easily before took them all the way to an 8-7 victory, which still Fempire won, but these last couple of games, they just haven't gone the way that Fempire would like. They haven't been as comfortable. And I think especially in that last game, we're seeing kind of the final evolution of that. A lot of these plays they try to make, that normal, cool, calculated cohesion, just falls apart as they scramble to get anything done.
Yeah, and that hip fire pistol at the end to close it out, I think, is very indicative of what a story that just that final moment tells of the way that Nighthaven played out. KittenKweens came ready to win and were just bullying Lycus Vampire throughout that entire map. So it was Vampire's map pick as well. What a way to start off this grand final, and there's going to be a lot of talk here between the maps and what do they need to do to adapt against a team, this KittenKweens team, that is playing very, very well.
And really, first step is, I think, just don't let, like, the game plan that Vampire has is good, but it was read into so thoroughly by KittenKweens, I feel, both on the attack and defense. Vampire had one good round on both sides, but then immediately it's like, oh, that's how they're going to play, and then the game plan doesn't switch up enough. And I think as well there were some individual troubles, and it's something I haven't talked about a lot, and it's mostly speculation, but for a couple of these players, I think for Shrimp specifically, it is their first grand final, which it is the feeling when you get there, you're kind of like, well, I can't screw up now, and does kind of put you in an awkward mental state. Although, again, that is just speculation. I'm not in the comms, I just have the experience of someone who has been in a lot of these situations before. That being said, though, we're going to toss things over to a quick break just to get the next map ready. So get up, grab some popcorn, grab a drink, but don't go anywhere far, because we're going to be back soon.
I've been staying outside, yeah, so I don't think about life, yeah. Can you send me a like, 'cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You got me feeling alright, yeah. Every day by your side, yeah. Can you send me a like, 'cause I can't take it, I can't take it. I don't wanna think about it every day. You know that you kinda wanna feel the same way. So much time, you just had to pretend. I've been so lost, I just wanna run away. Run away, run away right now. I gotta go, I'm wasting my attention. You've been on my mind, I could touch the sky. Starlights, I'll be running up in time, trying to think about you all the time. I don't really need to apologize. I know, but you like it. I'll be staying outside, yeah, so I don't think about life, yeah. Can you tell me a lie, 'cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You got me feeling alright, yeah. Every day by your side, yeah. Can you tell me a lie, 'cause I can't take it, I can't take it.
must walk on water cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head. Cause you hot as shit, nah, just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling it. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. All around free in a nurse circumference. When she round me, she come first, and she quick. She say she feel my emotions when I just give thanks, can't believe we in the same bed. God do it best, shout out to my angel, she a mess. Clean up when she stressed, never stressing me. Lucky please, I'm the luckiest, feel it in my chest. Treasure you, I swear you a diamond. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet.
We will come apart. That's the way it goes. Even though we're apart, heaven only knows. We will come
Well, it was a fast 50 seconds that was left on the timer, but we're already back as players are in lobby. They're ready to go, so might as well be ready to go as well. Once again, MLS being joined by Whiskey Run. And for those of you who missed the last map, it was a dominant reversal of what we expected to see here. As last time we saw Empire in a grand final, they took, well, like 21 rounds to like 3 in a best of 5. Whereas this time, 7-2 for KittenKweens in a very, very dominant fashion, I feel, as well.
Yeah, that wasn't just a win for the KittenKweens. That was a beatdown there that they put on Lycus Vampire. And you said it, a complete reversal of what we expected walking in to this grand final today. We're thinking Lycus Vampire is certainly the team to beat. And I still think that's true now going into Bank. Bank is one of, honestly, my favorite maps in the entire map pool. I really am looking forward to see how this one plays out. It's got some features that are very similar to the way Nighthaven plays out, with it being very spread out map, 3 full floors, a lot of vertical play, but there are some more contained engagements that happen, some more defined pro strats that take place on this map because it's played so often in competitive play. So see which team sort of adopts and changes those to make them work. But really, we said the story of that last game on Nighthaven was KittenKweens capitalizing and winning on every single mistake that Fempire made, and they just could not get anything going. So taking a little bit of a break, you said it, it's unusual that all the players are ready before the timer is. I take that as a good sign. It's time to start Bank.
I mean, both of these teams have been taking this pretty seriously. KittenKweens, for those of you who don't know, was big girls inside of Project Harmony, although the roster is a little bit different now, but it's at least 3 out of the 5 players that previous roster had. I think even 4 out of 5 probably. Ellie, the European one, is the only one that I recognize off the top of my head as being completely new. And so it does kind of make sense that you want to get this over with, and you want to get that final out of the way and see how much of that prize pool you can take over, although I'm sure for Vampire it's going to be a lot closer to VOD material, at least if the last map, if this map goes the way the last map did, that is. Although they start on the defense this time, which does give them a lot more room for error than starting on the attack on Nighthaven did.
Yeah, certainly. I think Bank has got a lot of those defensive-sided tendencies as well, and I think that plays into the Fempire here to start off with that on this round. And what we talked about, Blackbeard being banned at almost a 70% rate. We're going to continue to add to that stat with being banned again. No one likes playing with Blackbeard in competitive play anymore. He's got to be approaching, if we take just the last couple months, near 100% ban rate there. And then Deimos, we saw how well Deimos was used on Nighthaven. A couple great shots that Lycus Vampire used to win some of those vertical engagements. Not going to be available this time around.
Now, I do really like that Deimos ban, actually, because we didn't see KittenKweens, I think, bring it even once, whereas Vampire really liked the Deimos. They had multiple players playing it. And that is, I think, a target ban, specifically because of that, because they can get rid of something that they're not going to use themselves that Wildcard really like. It can make them uncomfortable, like they were able to in that previous map. Then that really does just kind of add to it, I feel, not having that information gathering operator they did really like before. On a map like Bank as well, that is so roam heavy, when the roaming for KittenKweens was as solid as it was, it is very, very smart on the side of KittenKweens.
To me, the Mira ban from Vampire here also completely changes up the playstyle. When Mira is in the game on Bank, she is a force to be reckoned with, and forces the attacking operators to bring specific pieces of utility and operators to deal with the Mira because she's so good at holding that red hallway. Goyo's got a little bit of that as well, making sure that you find a way and bringing utility specifically to deal with all of those Goyo canisters, whether it be a Twitch, whether it be Well, we'll see what they're choosing to bring out here. Maybe not dealing with it, but the fact that Mira is banned out and that Lycus Vampire did it, to me says that they have planned the defense is not built around Mira, and they're ready to adapt to that play style. And I love what they're starting off with here, the combination of the Cade and that Goyo for a little bit of area denial and trying to keep some of these hatches closed. But again, they're starting with a pretty big roam upstairs. Got to stay alive, and that is an unfortunate way to start off map 2 of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's just... I kind of wonder what the plan was there, so I criticized them before for having very kind of solo early rounds, and also kind of not being prepared in some instances, and we see hatches that should be reinforced not being reinforced, and players that should be in position wildly out of position. AirGL's going to make her entrance in towards open area now. They've already taken so much of this space that Fempire was trying to occupy so quick into the round without losing any bodies and while gaining a pick as well. Just, it's the same story as we saw last time. Fempire just aren't prepared for the early round tactics that KittenKweens bring out, and when they make those mistakes, the Queens are more than prepared to just capitalize on it with that raw aggression.
It absolutely seemed like a huge mistake there. Why reinforce the second floor hatch up in stock, and then to be doing it that late in the round, and having Spleech try and make the rotate back down? To me, a late, like you said, late setup, a little bit of a mistake. KittenKweens were in position to capitalize on it. They capitalized on that mistake and forced that early kill. And then to lose the looked like they were trying to hold on to the open area office space, but to lose the Goyo so early and not even to gain any of that space has really put them in a tough position here. So we've already seen utility being burned at the top of blue. We've already seen Goyo canisters pop downstairs in the server site side, and this has really felt like it's fallen apart a little bit for the Fempire, and we still have got 30 seconds left, so something could happen here. They could hold on.
Mari's going to be the first point of engagement. The shotgun, though, is all that she needs to get that pick onto Ellie. It's a great player to shut down at this point in the round. Just going to sit on the blue stairs here as well, just waiting as the attack is kind of stalled out a little bit here. They have control around the site, but not actually in the site where you need it for the bomb to go down. But Kato gets one onto Mari, or Shrimp gets another. Kato's on a double kill now. Diffuser is going down as well. It's all left up to Panda. In a 1 versus 2 in this post plant as well. Terrible position for her to find herself in. She does have that C4 if she can get the opportunity to use it. But Ellie is going to secure that kill before that is needed, as KittenKweens momentary shutdown of their attack from Vampire. But in the end, it all ends up going attack in the kill feed.
Capitalizing on the early mistakes, good utility clear, great way to start out attacking round here on Bank. So what does Lycus Vampire need to do to readjust? Gonna play the same site, make some adjustments, right? A little bit of ego check. I'm not surprised considering that one fell so early. That losing Goyo, losing that open area office control so early, certainly not part of the game plan. I think if they're able to hold on to that space, slow down the KittenKweens to start off with, I think they certainly have got a much better chance at winning this basement site. I think it's a good call at least. Try and run it back. See what you can do differently this time. They are keeping the open area hatch open again, so I expect them to go upstairs again to try and get that stock hatch. That stock hatch reinforced as well. So they are going to play, hopefully a little bit heavy here in the slowdown versus this KittenKweens attack.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Along those lines, for sure. I also do just, again, I want to emphasize that the early round is so important in this game. Like, it is where you set up everything. And Fempire have been caught out in that area so many times in this series. They've just let so much comfortability go the way of KittenKweens in situations where you really can't afford to let them gain that ground. And it's been catastrophic for them. It has been so detrimental. We see things set up a little bit better this time inside of open area. BLITZ isn't dead for one. That hatch gets closed way earlier on, which has allowed them to be a little bit braver with how they're playing in these positions. But there's still a lot of mounting pressure from KittenKweens, and they're still going to give it up in less than a minute. This space, all going the way of KittenKweens, unless there is a lone roamer somewhere inside of elevator or on the top floor. But from the looks of things, they've all just fallen back completely.
That's right. Complete bunker back down with a minute 45, so not even halfway through this round. Giving up all the space, tried all the slowdown tactics that they needed, and now going to work on taking some of these individual fights, but got to work on getting the sight lines open, traversing the stairs, the most dangerous way to change levels in Rainbow Six Siege. They need other alternatives, and that getting all those hatches open, spreading out, forcing the defense to watch all of these multiple points of entry. Got 10 left in the server. This might be one of the longest rounds we've seen with with all 10 left in. Staying alive here potentially for this last minute. It is going to get hot and heavy very quick.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
When last time we saw a round go this far without an opening kill, we saw Ellie walk down a staircase and kill 2 people. And with her walking in Garage, it does look like she wants to replicate some of that. Pressure goes on onto other areas of the map as well. Ellie, once again, she's got that opening pick. Gonna just hold this long angle as well. This DMR with the ACOG is such a perfect gun for this position. Kato's made her way inside of CC as well. Turler's gotten downed. They can go for the defuse here off of these picks they've gotten. And it looks like Kato's gonna try to do just that. Getting close to the reinforcement. They're not gonna expect her here. Ellie, she's gotten that other pick, Nat on the stairs as well. This execute from KittenKweens, it was set up so perfectly. And so thoroughly.
Great setup, but then backed up by, I know, and you said it earlier in the cast, great mechanical skill there from the KittenKweens, right? To have them have the long shot, the engagement, the one-on-one in the basement go in the favor of the KittenKweens, and then again, near the end to take this again. 1v1, back on the chassis. They're just losing all of these fights, not necessarily because of incredible tactics in play, but right now, Lycus Vampire just doesn't even feel like they have got any luck whatsoever on their side.
So if I may engage in a little bit of poor caster etiquette, I do disagree with tactics not being the main thing or being as important for KittenKweens, because I actually think that is what's allowing the mechanical skill to flourish like it is. We're seeing them take a lot of time in these rounds on bank, but that's because they want to set themselves up very thoroughly. So when they go for these executes, they have these positions inside a garage, on marble stairs, inside a CCTV. They have so much space to establish these crossfires from that when Empire are rotating around to try to get in better positions to counter it, they're getting cut off. Because when you rotate to try to fight Elliot's at a garage, that's on main stairs. When you rotate to try to fight down on main stairs, there's a player inside of CC, right? There's always another player watching you, so you can't find a gap to get back into the round. And that's allowed these mechanical talents on KittenKweens to really flourish because they're backed up so heavily by team synergy and tactical awareness.
You can definitely disagree with me. I love to be able to have that dialogue and have, you know, we're both more on the color caster side than the play-by-play caster side, and I love the fact that you're so into the statistics and watching it from a tactical perspective. I'm here for it. You know what? I want to see more of this tactics come out, and for them to prove me wrong, prove you right. That's what I want to see from this team right now, and certainly if you're a Lycus Vampire fan, you need to see it. They have struggled so far. I think they can turn it around though.
I certainly hope they can. For the grand final, I would prefer it to be close no matter who wins, right? And we do have infinite overtime enabled, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that before, but it does mean that we do have the potential for a long series, even if Ellie is doing her damnedest to make sure that it doesn't happen. That's her second opening pick in a row. And another pick on to Shrimp in that
again.
early round. She's been she's not a bad player. I do want to emphasize that while I'm saying this, but she hasn't been what Fempire needed in these early rounds, and the trade game's going out yet again, even for KittenKweens, but that's still a victory for them. In this case, the Execute's gonna go down soon. They want to get Panda out of this position inside of Trump office. That's Kato, who's looking for that position, but she walks right into that crossfire. That's the diffuser downed as well, but they know these two players are over by that position. They can isolate this player that's outside of Janitor. That could be absolutely huge for them. But they only have about 35 seconds left to do it. And they're not really that put together with where they are. Diffuser on the other side of this top floor from Ellie. If she can get a long angle with her DMR, that could be huge. But the shield outside of Stock Hall is going to make things very, very difficult. And Fempire are just going to play behind these positions. Watch and wait, but Mari loses the gunfight. There's only 8 seconds left to find the other two, however. Panda's gonna get one. Both these players are just gonna run away, wait for the fights, and wait for the round to end. Because that's Vempire's first victory of this map, and half the rounds they managed to procure on the seconds, and they did look pretty solid doing it, even managing to recover from an opening death.
Yeah, I completely agree. They recovered, managed to make that one work, and really that was sort of the first time I felt like we saw the KittenKweens make a couple mistakes, right? We, like you said, shield at that stock shield in the hallway still up. Player out on rappel very late in the round, diffuser down on the completely other side of square with no opportunity to get it. Thought we were going to see the rappel player jump up, make the rotation back, try and go for diffuser, put some pressure on. Those windows were going to be completely ineffective due to the angles that you have available, right? If you can get a plant on in any of the default locations on the CEO side, sure, you've got holding on to those to the rappel angles is a critical piece of the attacking setup. But after you've lost the diffuser and everyone is hiding back behind the walls or the reinforcements, that rappel position no longer part of the power plays, needed to make that rotate. And I think there was enough time, even though it was going to be very close, to try something crazy. So to just allow the time to sort of run out, die there, a little bit of a mistake. So you said it, like his Fempire, turn that one around, able to capitalize on some of the KittenKween mistakes this time, win their first round. 1v, 1 to 2 here early on in this map too is not a terrible place to start. And we talked, I know you said you loved talking statistics, you loved looking at these maps. All three of the best of 3 maps today for this grand final had not been played in the Blitz Queens kickoff tournament at all. No side statistics for these teams because they hadn't been played in any of the games so far. I find that terribly interesting. That Nighthaven, Bank, and Consulate not played once in the Blitz Queens kickoff.
I think exactly what we want here from Fempire thus far. Shrimp has gotten that early pick onto Adriella. It's exactly what we need from her. As she can start to get this early round momentum going for herself in these future rounds, that could be huge. There's only one drone left for the side of KittenKweens. So many of them have been shot thus far. And Ellie is downed as well. It's a really good position here. See if they can capitalize off of it. Kato might look to contest the stock position, which Shrimp is currently occupying. Gonna jump in the window, but Shrimp just has that swing. That's control of that diffuser as well. But that does put a target on her back, which means she is going to fall back to the site. And the safety in numbers that her team has established in that area, as the other Ellie, the European Ellie, is just sitting outside of that electrical closet right now, just poking into the site, as the rest of these attackers now have a lot they have to try to recover, and only really about a minute to do so.
A huge opportunity here for Lycus Vampire once again. A couple early picks, a couple early engagements, capitalizing on the Kitten Queen's mistakes. They've rotated back down, everybody holding positions either in the first floor or in the basement, no one upstairs, and it doesn't feel like the Kitten Queens had identified that early enough. Even though Ellie has made the push in, it was a solo push, again, uncharacteristic for this team, and loses the battle to Turler, a 2v5, and Ellie on extremely low health on top of it. Fighting against with just the sledge and the gridlock, and not really operators that I think they're going to make this push in easy. With 25 seconds left, this round's all but over.
Gonna drop and immediately get killed off. Just leaves up to Ellie, who's... I mean, she's on 1 HP. Not a whole lot she's realistically going to be able to do. Maybe get a pity kill or two. Players from Vampire misposition themselves, but I'd say it's not likely. She's not even going to get one because Panda's going to get that swing instead. That's Vampire equalizing that score count, taking 2 pretty solid rounds in a row. It's now, like you were said after the previous round's conclusion, KittenKweens are the ones making mistakes, and Vampire are the ones capitalizing off of those mistakes to put themselves in the driver's seat.
Wow, early timeout as well. Maybe I think it's a good call after coming out of 2 rounds in a row with the last one being flawless. And that's the momentum that Lycus Vampire needed to start working. And they've got a little bit of, it feels like karma on their side. The kill count 4-3-2, 3-1. So close. But gotta say that I love the choice of the timeout here. It feels early, but stopping the momentum that Vampire was trying to build, that's the important part here. From the Kitten Queen side, I think it's a good call. And the fact that we saw Lycus Vampire pick up 2 rounds in a row, it's the only time we've seen them do that in the grand final, and they've already matched their complete round count from Nighthaven. So this is a great start for them on map 2.
I do want to see how this timeout affects things for KittenKweens. As I do think that their position, the last couple rounds, right, obviously didn't go their way, but there were still elements of what made the previous 2 attacks for them work. They just have to bring those back to the forefront and adapt to Lycus Vampire, figure out that game plan, and then just start making their own around that to counter it, which, looking at the lineup, it is going to be pretty much the same, which I do think makes sense. I think it is more of a gameplay issue than an operator issue. It's just a matter of if Vampire are able to use that timeout more effectively, as both teams are able to converse with one another when tactical timeouts happen, which I think is an underrated aspect of the discussion around them, which, given that Vampire already had momentum, that does give them an opportunity to potentially kind of find the strategy to build themselves more.
Whiskey Glitter and I used to track the timeout statistics, and for the most part, the team that took the timeout won the immediate following round. We called it the timeout buff, and really in year 8, that was certainly around about 75%. In year 9, it has dropped a little bit closer to 50%. So it has not been nearly as effective, it felt like, recently than it had been back at the beginning of 2024. So in this case, we'll see whether or not it works here for the KittenKweens. We said it, stopping the momentum, changing up the flow of this game, the important part for them, because if you allow this Vampire team to gain a lot of momentum, right? We already know what they can do when they're floating. They showed that in that Phoenix final against the Phoenix final versus the Wildcard Queens. They can become unstoppable, and that was the KittenKweens need to prevent right now here on Bank. Basement floor, a lot of area taken so far from the KittenQueen attack. Everybody rotated back down to the basement on the Vampire side with half the round gone. Plenty of time for the attackers to work on setting up that execute.
Yeah, and they have a lot of utility to do it. They have the opening pick as well. They managed to get that statistic back in their favor. Panda finds herself out, or Spleech, excuse me, finds herself out of position. A little bit more alarming if Panda did, since she's on that Maestro. Is Adriel is just going to sit and hold this main stairs position. I'd imagine we're going to see a lurk over towards Garage as well, as that worked so well for KittenKweens before, and they have the time to get it going. And they're also gonna attack a lot of the CCTV side. It looks like they think there's a player in blue, or they know there's a player inside of blue, which is certainly a position they need to clear out if they want to get into CCTV. And it looks like that is also teasing the idea of dropping in towards this red hall, which could potentially be a really good play. Or she could go over towards elevator. Once that gets opened up and drop that, that gives her another alternate angle to look at the site through. As Ellie's made her way in towards blue, again, that ACOG she has, great gun for these long. But the time is starting to run out here. We have to start making these moves soon. So it looks like we can see Nat drop. Trying to take these fights over towards lobby. Ellie as well, gonna get one onto Mari. Things are starting to escalate little by little as KittenKweens put the pieces of this attack together. Counters once again getting on this reinforced wall. 2 versus 5 now for the defense. Wow. They're trying to go in, but Adriella has the drop. It's all left up to Panda. Diffuser's gonna go down. Tried to fight these long angles with the LMG against these ACOGs. Just to find 4 fights in a row, then that diffuser plant, but they're peppering her with utility and peppering her with ammunition. Just throwing rounds down range, waiting till one eventually does the job, holding her all the way back in this position. She gets the second onto Ellie, but the other Ellie actually finishes it off. And KittenKweens, they secure that timeout buff you were talking about, and they've gotten right back on the horse.
Wow, what a round. Yeah, you said it. For them to come back and really dominate there in the basement, holding on, a great play. Thought we were going to see maybe the Maestro cams come up, change a little bit of the course, the extra intel, but the KittenKweens team won all of the fights they needed to. They had all of that defensive utility under control, even though the Maestro cam there at the very end, we could hear some of that going off, but if he has to engage in gunfights, doesn't get a chance to use any of that utility other than just being some static cameras. So well played there by the KittenKweens on the attacking side. Gained all the space they needed very early, coordinated execute, shut down Fempire. So those 2 rounds, that momentum, it looked like they were getting a hold of here on Bank, turned now with the KittenKweens taking round 5. So we go back upstairs for round 6, the final defensive round here for the Lycus Fempire. This was a round that they did win back on 3. They've had didn't necessarily need to make the play onto the first floor open office, but it turns out that seemed like it was the better site. I was wondering whether or not they might go there as the alternative.
He was in this position last time on this defense. The Shrimp got caught out of position and died as the opening pick, which was actually, I think, KittenKweens that they didn't convert into a... No, it's the second. I lied. As I think like round 2 on the first map was the first one. But if they catch her out of position again, if they're aware of where she is and they just hunt her down while she's solo, that doesn't bode well for your chances. Neither does this drone player from Elias. She seems to be struggling, and you can see it. Gonna reposition herself a little bit before going to the next one. That shield that's outside of stock is posed a lot of trouble for them in that previous round, along with the other utility they have outside of the stock position, and it's her job to dismantle that as fast as she can. I love the Flores being brought to do that. Mari, however, is going to get the opening pick onto Adriella, but that allows for the room for her diffuser to be shot, or for her shield to be shot. And it looks like they know she's inside of stock here from her firing pot shots at them, which could potentially be an opportunity for them to try to sneak a fast one.
Yep, this the KittenKweens correcting all the mistakes they made back on round 3, clearing out the defensive utility, putting this Lycus Fempire team into some tougher positions. But you said it, losing in that opening pick, huge disadvantage. But Ellie to even this one up, and that was the player at the top of stock. So now they gained a little bit of the map control over here on the stock side of the map and the top square. This is looking certainly a lot better for this attacking team, as now they've got the big piece of map control that they need. Lycus Vampire has still the elevator marble side, but it's going to be slowly eating away here with Ellie and Twitch making the push up.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
Yet again, we see very poor time management from KittenKweens on this site. They corrected a lot of the errors they made the last time around, but they still haven't been able to properly get in. We need a play from someone here to take some more ground. And there's only 20 seconds left to do it. Nat still on the window, a valuable position, but there's so few people left. She has to repel in here. There's only 15 seconds left. Hurler's gonna get a second kill and drop the diffuser on the ground. That puts so much pressure on the other two. We see these last two players, now the last one player, that being Nat, just caught inside of a three-way crossfire. Turler secures that final kill. As Vampire surpassed their round count from the previous map, and they've set themselves up on a much better footing than they did before. But KittenKweens, they've showed they excel on that defense, which they now have access to, even though Bank does tend to be a little bit more even. If they can set them up a little bit more effectively, that could.
Here's the interesting question, right? In that first half of this game, we saw basement played 3 times, and the KittenKweens won it every time. Absolute basement demons on the attacking side. Nothing that Lycus Vampire could do could net them a defensive win in the basement, which I think is surprising considering typically that second floor site is the one that's a little bit more difficult to hold defensively, and there's a reason that we play open office as the tertiary site, because again that one is more difficult to hold defensively. The KittenKweens just knew exactly what they needed to do on basement and won all of those rounds. So now as they go onto their defensive half, they're going to carry some of that same strategy in and continue the 100% win rate on basement, or can Lycus Vampire use what they learned from the way the KittenKweens approach this site to make some adaptations and win here on the attack and continue the 100% win rate on basement attack.
Question of the hour. It's been a question of the hour, actually, since I guess that's who wins, but certainly the question of this round, I suppose, which is part of the hour, so by technicality, my previous statement still reigns true. Adriel is in charge of holding down this garage position, which is a very valuable lurk spot we'd like to see the attack use when, Ellie demonstrated why just a few rounds ago. As the rest of Vampire, or rather Vampire, they're joining on this top floor very, very thoroughly. They're aware of how quickly the roam game from KittenKweens was shutting them down on the first map, and they're not going to let that happen. They're going to cross every T and dot every I, but that is a process that can be very time-consuming, especially if you're droning a lot of empty space or droning things your teammates have already droned, which does leave some room for error, but we'll see if that error ends up coming to fruition, as open area is really going to be where KittenKweens look to start properly contesting this attack and start trying to really waste their time.
Wasting time, certainly the name of the game. Bank being such a big map, there's plenty of opportunity for the defense to do that, but it's interesting, right? They've already completely rotated back down. Aside from the smoke holding the top of blue, which is absolutely the standard location, you see smoke playing, trying to hold on to that piece, but it just feels like this is a really slow attack that we're seeing Vampire set up. Is it really necessary to clear out that much of the stairs? Is there not some sort of explosives that could help to do that? That was almost 20 seconds wasted just trying to clear out that little piece. No kills netted, no real ground gained as a result of it. With a minute left, Lycus Vampire needs to absolutely turn the Jets up here, and still working on intel, still working on clear. This is much too slow an attack for this team.
Yeah, there's only 45 seconds left, which we did see some slow attacks from KittenKweens absolutely work out. Although this one looks like it's a little bit more complicated than what KittenKweens was doing for generally, as we have a lot of moving parts that all need to go right. Spleesh is in a solid position here. They could read into it. They do not. Adriella ends up getting killed off as this round's opening pick. Mari drops as well. And the man count going the way of Vampire thus far. Jaeger struggling to find these fights inside of CCTV. It's up to her and Ellie, but The Ellie duo, only one of them is left. They have to get rid of this diffuser after killing so many players. Can they get the first one? It's a double kill on the round, but Shrimp with the final swing gets that last kill that's necessary. It's a complicated, slow attack, yes, but a successful one nonetheless.
Answered that main question we had. Was it going to be the KittenKweens 100% on basements, or was it going to be the attack? Turns out to be the attack. 100% attacking win rate there for the basement bomb site on Bank today. That's definitely crazy considering how typically defensive sided that site plays out, but a fantastic play down at the bottom of the stairs by the Dokkaebi, the bottom marble. Absolutely perfectly played with the combination of using the Aruni gates to their advantage. I loved seeing the way it played out. KittenKweens now time to adapt, trying to stop this 100% attacking win rate on the basement. Setting up, they're going to bring out the Fenrir and the smoke. The Malusi, and I like this the bring out the Cade for trying to maybe try and keep some of those hatches closed a little bit longer rather than bringing out the Aruni. It's changing something up. The Arunis didn't slow down Vampire at all, so they're going to go with the Cade as the alternative.
I do think that I like the idea of trying to go for a little bit more stall than we saw before. As we see that Lycus Vampire are very willing to take a lot of time to complete their checklist. So there is an opportunity for KittenKweens to play into that, although if they were going to do that, I would have liked to see the Goilmaker return. But this lineup they have is still solid nonetheless. But, by the same token, do Vampire realize that they don't have to be as thorough as they were being before? Is this a fact they're going to read? It looks like they have, by the ground they have control of, and trying to go for delay might not benefit you as much as you think.
Yeah, if Vampire can read into this, what this opportunity, really what it feels like. KittenKweens saying, all right, we're going to give up all of the space, focus 100% of our utility, our players down in the basement, and then hope that Vampire doesn't identify that quickly enough. And we've seen this first full minute of gameplay gone, working on the roam clear with nobody upstairs at this point. So we have seen teams, I feel like, clear the upstairs much quicker than a minute, but at least it didn't take them a minute and a half. We'll give them that. So continue to work on opening up these hatches, opening up the lines of sight, getting this execute in play. It's given a little bit of a boost here to this Vampire team.
They have 30 seconds left now. They made much quicker time than they had before. Already starting to work a lot of this utility that they're working much later in the previous round, which does pose a little bit of a threat potentially towards KittenKweens, as if things are worked more efficiently, then that allows a lot more time for problem solving, if that is something that Vampire are going to have to do. But we are rapidly approaching the point of only having 1 minute left, and there are still a couple key positions that Vampire are going to be eyeing.
We see the Ying come out here, just causing chaos at the top of blue. They've cleared out some of this defensive utility. The barbed wire no longer in place, but Jaeger's still playing back behind server. Do they realize that he's playing? Yes. The flashes come in, the utility dump comes in. It's 40 seconds left. You're going to clear him out and gain control over on the server side. 35 seconds, my friend.
With that opening pick as well, but Adriel's going to bring one back onto Spleech. That was a lurk last time that was so effective. And is opening this wall up, trying to get inside and plant that diffuser. But they're face-to-face with a bulletproof cam that's going to feed information over towards this defense. There's only 10 seconds left to get in, and they have to go so fast. Kato's going to make that difficult, along with the rest of the team, but Vampire do come out in a man advantage. How do you do it? All the kills go the way of Shrimp. She's so good in those last gunfights. Vampire, they found the fire that they didn't have before.
What a time to kick in. What a time to start to peak, shaking the cobwebs off, shaking the ice off, getting warm, getting hot at exactly the time you needed. You're down one map in a best of 3. There's a must-win scenario here for Lycus Vampire to keep this grand final alive. Coming alive on Bank when they need to. 5-3 holding on, continuing the 100% attacking win rate on the basement. What a surprise between these two teams, and this is it. This is what Fempire needed, what they had to pull off here on Bank. Now the challenge comes. Have not seen them be successful on any of the other sites at this point. Can they win upstairs here on attack on the second floor?
It's kind of crazy to me that we haven't seen the defense win that basement site yet. That is usually the one that you look at as like the guaranteed W for the defense. But it just hasn't gone the way of the defense yet for a variety of reasons, depending on the round. Although these last couple are certainly that Empire have sort of taken matters into their own hands more than they have before. Which, if you're a fan of Empire or just a fan of close games, is the thing you want to see from this map. This time, though, we're switching things up a little bit. Notably, we have Ellie ratting inside of the main lobby. If they don't read into this position, that could potentially be a pick. Or it could also end up with her getting shot through a window or just being off-site when they go for a fast execute. But regardless, it is certainly a switch-up. And predicting how it's going to pan out is probably going to be something resembling a fool's errand by this point.
Yeah, but you called it out. That potential rat position there from Ellie. Huge opportunity here for this team. Working on opening up that Kanto wall, but she's still holding same position, playing in lobby, lying in literal wait at this point. And did they... Oh, they did. Pushed her out of position, going for the window, but losing that battle. No way. That is a huge loss there for the KittenKweens.
They also lose Kato as well, which is been also terrible. They've struggled with this man counts on the defense, and that's not going to change at all on this third round. And they burn their tactical timeout as well. They don't have anything to fall back on to realign themselves strategically if this doesn't go their way. That would be map point for their opponents on their own map pick, which would just be them trading at that point, almost like these map picks are Pokemon cards.
I had not heard that before, but I like it. Trading out maps like they're Pokemon cards. Yeah, I mean, that's what we would see tonight. A trade back and forth, and oh, I was going to say, the trade coming out there from Panda and Natalie, evening this thing up. A 2-2 with a minute left. Bodies are falling all over the place, but you still have Spleech and a Turler left alive. They're working on gaining some control over. The thing that they got to watch out for, I don't know if they know, Adriella on the Warden, not going to be able to be flashed here. They're playing in that power position with his glasses at the top of Marble.
She's holding it down quite well. In addition to this, but the reposition allows Spleech to catch the angle. Almost a 1v2 from Ellie, the second one of the series, but Spleech instead, she catches her in that 180 flick and secures map point for Lycus Fempire.
Wow, what a change that we have seen in this game, right? Overall, if you're just joining us, in this best of three between the two teams, the KittenKweens, I think, absolutely dominated on Nighthaven in that 7-2 victory. Played very well, taking advantage of every single Lycus Fempire mistake and not making any of themselves. Then we get into Bank, and Bank started off again a little bit of that KittenKweens momentum, but since that point, since back on round 3, it has been all Lycus Fempire. They have picked up 6 of the last 7 rounds after round 2, feeling dominant not just in one particular site, all over the map, attacking and defending sites. Really, that only place that's been a problem is the basement, and if that plays out, right, that means that the KittenKweens are not going to want to go back to the basement with how poorly it's been played on defense every single round of this game, and you're feeding into Lycus Fempire's continuation of this this dominance they're showing, this momentum that they've gained. Right now, it's looking like we're going to see Consulate as the decider, unless the KittenKweens can be perfect for 3 in a row to force OT, and you said it earlier, infinite OT.
I have a bit of a curse with infinite overtime instead of grand finals. If you watch the Blitz grand final, you know that I had to cast, it was like 36 rounds in a row in the first 2 maps of that alone when that met. When that series went to all 5 maps, although most of them, thank God, did not have infinite overtime be activated, but I digress. There is only so much that my voice can take today, unfortunately, as God is trying to strike me down. Just as Lycus Vampire are on the verge of striking KittenKweens down if they can secure this next round. It is going to be a repeat of the site from last time, which is the second time in a row they've done this, although we'll see if it's more successful than the previous attempted repeat, as Vampire have switched around their lineup quite a bit, most likely in regards to adaptations made by KittenKweens, although Ellie is going to be the first to hit the deck here.
What a change here from, in terms of like the MVP, the top frags. Ellie was the top frag MVP of Nighthaven, and is still maintaining an important position on this team. But the KittenKweens definitely a lot more, not having one person be that big switch. On the Lycus Vampire side, though, what a change we've seen from Shrimp. Really struggling on map 1. I think finishing that map just in the single digits of kills, moving into that top frag position, and picking up important ones when they matter. That's been a huge change and a huge boost for this Lycus Vampire team. So we can definitely see the KittenKweens have won 3 in a row in this series already today, so it's not unheard of. But when you're in a 2v3, when Kato is down with almost no health and running across open windows, it definitely seems unlikely. And there, finally finishes it off. Ellie, the last one left alive at this point, and just absolutely shut down. Vampire is on fire right now.
Well, for the fans of Close Series, we're back. We're going to have to go all the way to map 3, which is going to be Consulates. I believe you said this in... unless I'm lying to the audience right now, which would not be the first time I have trolled. That last round, though, is interesting to me because of the way the kills went, just because it went first in the favor of the Queens, then back to... or first in the favor of Vampire, then to the KittenKweens, then 2 bodies from KittenKweens just hit the deck. As we see them kind of repeat some of the struggles that Wildcard had, or Vampire, excuse me, had on that first map of just not being coordinated enough, which is kind of odd with how well they played all throughout Nighthaven, but I digress. It's going to bring us to a map 3.
Yeah, you said it. Consulate has not been played yet. So, in this BLITZ Queens kickoff tournament, so we don't have any stats to go off of in terms of what are these specific teams playing. We'd have to go back maybe to Harmony to try and find some stats on how well Consulate's going to be played out. But it is a tale of 2 maps in this grand final. KittenKweens absolutely dominating on map 1. Lycus Vampire coming back, not dominating on Bank, but certainly taking advantage of all of the mistakes, playing a completely different game that second map, and shutting down the KittenKweens. So it's a complete toss-up at this point. We cannot tell, and I wouldn't even dare to predict which one of these 2 teams is going to win this grand final, because it's been so different in the way that the 2 played out. And Consulate is a very different style of map, and really looking forward to see how this one's going to play out.
I am as well, but we do have a little bit of prep work to do before we get there, so we will send things over to a quick break. But as usual, don't go anywhere far, because we're going to get this rolling as soon as we can.
One of us seems to circle the other. As you go, you remain a stranger to me, to you. But our pieces left uncovered. I'm thinking about 4-leaf clovers. I've got composure. Silver coin, you hold me, turn me over right now. But expect to forget about it. Watch as the breeze burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding. Swimming with the sharks. I'm swimming with the sharks. I can't tell you apart. me to you, going altered by the moment, dear, in the sedation, idle, sweet on survival. I'm on fire, waiting your arrival. I never expect to be sane without it. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes. Cold
my eyes. I cannot see your lies. You think that I'm surprised. Fall back into your trap. Send me your eyes. Don't you think it's time for something else? I asked for something more. You gave me so much less. I wonder why I stayed. I am wasting all my time. I'm messing up my mind. I only need someone, and I've been waiting for a sign. I'm ready for your touch. I'll never be that guy. I don't even know how I fall in love. I don't even know. I don't even know. I might fall in love. I don't even know. You'll never love me like you love JT back in '03. Up on MTV on a stage wearing shoes made of diamonds, singing songs about you like a siren. No, I won't be what you seem to need, 'cause I don't see what you seem to see. Ain't got troops in a crowd all united. Ain't got you screaming loud and excited. I can't ever be the backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, I'm not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your backstreet boy. You'll never want me like you want CDs from the 90s, like you want Mac Clean, and I can't say to your face I don't want it that way. You seem stuck in the decade that you were born. Open one day and wake up on a tour bus headed to Rome for a Coliseum concert with thousands of crazy fans, looking up at the stage at me dancing, knowing I'm your man. I can't ever be the backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, I'm not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just.
Hello, welcome back. No cams this time. We're just sending things straight into the game to just... We'll get the action started as soon as we possibly can. And get right into these operator bans to finish off this best of 3 grand final for BLITZ Queens.
That's right. Welcome everyone to the BLITZ Queens Kickoff tournament. And if you're just joining us, you are coming in at a fantastic time. Map 3 of this grand final. Got to see the KittenKweens take Nighthaven 7-2 very decisively. Lycus Vampire take Bank 7-3, coming back very strong, and right now riding a wave of momentum as we roll into Consulate. And no surprise here, Blackbeard, the first operator banned, continuing his 100% ban rate in this grand final.
Not really surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if his ban rate was somewhere around 75-80%, as he's just been damn dominant since his rework. Mira is going to be banned out as well. Which, by the way, the bans are reversed. It's like his Vampire banning right now because they're on the defense first, so I don't know why that's happening, but this is a glitch that actually Mario told me about yesterday. But the final ban is going to be Vigil, which is not necessarily one that you'd expect, but I think does make a decent bit of sense, as he is a very potent operator on this map, just because of the fact that it's so vertical heavy and so roam heavy. There are a lot of opportunities for someone who's good at playing Vigil to slip between the cracks and cause havoc.
Yeah, that's a good point. Vigil brings a lot to the table in that stealthy attack phase, but also the fact that he can make the vertical holes. And there's a lot of vertical play that happens on Consulate with basically the entire map overlapping itself. So plenty of opportunities for that vertical play. So Vigil can be deadly from almost any floor with that big boss G. So just one thing that you don't have to deal with. You can deal with it a little bit easier. And certainly back on Nighthaven, we saw really Lycus Vampire struggling with trying to manage the roam clear opportunities. KittenKweens is doing a much better job of that. So say they don't want to have to deal with Vigil. Gonna walk into this map clean, make that a little bit easier. So Vampire starting off here on the defense, upstairs, the second floor again. There's a lot of debate right now, it feels like, in the Siege community about what the best site is here for Consulate, because that second floor sort of solved, and you know, the admin overtake generally in the attacking side is so good that it felt like the second floor is sort of falling out of favor with teams, but that's exactly where Lycus Vampire is going to start.
But I think that this is a map where all of the sites are really viable, even if they are quote-unquote solved. The steps are never easy to execute on this map, especially if your team is poor when it comes to coordination and team fights. Which I'm not trying to say that either of these teams are, as I think they've both shown flashes of brilliance in both of those areas. But that's more to say that it's not necessarily a straightforward process of just knowing what the steps are for both of these teams. You're going to see Shrimp on that solo roam down below with that C4, which has yielded some success for her in the past, but has also been quite detrimental as well in other rounds. Just a matter of how much KittenKweens look to lean into that, cut her off.
I love the roam game down below, using the Valk, play off the intel, upset this KittenKweens attack. There's a lot of great places for entry opportunities where pre-placed C4s playing off the intel here. It is definitely a lot of admin over for this KittenKweens attack. So the Wamai trying to hold down that vending hallway, trying to prevent the push over at all. Combination with the mute jammer. I like the mute jammer as well. Trying to deny some of this intel from the KittenKweens side. They had been very good at identifying, locating, and wow, you talked about Shrimp being the MVP from that last game, and the complete changeover with how well she played out on Bank versus Nighthaven.
Yeah, she's really come alive since the conclusion of that first map. Turler as well, tagging on for another one. This Tachanka from Panda's also tagging up with that to just make this entry over towards Checkers from KittenKweens nigh impossible. Good rotate around. Adriela gets the pick onto Shrimp, but Turler has her second of the round to bring it back. The Tachanka still sending out this utility. Kato's gonna hit the deck. And Ellie is all that's left standing. She has control of admin, but what good does that do you? With Tachanka's raining down hell on your position. They're still just watching and waiting. Turler's gonna watch a little bit too closely and hit that deck. But these last 3 kills are just gonna sit and wait for Ellie. And whittle down this time, little by little. Secure that opening round for Lycus Vampire.
Yeah, it took a little bit of a faux timeout there at the end after sort of falling apart on the second floor defense. So maybe one check in the column of that second floor defense is maybe the better site. We'll see. KittenKweens couldn't really get anything going there, and it wasn't really off the back of a huge huge roam game, right? Shrimp getting that opening pick down below on the first floor, great opening pick, but after that, it was just hold down and prevent the admin over, and we really didn't see the KittenKweens try anything else, try and ghost pressure from any other portions of the map. It was really just focused on the admin side. Lycus Vampire was ready for them, reacted, shut it down, won round 1.
Now down to this basement we go, as they're following the pretty standard site rotation, but what I really want to see is next round, because I really want to see the split side of Archives and Tellers. I think it has a lot of secret power that teams don't really realize, although it probably does require the complicated strategy to make it work,
5 seconds left.
which is probably why we haven't seen it a ton. We also have Capcan coming up from Turler, which is a pick that I do like, as we have started to see some timing issues rear their head on the side of KittenKweens, and Capcan can play into that a decent bit and make it more difficult to properly get in and take control when you have to worry about your ankles being blown off.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I love the split site, right? Consulate being the only map in the Rainbow Six Siege pool right now that has a bomb site on 2 different floors, and we did get to see, well, the people got to see Dark Zero play the consulate split side. I'd really been waiting to see some of these pro teams play it to work on the strategy part of it, because, like you said, requires a very complex setup and requires teams to be very, very good at it. So if they're practiced, if Lycus Vampire is ready, practiced for that site, I think it can be a huge advantage for them. But as we roll into 2 minutes, the first minute gone of this round, all 10 left in the lobby. No opening pick, but that opening pick last round from Shrimp, again, huge change versus Nighthaven to Bank to Consulate here. And rather than being the subject of every opening death, getting an opening kill, I think is a fantastic change for her. So I also love this pick of bringing out the Capcan. We didn't get to see a lot of Capcom on either of the other 2 maps, but I think he brings a lot to the table here on Consulate because of all of the doors, all of these, the different passageways that the attackers are really forced through, where you have to cover a lot of ground on the map.
Loading new mag! Yeah, it is kind of room clearing simulator, almost like you're playing like Ready or Not or like SWAT 4, if you remember that. If you're old enough to remember SWAT 4, shout out. Although that's probably like 23, let's be real. Bender's going to rear his head a little bit here, making some of these entries in towards archives a little bit awkward. As there have been no opening picks, Lycus Vampire are purposefully trying to just keep their man advantage up as long as possible, which, given that there's only 50 seconds left, is really playing into their favor. They're forcing KittenKweens to play into these team fights in late round on the site, which is just not really going their way at all. Although Shrimp is going to get killed off by Kato on that Thermite, who has not really actually opened the wall yet thus far, which is interesting. There's only 30 seconds left. Mari throwing out those smoke canisters to keep Ellie from walking down these yellow stairs. And she's playing inside of Yellow Hall, but she's killed off anyways. So 3 versus 5 now, a solid position to go for this execute, if that's what KittenKweens would like to do. But there is still some utility they need to crunch through. This is some solid positioning as well. C4 goes out and misses. And Kato gets another kill on top of that as well. Panda and Spleech have 2 kills, however. It's a 2 versus 2. Diffuser's going down. But we're going to see Ellie make a good effort of that. Kato gets that down. Can she win this 1 versus 1 versus Spleech from inside of this kitchen position? No, she can't! But there is another player left standing by technicality. That is downed. But do they know this? Looks like the Diffuse gonna come out anyways. Not gonna bother trying to get that kill. Yes, she is actually. As Spleech secures that 1 versus 2 clutch and keeps Vampire in the uncontested lead.
Defender mission successful.
There you go. Just pile on, making sure it continues to pad those KD stats, finish off the 1, and good intel, I'm sure, from the rest of the team saying, no, they're downed on the other side of the wall. You can finish her off. Vampire taking the 2nd round here on the basement. Defense holding strong on Consulate so far. And I look back at those Dark Zero games. They lost the Consulate both times that they played it in those best of 3. So whether or not, you know, it's fun to see it, learning some strats. At least one of the pro teams struggling a little bit to get anything going. KittenKweens feeling that way right now. After such a dominant performance on Nighthaven, an okay performance on Bank, this is, you know, if we look back, Lycus Vampire now 2 wins on this round, and then they won 5 in a row on Bank. So they're on a 7-round win streak here against the KittenKweens. Vampire is on an absolute roll. They have got all the momentum behind them, and the KittenKweens are going to need to step up right now if they're going to change the course of this grand final.
That is worth pointing out that Consulate is the most oppressively defender-sided map we've seen thus far in this grand final. So it does make sense that KittenKweens are struggling a little bit. Although that last round, I think, was something a little bit more than that, as they did have, was it like a 5 versus 2, I think, but when they tried to go for that execute, and they still lost the 2 versus 1 with the post plant. They did get the post plant, which is impressive, but that's not a position you want to be in. It's unlike Counter-Strike. There's gonna be no money that's gained from that, no points that help you win the next round. So they're going to miss that round instead, that they didn't win it. And it just gives Lycus Vampire the opportunity to continue floating. It gives confidence to Spleech after clutching that 1 versus 2. And these are things that you don't want to give to Lycus Vampire on a map like Consulate, because they will absolutely run right through everything you throw at them if you start to leave holes open.
I mean, that's the big change, right? We talked about how good KittenKweens was on Nighthaven lots of times, but when breaking that down, they were capitalizing on every Vampire mistake at every point, right? Not just in general, but like every mistake they made was going in the KittenKweens way. On top of it, they were playing much more aggressively from an attacking and from a defending standpoint. They were playing very aggressive, having what seemed like a tremendous amount of confidence, swinging and taking advantage of all those Lycus Empire mistakes, but they were winning those because they were taking chances and winning, and I think that was off of the back of just some great confidence. It feels like it's fallen apart a little bit in general. Certainly in this round, in a 4v2, they're in a much better position. Turtler changes that up, though.
So 1 versus 3 now for Panda. She's made her way deep into enemy lines here. Sitting inside of this meeting hallway, she gets the first one that she needs. That's Kato, and Diffuser dropped as well. She could play off of this and just waste this time, but there is a minute left for these last 2 attackers to find her position and isolate this gunfight. But are they going to be able to do so? They're very separated, one going spiral stairs, the other staying inside of CEO office. And Panda knows where at least one of them is. Oh, but the missed position. She doesn't realize where Ellie's going. And she gets killed off in the end anyways. A phenomenal attempt at the clutch, but only an attempt. It's the second clutch in a row. It doesn't come out for Lycus Vampire.
The coming out in the chat, walking into that admin, the vending hallway, right into the waiting arms of the attacking team. Unfortunate there to lose that one, but I mean, so that was it. We said Lycus Vampire had won 7 rounds in a row, feeling nigh unstoppable at this point, but that last round here finally going in favor of the KittenKweens. They stopped the onslaught, stopped the momentum just when they needed to here, and turned this into a 2-1 game, which is honestly pretty close. For a grand final, I know you and I both think the same way. We want to see all the siege we can get. Love seeing it when it's close. KittenKweens came back when they needed to.
That was a really good round for them. Kato is specifically getting that 3K, really turning up for her team when it's needed. And the rest of them as well, just maintaining really good control of that top floor, really figuring out how to dismantle that roam game. That being said, though, we're back over towards CEO, which is a site that KittenKweens really struggle on. They just never got a foothold at any point in time. And that was compounded by the fact that Shrimp had a successful roam, giving her her only kill thus far. And as well, I think it was Panda or Spleech tagged on for a second one, which really hurt Queens as well. Although this roam from Shrimp, she is looking to actively get aggressive and in the face of these players, but it looks like they're trying to lean more into the information game that they were before, so she can't worm her way into these awkward positions because they know where she is.
Okay, almost 1 minute into this round, watching this attacking team, I think, again, move slowly. I know they've got one roamer downstairs, it seemed like in the basement, working up those spiral stairs. Is Shrimp going to be the opening pick or the opening kill one more time? But again, engaged in that opening engagement. Now, to me, it feels like the KittenKweens stepping back. I talked about it the last round, not being confident enough, not swinging enough at this point. Finally, there you go. Gonna take the advice right as soon as we talk about it. Love the fact that they're playing that, and of course, they're not listening to us. They're playing this game. They just know what they need to do. KittenKweens showing up when they need to.
Yeah, that was a very good pinch onto Shrimp. They figured out exactly where she was. And they had a couple players in basement cutting her off, and they had that cut off on Spiral as well. And as soon as they had that information on where she was, they just went for it and completely isolated that solo roam, shutting her down after the monstrous performance that she had over on Bank. But they do only have about a minute left to get into the site and get these last few picks that they need. And Tachanka's going to make that so difficult. But Kato's going to walk, and she gets the first pick that she needs.
Wow.
Tachanka, he's going to tease fighting this angle as well, but instead just going to go for that Shumika launcher. Try to hold off these attackers for as long as he can. But Ellie's going to tag on for another one. It's just Panda and Spleech left at a 2 versus 5. They have to try to go for these fights. The attack, they're just taking their sweet time, and that's going to allow Spleech to get one before Ellie gets it back. They just have to collapse onto Panda, and that does just that. KittenKweens, they may not have done well in the first 2 rounds, but they're sure as hell making up for it now.
But back on round 2, we're talking about how the KittenKweens were playing much more conservatively, not playing with that confidence and just swing mentality that we saw that was so good on Nighthaven. Whatever happened between round 2 and 3 completely changed up the play style. They switched that, they flipped the switch right back into the team that was playing so good on Nighthaven. And winning those 1v1s, playing off of some good intel, but willing to take some chances. The KittenKweens are what a change-up we're seeing from this team. And it's not that Lycus Empire is playing poorly. It's that the KittenKweens have turned it up and are now putting a little bit of extra pressure on them, and they're sort of falling apart. Not dramatically, but just enough. And we're now at this midpoint where it's 2-2, final map of the best of 3, last opportunity, must-win situation for both of these teams, and they need to turn it up right now. Who is it going to be? We're at the spot where the scales are balanced. Who's it going to be that puts the pressure down?
Last time we saw this site in specific, it really should have been a KittenKweens round, and every step of the way they were dominating everything until Spleech just pulled out a miracle run at the end. Which does bode well for KittenKweens. They've done very well the last couple rounds. And they did very well the first time they tried to attack the site. In theory, it should all turn up Queens here, so long as they're able to replicate that success and get over the finish line. Like I said, though, Turler on this cap yet again is still going to try to make things a pain in the behinds.
The other thing that you and I were talking about during the break as we're working on the setup was how had Lycus Vampire done on Consulate previously? And dominant is the word. 7-2 victory, 7-3 victory in the Project Harmony games that they played on Consulate leading up to the start here of this Blitz Queens kickoff tournament, the previous tourney. So it's the stats that we've got to work with. It definitely speaks to the fact that the KittenKweens need to be playing more aggressively. That was what was working against this team. And another opening pick for the KittenKweens. That's exactly what they needed. A lot of slowdown happening in the basement, but plenty of time now, a minute 35 left in this round for this attacking team to play off the man advantage they have.
Like I said, they need to play more aggressively. Then immediately Mari swings into Adriella and gets fried. Because that is, yet again, a clear on this Yellow Stairs position, at least partially off of Mari making a mistake, though it is a position that is really not friendly if you're unsupported like she is. Hurler's going to bring one back, however, ticking off Kato, which is the primary hard breach for this defense. But look at this, Panda swings too far. She gets cut down by Nat for the second round in a row. As the rest of KittenKweens now working their own areas of the site, trying to collect these wildcard players, knock them out of position, force them to rotate in these 45 seconds. It's a bit of a standstill. Imp is on such low HP in her position, now caught by that Grim. Gonna give that the bravery to move around, try to find more of these fights. But the slowdown from KittenKweens isn't what they want. The defense is on low enough HP that could be dangerous, but they're still deadly with their weaponry. Patching a pick, making it even, but
there
Nat's
it
gonna
is.
cut one down. Turler has to get aggressive, but no! She dies too, and it's all left up to Bleach, but she gets killed off as well. As Vampire, this time they fall. This time the clutch isn't successful. We're starting to see a repeat of map 1.
Yeah, what a momentum shift. We talked about Lycus Vampire winning 7 in a row between the end of Bank and the start of Consulate. First 2 rounds very dominant, and since that point, since we talked about it, the KittenKweens have come back and won 3 in a row. And again, feeling much more confident, playing much more confidently. It didn't really feel like there was a huge change in they didn't take a timeout. It really felt like they flipped that internal switch. Whatever speech was happening by that IGL on this team, they have turned it up when they needed to. And Lycus Vampire needs to find a way to answer back. This is 3 attacking wins here on Consulate, and typically, again, we think of it as maybe a little bit more of a defensive-sided map. We look back at Project Harmony stats for Consulate, it was 72% defensive win rate. The fact that the KittenKweens have picked up 3 on attack is they've met that quota. They've met the 4-2 half and went one further. This is putting a lot of pressure on Lycus Vampire, and now they have to answer back here on this map 3 in the grand final.
But if the defenses from KittenKweens are anywhere near as high quality as they were on Nighthaven, now that we're on Consulate, that 3-3 half alone could sound the death bells. Let alone a 4th if they manage to grab that. That really could actually be just every nail in the coffin if we get there, although that is about 2.5 minutes in the future by estimation, and KittenKweens still have to get there. And it looks like, yet again, they're looking to do that by taking a different path than they did before. Cutting off these flanks to start off. It's going to be Ellie's job on that grid or gridlock. Mari this time, however, is the one to secure the opener, but it's brought right back. Mari's out of position. Natalie, can she go for 3? Tachanka's trapped in this corner yet again, but Turler's going to bring one back. Fire's going to ring out. But Natalie can still hold this angle. She knows that Tachanka's located in here, but she doesn't have a frag grenade to lure her out. It's at a standstill now, just waiting for someone to move, someone to misposition themselves. If it ever could happen, but Panda has utility to burn for days, and she's going to play like it, but the bodies aren't as expendable. That is going to fall through the hatch. That gives a moment of reprieve for the rest of the defense. But Turler's still on such low HP, only a kiss away from death. And that puts pressure on her. Panda's still burning her utility, still throwing out these charges. Kato with her second assault up to Turler! But Kato with the 2K swing! She secures things, gets that 4-2 half. Lycus Vampire, they're on the back foot yet again. They're going into this harder half with less rounds than they need.
Yeah, what a huge way to finish out the first half of this final map. KittenKweens coming alive. And as we were watching Natalie play the Finka upstairs, it almost felt like, don't make the mistake. Don't solo push upstairs. Yes, you got 2 off the back of some fantastic play at the top of yellow, but the push up into sight to take that fight on Tachanka directly seemed like a bit of a risk, but really, she did a fantastic job of wasting enough time, allowing the rest of the team to get in position and cut off the angles for the defenses. They was focused on her for such a long period of that round. Well played by the KittenKweens. Lycus Vampire put up a good fight, but man, they absolutely fell apart on defense here on Consulate, which is very surprising considering their past performance on this map. I'm definitely looking for them to turn it up here on the attacking side, and they absolutely have to. Right now, the KittenKweens, 3 rounds away from winning the BLITZ Queens Kickoff Grand Final.
No, it would be a complete upset after the dominant performance that we've expected from Vampire, and the culmination of quite a few issues they've been having in this event at the very least. I'm going to practice a little bit, struggling to integrate those roster changes. But now what I really want to see is how that roam game goes for KittenKweens. It was so damn effective on Nighthaven Labs from players like Ellie especially, who's going to be playing this Mozzie located inside of servers, just running around. Although it does look like we're going to have a rehost confirmed, so going to have that going. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long, because long rehosts kind of suck. We are going to send things to a break, though, in case it does run long, so we'll be right back.
I'll be staying outside, yeah, so I don't think about life, yeah. Can you send me a light? 'Cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You got me feeling alright, yeah. Every day by your side, yeah. Can you send me a light? 'Cause I can't take it, I can't take it. I don't wanna think about it every day. You know that you kinda wanna feel the same way. So much time, you just had to pretend. I've been so lost, I just wanna run away. Run away right now. I gotta go, I'm wasting my attention. You've been on my mind, I could touch the sky. So lost, I'll be running up and down, trying to think about you all the time. I don't really need to apologize. I know, but you like it. I'll be staying outside, yeah, so I don't think about life, yeah. Can you tell me a lie? 'Cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You got me feeling alright, yeah. Every day by your side, yeah. Can you tell me a lie? 'Cause I can't take it, I can't take it. You'll never love me like you love JT back in 03. Up on MTV on a stage wearing shoes made of diamonds, singing songs about you like a siren. No, I won't be what you seem to need, 'cause I don't see what you seem to see. Ain't got troops in a crowd all united, ain't got you screaming loud and excited. I can't ever be the Backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, I'm not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your Backstreet boy. You'll never want me like you want CDs from the 90s, like you want Mac Clean, and I can't say to your face I don't want it that way. You seem stuck in the decade that you were born. Open one day and wake up on a tour bus headed to Rome for a Coliseum concert with thousands of crazy fans looking up at the stage at me dancing, knowing I'm your man. I can't ever be the Backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, I'm not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your Backstreet boy.
never be the Backstreet boy you want me to. I just can't measure up, no, not in sync with the fashion. I ain't got the passion, never gonna be what you want. Backstreet boy you want me to. I just don't dress the part, no, I ain't got Nikes and my hair ain't spiky, and we both know that I can't be your Backstreet boy.
Welcome back once again. It's fairly quick as far as rehosts goes. We're in the prep phase for round 7 of the final map of the BLITZ Kickoff event grand final, with KittenKweens taking a pretty dominant lead on that attack over Lycus Vampire, securing 4-2 on their attack on Consulate, which is something that is so deadly.
Especially when you look at the stats for Project Harmony for these players on these teams. Consulate, we talked about 72% win rate in Project Harmony previously. Really an incredibly defensive-sided map. So the fact that we saw the KittenKweens just sort of dismantle the Lycus Vampire defense, again, off the back of a renewed sense of confidence, a renewed sense of aggressive play style. Did a fantastic job with it. So now it is all up to Lycus Vampire. We said it. We're in the grand final, best of 3, map 3. The last opportunity here for this team to work and find a way to win. I love that self-breaching capability that you see from the striker, and what a pick to start it off there for Panda, the opening one off the back of his self-breach.
That was such a good player for KittenKweens on that attacking half as well. She had so many pivotal moments, both in the kill department and in her team play capabilities. And that's completely lost to KittenKweens now. They have this information on Kato as well, as she doesn't spot the drone immediately. She's in a very difficult position, though not an impossible one. She could potentially get out here. But they are trying to hunt her down here, try to cut her off no matter where she goes. So instead, she's looking to stay and just waste more time, and they aren't really actively trying to send anything after her. They threw a couple grenades, they threw a couple drones, but she's still just kind of waiting.
This is really feeling like a third-floor defense on Cafe, with holding the windows, holding the crosses, hoping the defenders are going to walk into your waiting arms, and certainly KittenKweens not making those mistakes. They don't need to at this point. Lycus Vampire needs to be more aggressive on the attack here. They're going to get caught out as we go 3-3 with 1:12 left.
Yeah, Adriella secures that 3-3 half, and that is honestly not a bad scoreline from them to be at, but look at this gap that Panda's found. That's her second kill of this round. Still just holding things down now, holding this angle so the rest of her teammates can get in position. Ellie has a solid position. Actually, it's both Ellie's lost of life, so that's going to be confusing for me. It's 45 seconds left now for Lycus Vampire to get into the site and try to plant this bomb, which is in the hands of Turler now. There's no Nitro Cell left for the defense to make this work, but Ellie instead gonna try to use her body, just get into a good position here, take this fight. She downs Turler. Does she know the other is there? Can the other Ellie hold on to this position for her So 1 versus 2 now for the American Ellie. These attackers are stranded from one another.
Seconds to go.
Although they do have control of that diffuser. Flashbang goes out, walks into the site, starts planting that diffuser. And now Ellie has to make the move. She has to be the one to take initiative. With these attackers, they're just going to hold for one another. Now that this diffuser is down, it's in an awkward position. There's potential for vertical play, but it's a 1 versus 1 now. Can you secure that second kill you need? They know exactly where Mari is. But can you get the swing? Is the Peeker's advantage enough? Flora's utility going out. She's just going to try to long arm this and force Mari to come to her. But Mari doesn't have to, but she does. The swing for Ellie is perfect. Not expecting that close angle, and Mari falls. And they put themselves 2 rounds away from stealing away this victory from the previous champions.
Wow, what a play. As you were setting up that execute, I'm thinking little bit of trigger discipline from Ellie was what they needed. Hold back, right? After the first Ellie went down, after taking out Gridlock on the open breach, right? She's playing behind the reinforcement, doesn't need to swing. I don't think the attackers knew where she was at that point. Right? Little bit of trigger discipline, let them walk out into the open. Instead, they're able to, she takes a couple shots, they're able to flash her, get the plant down. The problem is that they misplayed the hold there on the diffuser. They needed to run down, hold the vertical down below with the Flores drones, pushing her out of position, but losing one of your players on the Visa stairs, and then to have, to peek at the last second when you could have waited. There was no need to push the defender when you had the advantage. I think Lycus Vampire made a couple mistakes there at the end. Ellie was perfect with the swings to win it, and like you said, 2 rounds away from winning the grand final.
Now, it is worth noting, a wild Rin 47 has appeared before that tactical timeout. And if there's one thing I know about Rin 47, it's that they're a bastion of League of Legends propaganda. And if there's a second thing I know about Rin 47, that they know this game damn well. And if they're calling a tactical timeout, they've seen something that they want Vampire to fix. And if that can be implemented, that could be the game changer here. But is it too late to implement changes like that is really the question that's on my mind. Because KittenKweens, they're already feeling so comfortable in this game. That last round, they steal it out from Wildcard, pull a heist in broad daylight, and just get away completely unscathed. They're feeling good here. We can see from these early peaks, from players like Ellie, they're just anticipating Wildcard being Lycus being uncomfortable. And they want to lean into that. They want to make them more uncomfortable with picks like the Skopos and the Azami.
I'm going to agree with you as well. You said it. We just went into a rehost. So we had a few minutes there of downtime while the players are getting in the lobby. They're in the VCs, able to talk to each other. Right? You had plenty of time to sort of take a timeout. Why take a timeout 1 round later? And I think you called it. There's probably something that Rin and the Lycus Vampire team identified, maybe a gap in the armor that the KittenKweens have put together here so far on Consulate. Take the tactical timeout, or the tactical timeout now, find that gap and exploit it. They absolutely have to. KittenKweens right now on a roll again, winning all the battles, taking advantage of those mistakes. Very different from what we were seeing on Bank. We need to see the Lycus Vampire team from Bank show up here to Consulate.
Seeing that Deimos come out here, which is a pick that's been absent thus far, and just like Adriella is going to be absent for the rest of this round, that's Bleach getting that opening kill on that Blitz. This is an adaptation I do like, as Vampire haven't really leaned into shields at all, and having a big hunk of metal running at you with a big flashlight taped to the front is always going to be kind of a dangerous proposition for the defense, so it does make sense as an adaptation. But is that going to be enough now that that surprise factor has worn off? As there are still things like that Azami and that Malusi which reconstruct the site in a way that just makes it very difficult for attackers to get in quickly. And they know where she is now. They've taken a ton of health off of Turler as well. both of which are good signs for this defense. There's only about a minute left here to work as well, and Kato's gotten the pick onto Shrimp. That's your Deimos gone. One of your top fraggers from Consulate gone as well, as it is gone. It is perfectly even right now, but they've killed off that Blitz. That Horcrux you're looking for, completely absent from this round. They're just now opening that main breach with 30 seconds left. Turler, wherever she is gonna have to be so perfect with how she takes her fights. Being on a sliver of HP. As now Mario looks to work in bottom yellow. Panda's gonna try to go in through this main breach. That's the strategy they have to go for. Flash out these power positions. Hope you catch someone off guard. But the defense are just gonna wait. They're waiting for this time to be wasted for the walk-ins. It's left up to Turler in a 1 versus 3, but she's on such low HP. That closes that out. Map and match point secured for KittenKweens.
Wow. What a timeout there. Unfortunate, the buff not in effect. Lycus Vampire does not win, and you said it. We're on match point, and not just match point, but map point and Blitz Queens Kickoff grand final point for the KittenKweens. Lycus Vampire is going to need to be perfect for 4 rounds in a row just to force OT versus this team. They are on the brink of losing this grand final, and after the dominant performance they put down versus the Wildcard Queens in Phoenix, this is definitely a change-up, but I think speaks more to how well the KittenKweens have been playing. Lycus Vampire is reacting, they're working, they're playing a great game of Siege, but they're just not as good right now as the KittenKweens are.
No, Queens have been so good with how they've been playing everything. The mechanical skill, obviously, yes, is a thing to highlight, and it makes Nomical's job easy while doing the replays. But they're playing in a way that illuminates that because they're so coordinated with one another, even in situations where they're down a body. They're not panicking, they're not crumbling, they're not making poor decisions to try to bring it back. And they're able to focus on picks that are more impactful, focusing on those players that Lycus relies on for the early round, and focusing on operators that they really try to build the attack around, like that Blitz in the last round. It's all been boding so well for them, and we really are just kind of seeing a repeat of what Nighthaven Labs looked like.
Working this setup. Interesting that you said it earlier. We had not seen very much shield play, and Lycus Vampire bringing out the Blitz was one of the first really shields that we had seen played across all of the map. And immediately the KittenKweens answer back by bringing out a Clash. And when you talk about slowdown, Clash certainly one of the best operators to do that. In conjunction there with the area denial and just bringing out a ton of flames there from both the Goyo and the Tachanka. They're going to work to slow down this Lycus Vampire team, and that's forced them to make some mistakes, have to work around this area denial and slow them down. That's exactly what they need, and again, they need to be perfect for 4. That means opening picks, continuing to make sure that they're clearing all of this defensive utility and getting through those time-wasting opportunities very fast in order to put pressure on this KittenKweens team and force them into a mistake. Right now, they have not made very many of.
The first target they're going to try to hunt down is going to be Kato, but she's already fallen away. Sure, this top floor has been gained, but there are still was 1 C4 left for the defense, and there isn't a ton of time left really in the grand scheme of things for them to really properly work this, and all the bodies from KittenKweens are up, and in these team fights, that's really been a lot of where the Queens have excelled. Still working this top floor here, slowly and carefully. Just trying to get these picks where they can, if they can. Working this vertical play, but no one from the Queens has exposed themselves. Shrimp exposes herself. It's a flank from Kato up the spiral stairs. She's going to press further off of some information. She's good for 2 kills. No. Securing such a good advantage for her team in this last round. She could go for more here. This Deimos on the top floor could be her next target, but she's killed off through Vert. You're 2 kills away from the grand final victory. And Vampire, they're going to feel the walls closing in, but Panda makes things a little bit easier, but her position's revealed. Can you do it, Panda? 1 versus 3 with the clash. No, Ellie, she gets the final pick. She dethrones the champions, and Lycus Vampire leave home with nothing.
What a play from the KittenKweens. 7 rounds in a row. Perfect execution after the end of round 2. We saw both of these teams go 7 rounds in a row. With, unfortunately, from the Lycus side, it was from bank into consulate, and they used up all of their momentum, everything they had, all the gas in the tank, getting to that 2-0 start on consulate. After that, it was 100% the KittenKweens on attack, on defense, whether the diffuser was down, whether or not it was a post plant. They absolutely dominated this match and this final map in a huge way. Very reminiscent of the tremendous performance on Nighthaven. Right now, the KittenKweens are the team to beat. Congratulations to them for winning the BLITZ Queens Kickoff tournament.
Very well played from them, and unfortunately for Lycus, back to the drawing board. That dominant streak that we saw established in Project Harmony is going to be halted right here, at least temporarily, but Siege is not a game of dynasties, and I guess that does extend towards Women's Siege as well. Although I do want to point out, just to drop the dramatics for a little bit and do some analysis, because analysis is fun, but I do think that match would have been a little bit different had coaches been present for either team, as there were a lot of moments where you kind of saw them say, like, we need to hit the restart and do something different. And up until that last time out, there were no coaches present. And from talking to Fempire, from knowing them quite well, they do rely a decent bit on Rin in those situations to give them some guidance for what to do next. And they just did not have that. And fortunately for them, might have been not the final nail in the coffin, but certainly one of the ones leading up to it.
Yeah, and when you look at the path that both of these teams took to get here to this grand final, Lycus Vampire had a tremendous run through the upper bracket, again, coming off of that victory in the Phoenix series at the conclusion of Project Harmony. You said it, dominating that era of women's esports Siege. But you take a look at what the KittenKweens were able to accomplish, running that lower bracket all the way up and completing that run into the grand final. They were on an unstoppable roll, and even though the Lycus Vampire is very good at the game, very good at the sport, even whether or not they've got their coach or not, they've shown some tremendous skill making it, staying in the upper bracket the entire way. KittenKweens were just too good over the last couple days.
Yeah, very well done to them. They completed that losers bracket 1 run, and as we saw Nat point out in the all chat, they took down the 2 biggest orgs inside of Women's Siege as well, back to back, no less. Yes. That being said, though, it's gonna be it from us over here at Blitz, and I asked Blitz Queen specifically this time. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Have a wonderful day, and once again, congratulations to KittenKweens for that dominance final victory.
Thank you all.
Get me out of love, yeah, call me when you want. Just shut on my door, yeah, nowhere let you go. I just need to stay alone, yeah, need to stay alone. I've been on my own, yeah, I've been on my own. I know, you know, I changed a lot. The sunshine on my eyes. It's been so goddamn cold tonight. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. I don't know, you got me out of control. I need to let it go, yeah. Tell me how to love, now you got my
I turn cold tonight. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. You better call me up. Whenever you're gone, I can change a lot. I don't need the shots if you're so alive, but I need you now, yeah, I need you. I don't need a show up, waiting for the right time, baby, you don't know. I'm trying to space now. You got me feeling this now.
Drop. 5 seconds left.
I'm finding a way, I can live everything well, but I want you by my side all night, all day. I know I'm a fool, I don't even care. I want you to listen to what I say. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I'm not ready for being loved. I need more time, a little more. I'm not ready for being loved. I'm walking home, I'm walking home. I've never been desperate to find someone who loves me. Yeah, I've never been that way. I have never been, I have never been. No.
10 seconds. Remaining.
I'm finding a way, I can live everything well, but I want you by my side all night, all day. I know I'm a fool, I don't even care. I want you to listen to what I say. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I love you, but it's so confusing. I'm winning at the same time losing. I'm not ready for being loved. I need more time, a little more. I'm not ready for.
Yeah, love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, just she African. Not no bottom, top notch out here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, now I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 ring. Love calling me.